And here it is. It is here. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to mow. Here it is. It is here. Here I am. Hope you're there. The session commences. It never stops. So if you're available, avail yourself of the space. That thing that we do round about this time is being done exactly at this time. So if you are available, surrender yourself to the space. The usual protocols are as you are coming in, click on the like button for reasons that we're trying to propel the platform on the YouTube space. So click on subscribe, click on the like button, then sit back, lean back, and surrender yourself to the space for however long it lasts. One man went to mow, the eagle has landed.
Water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wike kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sodame ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there you heard it. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú, pardon me. Iku koniriwa gweshe. So I've already explained that prayer to you. May death, I don't know why I'm sweating so much. May death have nothing to do with us. So may death have nothing to do with us. Iku koniriwa gweshe. As guys, I bring you this. 2023 presidency. Wike storms Ogun. Wike storms Ogun State. Whose PDP delegates ahead of primaries. So Wike is not waiting for turn by turn. No, it's not waiting for anybody to come and hand him a presidential ticket in his own bedroom, as some people seem to be doing. Up and doing, Wike is 2023 presidency. Wike storms Ogun State, whose PDP delegates ahead of primaries. So the Wike train has departed the station and is coming to a destination near you. Kwankwaso's new party holds convention. So he dumped the PDP yesterday, but where has he birthed? I'm sure we're not going to be surprised by where he has ended up, because it looks as though he has gone off to form his own party anyway. But we'll find out categorically now where what's his name, Kwankwaso, has ended up in politics. So again, the headline, Kwankwaso's new party holds convention in Abuja. So there it is right there. Your poor handling of insecurity, your poor handling of insecurity, pushing Nigeria to the brink. A pirate fraternity tells MALLAM BUHARI. So everybody now, they're sort of preparing themselves for a sort of self-help security system, because it has to be self-help now. It's looking like within the Nigerian space, because the state categorically and totally has failed to indicate any capacity to be able to protect the people. And the people must be protected. So if you're not able to protect them, that's fair enough, but don't stand in the way of them protecting themselves, because that would then just make them lambs to slaughter. Your poor handling of insecurity, pushing Nigeria to the brink, a headline attributed to the pirate fraternity, are pointed in the direction of MALLAM, BUHARI. So the pirate speaks, poor Nigerians to hit 95.1 million in 2022. So they are estimating that the Nigerian population is roughly 200 million. We don't know where they are getting those figures from, because the people say that you travel in the north for hours and hours and not even come across a goat. But nevertheless, they tell us that it's in excess of 200 million in that country. But then this headline then tells us that half of those people are going to fall below the poverty threshold this year. So this is Buhari's gift to the Nigerian state. Buhari, a gift that keeps on giving: insecurity, poverty, brutality, all the lities he's giving the Nigerian people. Our poor Nigerians to hit 95.1 million in 2022, a headline attributed to the World Bank. So there it is right there. And we land on this. PDP extends sales of forms by 1 week. So it looks as though now maybe there are not enough takers, or they're leaving the window open for somebody. I don't quite know. If you set a deadline, then that should be the deadline. But then, of course, we know Nigeria, a country unique and peculiar to itself. 2023, PDP extends sales of forms by 1 week. So that is the menu and that is the diet. So lean back, kick back, take it easy. As I said, the hyperlink already in the comment section if you want to come join live on screen. What is not optional though is clicking on the like button and the subscribe button. You should be doing that just as soon as you're joining the platform, for reasons of propelling the platform of the YouTube algorithm, as we have already said. So click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come join on the screen. That's optional, but certainly click on the like button and the subscribe button so that you can propel the channel up the league chain. So propel the channel up the league chain as we come in properly now via the Care Guides. So to the Care Guides.
Only water. Water. Only water. Where they see ma. Water. 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 Only water. Where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chifu fẹ́lá tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sodame ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is, Iku Koneru Agbeshe, the Care Guides. So before I go to the readout of the talking points, let me just do a little bit of housekeeping. and bring Professor Data O on the screen. Prof, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Good to have you, Prof. So, Prof, yes, the condolence thing for your mom that we did some time ago, of course, they came in two strands. The
Okay.
GoFundMe, and then some people sent via super chats. So the GoFundMe I've already sent to you, which you've acknowledged. I've not even been able to collect it from the space yet, but it's hanging there and I can collect it anytime. But
Okay.
the super chats, that has not come through because YouTube usually do these things in arrears. So it's likely to come through next month. But I'm not going to ask you to wait till next month. I want to close that chapter today. So
Okay.
what YouTube usually do is they take about 30-35% off that super chat, which I think you're aware of that they do
Yes.
that.
Yes.
I'm not
Yes.
sure how much the GoFundMe takes off their thing because I've not really even looked into that yet. So there's an outstanding $100 from Lord Michael and Alexander Gomez. So $50 from Lord Michael, $50 from Alexander Gomez. So what I'm going to do is I'll send you, if you put your PayPal in the private chat, I'll send you $65, and that should then just round off all of that space so that we just tidy it up and then we know that that's all done.
Okay, no problem.
Oh,
God
oh,
bless you very well.
no,
God
that's
bless you.
fine. Because I just feel just to tidy it up. So pop your super chat, pop your PayPal in the private chat, and we'll do that. So thank you, Prof.
Okay.
Let me go back to the readout. So that was, Prof. Just a bit of housekeeping, and thank you one and all that supported Professor Data. So 2023 presidency, Wike storms Ogun State, woos PDP delegates ahead of primaries. Presidential aspirant and River State Governor Yemson Wike on Wednesday stormed Abeokuta, the Ogun State capital, to solicit support of PDP delegates to achieve his bid. Mr. Wike and former Ekiti State Governor Ayo Fayose were special guests at the official declaration of Ogun PDP chieftain Aladi Adebutu for governorship in 2023. The duo declared that their support for Mr. Adebutu. Mr. Wike, in his remark, noted that Mr. Adebutu had continued to spend his personal money and resources to assist the people of the state. He assured that electing him as the governor of the state would afford him a greater capacity to empower the people more. The governor described Adebutu as a courageous leader who stood and fought for the party when other leaders left. He therefore called on members and chieftains of the party, as well as the people of the state, to support Adebutu in his ambition to become governor of the state. Mr. Wike, who had also declared interest in the 2023 presidential race under the People's Democratic Party PDP platform, solicited support of the delegates ahead of the May 28 presidential primaries of the party. Oh, pardon me. Also, Mr. Fayose recalled that the party had in times past struggled and traveled through the forest in the state. He, however, commended Mr. Adebutu for standing firm and negotiating through troubled waters to restore the party to a formidable force in the state. After many years of struggle, it has indeed been tough, but we thank God that Adebutu has been able to emerge a worthy leader of PDP in Ogun by reconciling factional groups together, he said. Mr. Adebutu, whilst responding, assured that if elected as governor, he would put in place a deliberate, concerted, and determined team that would work together in recovering Ogun back from the shackles of disjointed and wasteful programs. So there it is right there. There are three strands to that. The main thing is that the juggernaut that is James Wike is following the Tinubu's template and is going right around the country to solicit support for his ambition. Contrast that with Peter Obi, who declared before Wike, but we've not seen it or heard anything from him since. So he's permutating daddy politics, but Wike permutating real politics. So this is real politics playing out now. And under that big banner is the re-emergence of Fayose into the space. He now in Ogun State. And by the way, they are not stakeholders, either of them in that state. Fayose from Ekiti, Wike from Rivers, of course, but essentially the party brings them together, and more importantly, self-interest brings them together. Kwankwaso's new party holds convention in Abuja, so this is more a pictorial piece than a written piece. So there's just a short caption to this. The new Nigeria People's Party, NNPP, the party Senator Rabiu defected to after leaving the People's Democratic Party, PDP, held its convention in Abuja on Wednesday. Kwankwaso dumped the PDP on Monday alongside thousands of its supporters. Below are pictures of the NNPP convention. So essentially, it's a pictorial piece, as I said. So Kwankwaso, of course, there's no big deal in showing all these pictures. We know that he commands a crowd in Kano State. So showing us then that although this was actually in Abuja, but we know that he does command somewhat of a crowd, so there's no disputing that. But how potent is he as a politician on the national space is the bigger question. So you may well have Kano State, but how does that translate in Lagos, in Ekiti, in Abia State, etc.? So that is the thing. You go to Abia State, you say Kwankwaso, they say Kwakwan what? So Kwakwan what? Your poor handling of insecurity pushing Nigeria to the brink. Pirate fraternity tells MALLAM BUHARI. Days after the Abuja Kaduna train bombing, the National Association of Sea Dogs Pirate Fraternity has said the feeble handling of insecurity across the country is pushing Nigeria to the brink. The NAS Capone, Mr. Abiola Awoaje, condemned last Saturday's breach of security at the Kaduna airport and Monday's bombing of the Abuja Kaduna train. In a statement on Wednesday, Awoaje blamed President Muhammad Buhari for the festering insecurity, noting that Nigerians do not deserve what they are being subjected to by the current administration, citing the statistics of killings and kidnappings provided by Data Fight, a media research and data analytics company, are put at 915 and 571 respectively for the month of January 2022. He said Nigeria was already becoming a failed state. So it looks as though those are data of incidents of killings and kidnappings. So killings, just in January alone, 915, and kidnappings, 571. The National Association of Sea Dogs Pirate Fraternity is very disturbed by the steadily deteriorating security situation in the country. It is inexcusable that despite previous experiences in which the nation's security system had been compromised, criminal elements could still find the avenue to inflict unimaginable injury on the psyche of Nigerians with their murderous activities. One is forced to ask what lessons our security operatives had drawn from previous gaffes, which had cost the nation precious human lives and properties, he said. Awade noted that the Buhari administration should stop deluding itself with exaggerated statistics of impressive performance. He therefore called on patriotic Nigerians to lend their voices to ours, to call on President Buhari to come down from his high horses, roll up his sleeves, and save Nigeria from collapsing due to insecurity. He reiterated previous recommendations for the military and security operatives to invest heavily in technology-driven intelligence, and equally harped on the need by all stakeholders to develop a comprehensive security system of our railways to eliminate threats to the rail transport mode. The statement further reads, no efforts should be spared to fast-track the processes on the integrated security surveillance and monitoring solution to enhance the security on the railway. We also restate our position that President Buhari rethinks his reservation about state police, rally all relevant organs and levels of government to put machineries in motion to urgently explore ways for the actualization of well-equipped state police that will be more familiar with the terrain. Our military is clearly overstretched, doing the work a robust, well-staffed police system can handle, and such can no longer be sustained. There are so many ungoverned territories, especially forests in northern Nigeria, that need attention. It is the time, now is the time to establish the forest guards to look after these forest reserves and prevent them from being sanctuaries for criminals. More so, the capacity and capability of park rangers should be upgraded to enable them to perform optimally and serve as the first line of defense against rampaging terrorists. The president should act fast and prevent terrorists from defeating his government and overrunning the country. Nigerians are tired of the bloodletting. And so say all of us, if nothing else, that our last said sentence. So say all of us, are booking from Daura, Nigerians are tired of the bloodletting. So there it is right there. Nigerians are tired of the bloodletting. Poor Nigerians to hit 95.1 million in 2022, a headline attributed to the World Bank. According to the Washington-based bank, the number of poor Nigerians is projected to hit 95.1 million in 2022. It said this in a report titled A Better Future for All Nigerians, 2022 Nigerian Poverty Assessment. The report reads in part, poverty reduction had stagnated since. Okay, listen to this. So it says poverty reduction had stagnated since 2015. So that's the World Bank. Poverty reduction had stagnated since 2015. So what happened in 2015 to stagnate poverty reduction is the question. It's added, poverty reduction in Nigeria appears to have stalled in the last decade, according to backcasting and survey-to-survey imputation techniques. The best estimates from the backcasting approach suggest that the poverty headcount rate at the international poverty line was 42.8% in 2010. This is only slightly below the analogous estimate from imputing into the 2010-2011 43.5%, with poverty dropping by at most a few percentage points over the last decade. The absolute number of poor people is likely to have climbed given Nigeria's rapid population growth. So there it is right there. That's how the data was computed. Since the backcast provides yearly estimates, they also suggest that poverty may have started declining in the first part of the 2010s, but that this trend halted and then reversed around 2015. So listen to this paragraph again. Since the backcast provide yearly estimates, they also suggest that poverty may have started declining. So since the backcast provide yearly estimates, they also suggest that poverty may have started declining in the first part of the 2010s, but this trend halted, then reversed around 2015. So what happened in 2010? Goodluck Jonathan came in and poverty started to reverse. What happened in 2015? MALLAM BUHARI came in and poverty reduction halted and then started to decline. So there it is, a categorical failure all the way through. This is unsurprising and indeed is hardwired into the backcasting model through real GDP growth estimates, given the 2016 recession brought about by weakening oil price. The report further revealed that the C-19 pandemic pushed over 5 million more Nigerians into the poverty threshold by 2022. So there you have it. Since Buhari came in, the poverty has been increasing year on year in Nigeria. So that is it right there. It's not me saying it. It's not the PDP saying it. It is not anybody's wishful thinking. That is raw data from the World Bank. So I'm not sure you can argue anything, but I was going to say you can argue anything, but you cannot argue raw data. But we've seen that even here on this platform that people will come and argue data. So how quite you argue data? Only Nigerians know that. Only Nigerians have that capacity. The 1+1 is 2 everywhere else in Nigeria, but 1+1 everywhere else but Nigeria. But in Nigeria, 1+1 is 2. You say it, and they will say, "But is it?" And then they continue, then proceed to scramble your brain with some gibberish. So gibberish. 2023, PDP extends sale of forms by 1 week. So this is the last readout. The People's Democratic Party PDP has extended the sales of nomination and expression of interest forms for 2023 general election by 1 week. The party National Publicity Secretary Dapo Ologun Nagba, who disclosed this in a statement on Wednesday in Abuja, said the decline had been shifted. So not the decline, but the deadline. The People's Democratic Party PDP has extended the sales of nomination and expression of interest forms for the 2023 elections by 1 week. The party's National Publicity Secretary, Debon Ologun Nagba, who disclosed this in a statement on Wednesday in Abuja, said the deadline had been shifted from the 1st of April to the 8th of April. He said the party had also rescheduled the screening of aspirants for states of House of Assembly to April the 12th, whilst the exercise for National Assembly aspirants would take place 2 days later, the statement reads. In the same vein, the last day for the return of already completed forms, as well as the screening for both the State House of Assembly and National Assembly, Senate and House of Reps, has been rescheduled as follows. Last date for submission of already completed forms for State's House of Assembly, Sunday, April the 10th by 6 p.m. National Assembly, Sunday, April the 10th by 6 p.m. For the avoidance of doubt, the last day for the purchase of all forms is now fixed for Friday, April the 8th. The party had earlier this month pegged the nomination and expression of interest forms for aspirants vying for its presidential ticket at 40 million and 20 million for governorship aspirants. So there you have it. I'm not quite sure why they felt the need to move that, but move it they have done. So there it is right there. So that's the goings on within the PDP. So now let's come into the room to see who's available. So Ajanle Koko, I see you. And Prof, I see you. So good to see you both, gentlemen. Prof, we see you for the first time in a different space.
I am driving.
Yeah.
I am driving. Are you hearing me?
No, we can hear you, Prof.
Okay. Yeah, this phone I'm using is not sounding that very loud, but no problem. Let's go on.
All right, brilliant. So, Prof, let me go on to Ajanle Koko first. So leave you to consider. I just wanted to acknowledge that we're seeing you in a different space. So, Ajanle Koko, let me come to you.
No, if you can talk, you can go ahead with him.
No, Ajanle Koko, go on. Go on.
Okay.
All right. I don't think you're both ready, but unfortunately, it's just the two of you.
It's not that I'm not ready, but
I am ready, and I just feel that maybe if you want to go first, you can go.
Yes, it's just the two of you on the screen now. So, Ajale Koko, to that space, then let's start you off where we began. Where we ended. Okay, let's actually start you where we began. So Wike storms Ogun, woos PDP delegates. So I mean, you know, this is what you expect, of course. Somebody running for a presidential something to be scoring round the whole country, trying to, you know, cajole and persuade people. So this, of course, is how it is played, not just sitting in your room and expecting, you know. So Wike moves, but then, you know, what is Peter Obi doing?
Well, Peter Obi, I believe he's going around too. He might not be carrying media or this thing around with him, but Wike, you know who Wike is. Wike is a media man. Wherever he's going, he carry media with him, and he will talk, and the media will follow him everywhere. So it's good that at least he's carrying his campaign around. He's trying to woo delegate so that when it comes to primary, they can vote for him. And I believe that he will use that sentiment of South, you know, to woo the delegate. But he's just trying it for the first time. What he is going to get out of it, we don't know, because Atiku have the structure across Yoruba land and across the eastern part of Nigeria and across the country. So he's doing it for the first time. Whether it's going to do it well, time will tell. But at least he's doing it the way it's supposed to be done, so that it can achieve results for him. So kudos to Wike.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, it's certainly not a joke. He does have that ambition because clearly, I mean, you know,
It's showing some seriousness about it. That you know, by traveling around, it shows that it's really making effort. I mean, to woo people to his side. So the only thing that I don't like about this Nigerian system is that he's a serving governor. He's using the resources of the state to travel around and to promote his ambition. That is what I don't like in it. I wish we have a system that we let him step down as a governor, and he can use his personal money or money donated to him by his supporter, you know, to run his campaign. But right now, it seems to me that he's running the campaign at the expense of the people of Rivers State.
You know, it speaks to, and I agree with you, by the way, but it speaks to that thing that we've often said, that there's no separation, there's no proper checks and balances. So if you are flying at the expense of the state, if you are using the state's thing to go and do electioneering, the state's aircraft, I'm assuming River State will have their own aircraft. That's already an abuse of position. You know, you're using state resources, you are gifting money that is not yours. 200 million to Benue State.
Yeah.
So that has to be state resources. Otherwise, you explain where you got 200 million that you have to be handing out. You know, so yeah, it's just not right, is it? You know,
It's not
there's
right.
there's no proper checks and balances is the problem.
It's a fraudulent system, and they are misusing their power and misusing the resources of the state, you know, at the detriment of the people. So I don't like that.
Yes, no, you get no arguments from me on that one. It's just but then it's not unique or peculiar to Wike, by the way. It's just that's just the Nigerian.
That's just the system. That's just the fraudulent system we have in Nigeria. You know, a serving officer of the state or wherever, if you want to contest for another elective position, you have to drop. You have to resign and then pursue that ambition. That is the way it's supposed to be. But we have a fraudulent system. It's traveling around. He gave Benue State 150 million. Now he went to Ogun State. I believe there's no way he won't drop a lot of money. It might even be the one, the guy that is declaring for the governorship might even be the one that is sponsoring him, or, in an effort to woo him, because that guy, I believe we have a lot of delegates behind him from Ogun State. So he might have given some huge millions of naira to that one, in an effort to woo him and the delegate in the state. So it's a fraudulent system, and he's using the River State money, to pursue his selfish ambition at the detriment of the people of River State.
But what are you making of Fayoshe's presence there? I thought Fayose was dead and buried, but is this the revival of Fayose as a political entity?
Well, did you hear any report that Fayose is contesting, is showing interest for the presidency too?
No. I mean, that would be just a joke, wouldn't it? He doesn't have the resources and he doesn't have the appeal. But him just because he was in Ogun State, not Ekiti State, So him turning up then, knowing Wike was going to be there and knowing that he was going to be reported in the papers. So it just made me wonder that, is this guy still trying to position himself in some way for something?
What I could speculate there is that he might be working for Wike. He might be the Wike guy or part of his campaign team.
All right.
Part of his campaign top juggernaut. So he's there with Wike, as a former governor, to woo the people of the state to the side of Wike. And, it might be the friend of that guy that is showing interest for the governorship of Ogun State as well. They might all be friends. So I believe Fayose, you know who Fayose is now. He'd like to fight for the interests of the South too, for the Yoruba people. So it might be that he's on the side of Wike, supporting Wike, and is going around with Wike, to help him in Southwest, so that they can woo, delegate for Wike. So that's what I suspect.
Do you see Wike as the biggest impediment now to an Atiku ticket? Do you think Wike is the only person or thing that stands in the way of Atiku getting the PDP ticket?
I don't see it. I don't see it like that. I don't see him being an impediment to Atiku ticket. I just see him as somebody that is standing up for the truth. Is standing up for the rotational, what do you call it? Rotational presidency, as a person that have the resources at his disposal. He believed that they shouldn't just give in to the northerner like that. That is what I think that is fighting is fighting for. He's trying to prove a point to them that if you guys trying to use all kind of tricks to get the presidency, I can give you a run for your money as well. I can mobilize our people in the South against your ambition and force you to, and force them to, to get in some terms of agreement between them and the Southern politician. So I think that is what is trying to do, and particularly, position himself for a greater position, greater political appointment if eventually that they win 2023 election. So he's preparing ground for himself for a greater appointment, and as well help some other people from the South, the entire South in PDP, to speak in one voice. So he have the resources, he have the money, he have the thing to spend, to throw around. So, but at the end of the day, it's one thing to have a say, it's another thing to have your way. So who is going to have the way to securing the ticket of the party is what we don't know yet. But the Northerner are playing their own game. You see them coming together. They are trying to work out consensus among themselves and position themselves as well with one candidate, against the South. So everybody is playing their own game. Let's see how it's going to work out, and who is going to, which side is going to,
Ajale Coco.
give in for the other. Yeah.
Ajale Coco, don't you see Wike as a disadvantages to PDP? Because Northerner will not vote for Wike.
I don't see him at disadvantage. Everybody, he has an ambition for a purpose, and is pursuing his ambition. So, but whether he's going to get the ticket, we don't know yet. Time will tell. But he's pursuing what he believes that he qualified for, a position that he believes that he is equally qualified, as other people that have been parading themselves around as presidential aspirants within the party. So we don't know if he could get the ticket. It doesn't look to me that he could get the ticket, because it doesn't have the structure, to propel his ambition around the country. He doesn't have the structure, but at least he's making effort. He's traveling around. He's trying to see those he can talk with, those that can help him build that machine around the country. So it's time will tell. We just have to wait. If the whole South rally behind Wike, what I mean by the whole South, if the whole Southwest, South, Southeast leadership in PDP rally behind Wike, it's going to be a very tough fight with the Northerner. It's going to be a very, very tough fight for them. So, and then Wike will strongly position himself for, for that position, for presidential ticket for this. So, but we have to wait and keep watching and see what the outcome will be. So that's the way I see it. One man. Where is one man? One man has gone to do something.
Can I come in, please?
Yeah, you can interject.
Yeah, come in. I was actually in the background trying to sort out the professor, but yeah, carry on the conversation. I'm here.
Okay, so I'll just gonna mention that part where you started with as well, which I agree with you, which cut across the board, across the parties, where these political leaders, the governors, those who have resources, and using these resources to their own advantage, to fly a private jet from one point to another, we know how much it costs. Whether it's private money or is from the government coffers, it's still something. And these are the laws, these are the legislations that we think the right thinking legislatures in Nigeria from the federal level should be putting across to us. These are the things they should be debating. For example, say the Section 84, subsection 12 they are debating, and then that's really caused some rancors that the Attorney General had to go to the court in Abia State to procure that kind of judgment. Now I'm trying to reason along the line of the act before it becomes a law, because we don't know if they're going to challenge it or still at the appeal court. We don't know where it is now. It's really, really, it is very, very bad how these leaders with their resources, because the main purpose of a party, first of all, is to bring people together, people with a common goal, people of conscience, people with their own goals and objectives. These are the things we want to do as a party. But the way the money bags, the oligarchs amongst the parties are doing, they have bought over the party to themselves. The common man on the street, who is a card-carrying member of a party, do not have a say. And that is not how a party should be run. In a normal democracy, the people should be at the heart of the party. But some select few, because of the monies they've got, whether by their own hard work or the money they have access to by being governor or senators or whatever position they hold in the society, gives them leverage over whoever is contesting. Nobody can challenge these guys because they have the resources. Now Wike is John Ketty from Benue State. I don't have any problems with his ambition. It's the process I've got problems with. And I don't blame him as such. Okay, it's the system that we run. So a lot is wrong in our constitution, in our electoral act. INEC should be investigating things like this. They should be shining their spotlight on things like this because it is very, very wrong. It is very, very wrong. It's going from one state to another. How many states is it going to go to? And I can guarantee you all the states he is going to still go to is going to drop monies to them. In Benue State the other day, he dropped almost 400 million naira. 200 million for, I think, a section where they had some destructions by fire. Another 200 million again. He's going to drop another money to Ogun State that he went today, or whenever he went, maybe yesterday or today. He's still going to go to some other states, okay, to solicit for their support as well. He's going to drop money everywhere he's going to. And these monies are coming from the state coffers. At the end of the day, when he leaves power, to be honest, personally, I think the reason why he's running up and down is because he's so afraid of his shadow. He knows he has stepped on so many toes, and he doesn't want to go down. He doesn't want to go down alone. What he's doing now is he's just trying to fight for that vice presidency slot. I don't see how this guy is gonna beat Atiku to that ticket, for Christ's sake. And if PDP will be so stupid enough to give Wike that ticket, then it's gonna be a walkover for APC. I've been saying this. It's gonna be like a surprise to us all. The only person in PDP that can wrestle that power from APC is Atiku. Whether he's old or not, I'm not his fan, but I'm telling you, to give APC a run for their money, Atiku is the only candidate. If you give a Wike, it's going to be a walkover. What I think he's doing, number one, is he's trying to fight for that slot of the VP. If the power goes to the north, to Atiku, he can stand his own ground to claim that spot. So what he's actually doing, in my own mind, is trying to beat Peter Obi or whoever comes close to that vice presidential slot to his own advantage. That's what he's doing, running up and down, okay, visiting states to states, meeting governors and everybody that I think he can garner help from. That's what he's doing, basically. But the reason why I interjected in this section, which Adale Koko is holding forth on, is we need to begin to interrogate this space, how these money bags have really taken over political parties. Political parties is meant for the people. The people are meant to drive the policies. You need to be able to challenge authority, but you can't talk in the party. They don't recognize your voice as a youth. They don't recognize your voice as a woman or a woman leader. They are the ones that hold the structure of the state. Whatever they say goes, because they fund the parties, and it's very, very wrong. We need to do more. We can do better than this. It's very, very wrong, to be honest.
Well,
And
but
it's
what
not in
about
PDP
Tinubu
alone.
and his bullion ban? What
It's
about
not in
Tinubu
PDP. Yeah, I've mentioned that earlier.
Look at this
I'm
guy.
not picking on Wike alone. I've already generalized it.
No,
This
but I
cut
agree.
across board.
I agree with you. But and it's done so casually. It's done as though as a matter of course. This is the
They
problem now.
they
This is
do it as they do it as though it's their right to take this money, and this is the state resources. People are suffering in your state. People are suffering in most states, and you are going out there doing the big man, supporting other states when your own people are suffering. That's not fair. It is not.
You
So
see, you see, Sam, we always land on the space that what we need in Nigeria is strong institutions. If there were checks and balances in play, then of course they will not be able to do it because they will not even think to do it. But if there's nothing to check you, to audit you, to hold you to account, then of course you will act in this way. Now, it's not even criminality now. It's just that the constitution is too weak to defend the country against the politicians. Where is the check? Who checks him from doing that? And what is the strength of that check? So if nothing checks him, then of course he will act like a demigod now.
of course, you have the House of Assemblies who are supposed to be checking them, but those ones, they are an appendage of the governor.
Of course, share it round now.
Man,
This is it. It's a terrible. We have a terrible system. Nigeria can never progress under the system we have. It's impossible for it to progress.
That's why I said the other day, we need a new constitution that everybody will agree to. This is wrong. It's too wrong, man. They just take this money,
it's not just
million.
it's the whole system right through the local authorities to the presidency.
Everywhere. From top to bottom, it cuts across board.
All of these problems that we are talking about are constitutional problem. Imagine if we don't have this immunity. Do you know how many governors that would have been put in jail in Nigeria by now? A lot of them would have ended up in jail. And the system would have been sanitized because
but I disagree with you. After they left office, why are they not being jailed?
You don't understand. You don't listen to what I'm saying. You don't listen. What I'm saying is that, they have immunity while in office. So what I'm saying is that if the Constitution does not give them that immunity while in office, and they could be taken to court while in office if people have something against them, any questionable act or whatsoever against them, if they can be taken to court and can be proven guilty at the court, a lot of them will have been gone to jail. And that will have brought sanity in some kind of way, to some level. It will have brought some sanity. You have seen a situation, and what will happen is this: if the governor of one state is taken to court and they find him guilty and they send him to jail, people in other states will think, this man, we cannot allow this man to continue riding us. We got some fact against him.
Ajale Koko, you know why I somewhat agree that they should have immunity whilst in office? If they don't have immunity, they can get bogged down in court. All manners of frivolous lawsuits. A governor that should be in his office doing work will just be in and out of court.
It doesn't have to be in office. His vice can continue the job. If he have a questionable this thing, the vice can continue the job. So what is that immunity empower them a lot to continue to perpetrate corruption and continue to loot for all 8 years. They will lose so much and they have too much.
Getting out of office. What of after getting out of office?
After getting out of office, you know how much they have looted that they can use to bribe their way and cover themselves up. But when we are saying that immediately they get into the office and in 1 year in office and they started trying to steal or act up, and some people have some evidences against them and they post it, they take them to court, they can eliminate. Some have some questionable character that are not supposed to be in office. Look at the other day, we are reading about the governor of Ogun State. That was a criminal in US. But they just got the information now. They just exposed him now that he defrauded some people. He went to jail. He did all these things, but he did not mention all of that in his statement with INEC. So he lied under oath in Nigeria. He should be taken out of office. But, a lot of things will have been taken against these people while in office if there is no immunity, and a lot of them will have been kicked out of office. And that will have brought sanity. if the chairman is a governor, is a questionable person with questionable character, they take him out, and the vice assume that position. If that one have a questionable character too, they will take that one out. So when they do, you will see people that doesn't have any skeleton in their cupboard, that we give them that confidence to come out and contest for election. But what we have now, you see a system where the Constitution protects criminals to govern and to loot the resources. So,
let me come in again. We have a long way to go, to be honest.
Yes.
See, like what one man just said now, I've had that kind of excuses as well, that they will be too distracted from their day-to-day activities. That's why they have lawyers. They don't have to be in court. Their lawyers can represent them. The states have attorney general. Those ones can represent them in court. This immunity, like I said the other day, Nigeria's democracy is a fraud. Is a fraud. That democracy is a fraud. The most expensive democracy in the world. Our lawmakers are making more money than even the Americans' lawmakers. We know how much these guys earn. We know the salary of our prime minister in the UK here. Everything is just shrouded in secrecy in Nigeria. Take, for example, I'm not picking on Saraki. I just wanted to mention this because of what happened after he maneuvered himself to be Senate president, and the APC decided to go after his code of conduct cases. Then, when he faced them, Justice Umar at the code of conduct tribunal, it was in there that we learned of a terminology called anticipatory declaration, meaning those things that
no. It wasn't Saraki that brought that into space. That has always been that's what they used to pad out that code of conduct bureau. So they have anticipatory declaration to say that what we're about to loot is part of our assets that we're declaring already.
That's
it. They record this.
Nigeria
so that
is a fraud, man.
what
Nigeria
we're about
is
to
a
loot
fraud.
is part of.
They are looting in
They will
advance.
declare it in government document that what we're about to loot is part of our asset
man.
now. Anticipatory declaration. So you heard it too. I didn't know
Of
you were
course.
that deep.
No, I follow politics a lot. Did you know what? Saraki really outsmarted APC, so I really wanted him to be dealt with. So I follow. Sahara Reporter really did a lot when BUHARI started now. Because I used to wonder, how do this guy, this Sahara Reporter guy, how does he get this information? You will see a communique from the presidency that was just released 10 minutes ago. Sahara Reporter is already broadcasting online. I'm like, well, how is he getting these things? So he was actually following up with the code of conduct tribunal. I was on Twitter as well, and I was listening. I was following very passionately about these things because I really wanted him to be booted out. But that's not where I'm going. That has happened. So I was thinking in my head, so politicians can actually declare in advance what they're about to steal, because that's the whole essence of that. And that's it.
Anticipatory declaration. Anticipatory declaration.
Nigeria is a fraud. Nigeria is a fraud. So, I mean, it cuts across everywhere. And they know the loopholes. They know the loopholes. So they will know how to maneuver and get around the system. They know it. If you take them to court, they have good lawyers that will defend them. See that big man, that big lawyer. I can't remember his name again. Very, very mighty.
Mahmoud, that guy from
Mahmoud. Yeah, Mahmoud Yakub.
Yeah.
See the way. Oh my God. See the way he went to the.
Is he the defender of the criminals?
He's the Saraki lawyer now. He's senior advocate.
Of course, I know.
He was
this guy too.
The chairman of Nigerian Bar Association now.
MBA. I know him very well. Of course, I know him. I think he lost his wife recently. So, see, they know who to go to. Michael Zekoma is there for them. Those are their lawyers. They will get around the system for you. They know how to go around the judges. They will get into the. Oh man. See,
that is why that immunity is not supposed to be there.
That's it.
So if the immunity is not there for them, the moment at the very early stage they are doing these things, they can easily be taken out. They can easily be taken out or be punished some kind of way, and that will then their political image, and they won't be able to come back in politics.
So, Jesus, Carlo, it took 15 years for the Nigerian state to prosecute that guy. 15 years.
And what have they done to him now? Is he not a
He,
free man now?
he went to prison and he came out. So we are not making examples of these guys. We are not seeing deterrents. Okay, if people are seeing actually that if I steal, I'm going in for a long time, they will not do it. See what happens in China. These countries that we're trying to emulate, like there's no corruption there. Do you know the penalty of being corrupt over there?
You know, is the penalty one thing, but the loophole really has to be blocked.
That's it.
You know, we have to have a really robust system that double checks and double checks again. That by the time it's so difficult for you to corrupt that it's not just worth the effort. You know,
Who is going to do it for us? It's not these ones. They will not do. They
Imagine
will
we
not do
don't
anything.
have this humility, and this one that what do you call this guy? Wike is doing around while still in office. Imagine we have a system or in the constitution that if you are in the office and you want to contest for another office, you have to leave. You have to resign. Wike, we don't have the money to be spending like this now.
Mm-hmm.
But now, I mean, at the expense of the people, at the time, is using the time. The time is supposed to be working for the people of Rivers State. Is using that time to campaign around. Is using their money is flinging their money around. He is all the resources, everything is using it to run for his campaign.
Sorry, go on. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, Ajanle Koko, there are certain institutions. We're saying we should have more robust systems. I think there are certain institutions and agencies that should be set outside the purview of the presidency or anybody's control. And I'm talking about the Attorney General. You know, he should not be the government's appointee. The police chief should not be the government appointee. The EFCC guy should not be the government appointee. These people should be appointed by the Senate, but they should be appointed by a good 70% consensus so that it cuts across party, and it should be difficult then for them to remove him. And then their budget should be ring-fenced so that they're completely independent, so they know that nobody has the power over them. When the president can sack the police or the anti-corruption guy anytime, then is that not, you know, they should not be, but no, they should not be easy to sack or easy to appoint, so that then they are really independent, and then they can say, no, this one is a thief, and here is the evidence.
That's right.
Yeah.
There is no independence in all of this thing because they're still tied to the apron of the government. Is the one funding them. So where are they? They can never be independent.
No, but you can ring fence their money though. If you are able to ring, it's all everything functions by statutes and laws. If you're able to ring fence their, well, I don't know, but I just want them to be independent. That's all. If the FCC or AFCC is under MALLAM's Ministry of Justice, and you are saying it's just a nonsense.
If INEC is not independent, they carry independence in their name.
INEC also should be outside of.
A lot of things are wrong in that country that we just. I mean, we've just over time we've just lived with it like it has become a norm.
We're just fooling ourselves.
Has become a norm. See, in the States now. Okay, somebody mentioned, I think it was is it Soli or Thomas, when he raised that very genuine question, very very succinct question he raised now, that if they are in power, you can't do anything to them. When they get out of power, still they are getting away with murder. Okay, these guys are the ones while in power. They are the ones that choose their state judges. They are the ones that put people in the appeal at their state level, because when you charge them to court, you can't charge them out of the state. You have to charge them in that state which they belong to. So they own the judges. When Wike first came in, can't you see all the buildings he was building for the judiciary in Rivers State all over, pumping money and bribing putting money into it?
If only they spent all these monies that they spend on all these things just for the good of the people, that itself is sufficient to sustain them in power. That look, he built this market, he built this school and hospital, rather than bribing.
Anyway, this lady is leaving the Supreme Court very soon.
Bakachawa, is it Bakachawa?
No, Bakachawa has resigned 3 years ago. She has attained Odili's wife is retiring in May. She's on vacation now. So when she comes back, she's retiring. At least.
No, that's why we were all surprised that she was attacked, because she only has a few months left to go, and they were saying they attacked her because they don't want her replacing Tanko Mohammed. But
no, she's not gonna.
So why did they attack her? So we still don't know why Malami attacked her.
Nobody knows what's going on between there because it's a government versus that lady. Because if her husband can procure a judgment not to be touched, ever since he left power, he has not been challenged. Nobody has been able to take him to court. What kind of country are we running, for Christ's sake?
It's a joke, man. It's a joke.
The daughter
Sam,
well, let me finish this, please. It's a very, very important point. Their daughter, or the least daughter, go and check, fact check this.
Are you the one determining that your point is important? Let us that are listening determine that one now.
No, it's what I know. I can't come online. I'll be telling you lies. It's what I've read now.
I'm only pulling your legs. Go on.
Okay, their daughter is at the appeal court in Rivers State now.
No, we know that. You know, they did all the appointments.
They just put their people there.
They just put all their children there. Remember, they made all their children.
Yeah,
Remember when we did that story?
All the Supreme Court, all of them have their children as a judge in so many of the states.
Yes, even one that was dead, even all their children, daughters, the judges.
We're in trouble in that country. I'm not joking, man.
Was it not Jafar that was arguing that they were entitled when we were doing that story at Janle Koko? It's a ridiculous. I mean, this whole system is God, man.
If INEC is not independent, so what are we saying? What are we saying? EFCC is even too far. INEC should be independent. Can't be dictating to INEC.
And somebody should sue. You know, it's a matter of language and law. You know, they should remove that word independent from INEC.
See, if they ask Nigerians, Nigerians will be generous enough.
Falana should challenge that.
Nigerians will be generous enough to contribute 2,000 naira, 3,000 naira to begin to fund INEC now to make Nigerians will be so generous to do that and take it off the aprons of the government. He will pay the piper, call the shot. There is no way they will not dance to the tune of the government that is paying them and supplying their funds. By virtue of
the fact that the INEC chairman is subject to the appointment of the sitting government, that makes it not independent. So it's a factual inexactitude. It's wrong language. It's criminal language to describe it as independent when it's subject. It's not independent now. So somebody should challenge that. You know.
One man want to say something. I think my frustration now is, can we really blame people that want to get out of this Nigeria? But what is the problem of, why can't we just write new constitution that will work for people? At moment, it's just frustrating. Nigeria can never work with this constitution.
Okay, we were here yesterday. We were here yesterday talking about the confab. Do you know during the confab, Jonathan told us there are some no-go areas in that confab that they are sitting on? Please, let's be sincere now. How many of us remember that? He said there are some no-go area. They were even proposing
such as
he didn't mention, but they knew where he was going to. I can't remember. Event has overtaken it. You know, there's so many things that have happened, but I remember that statement. There are some no-go area. Don't touch this area. Just leave it. And yet you are thinking you want to give us a new...
No, it could be anything now. So I don't know what you are, hinting without landing.
No, Baba Jalekuku, do you remember that? When he said that there are some no-go areas in that
if he said it, then we need to know what the no-go areas are.
So this was over 6 years ago. I can't remember, but I remember that statement.
I can't remember. It could be in the area of defense.
Yes, and, or state creation or something like that.
Something like that.
So what I'm trying to point out is, if at that level we cannot agree on that, you want to agree on a new constitution that will go through the same National Assembly, you think they will do anything to jeopardize their own chance of coming back there?
Now, the people
this is their life, this is their career. Outside of this thing, they can't survive. It's just like you taking the fish out of the water. It's going to die. You're trying to asphyxiate it. They're going to die outside of politics. So that's their life. They will not pass anything.
But if the president, if Buhari, when he came into government, if he had put his weight behind that confab report, if he had put his full weight behind it and worked with his the member of his party, let us implement this constitutional report. it would have,
He himself,
it would
he
have,
himself didn't believe
it would
in.
have been,
He
it would
himself
have
didn't
been.
believe in it now.
That's what I'm saying, is that if he had put his weight, if he had been a sincere man, he told us that he's going to implement it. He's going to do the
He's not
structuring.
going to limit his own powers now, knowingly. So, you
He's
know,
not gonna do it. It's politics now.
they're never going to do it because
But that power,
whoever does it
you
will
see,
limit his own powers.
yeah, but one man, is just that some of these our leaders, they don't really, they are not really patriotic, and
They
they
are
don't
not
really
patriotic at all.
and they don't really love that country. If they really love that country, you have to work, do something that will make things work in that country. And the only thing that can do restructuring is the only way out, and the resource control by each region or by each state. And on defense, I mean, on security, we must have local government security and all the rest. Those are the things.
Ajale Koko, they are coming after you in the comment section also, and it's Alexander Akashi leading the rebel group. So he's asking you, Ajale Koko, na Amala today again. So and then
guy,
and then
you have my mouth.
and then Plug said, he said, that Ogufe sounds tough to chew. So they are all coming after you. You say they know you so well. I was even going to let it go at Alexander, but when Plug said, then he said that Ogufe sounds tough to chew. That was, I couldn't let that one go. So that's it right there. So fun and games here. Adale Koko, let me bring you this headline that's coming just in the course of this session. This is I'm not going to, let me not preempt what your thoughts will be, but I have my thoughts. Air Force fighter jet to escort Abuja Kaduna train. This is Rotimi Amechi. So that is their solution to what is going on. A Nigerian Air Force fighter jet will henceforth escort the Abuja Kaduna train when it resumes operation. Minister of Transportation Rotimi Amechi disclosed this when he visited victims of the train attack at the 44 Nigerian Army Reference Hospital in Kaduna on Wednesday. The Nigerian Air Force used to escort the train, but for the past 1 or 2 weeks, they said the weather has been so bad that they cannot fly, Amechi said. They say it is below 500, and if it is below 500, they will run into an accident. So they have not been flying. That is why the attack was successful. They said they have resumed flying now, and anytime we are ready to travel, they will have to escort the train. Amici also disclosed that President Buhari has approved the empowerment of villagers to keep watch of the tracks in the next 6 to 7 months. So this is their strategy. He said the villagers will be provided some security watch until some electronic surveillance equipment are installed. If they see anything they suspect, they should let us know so that we can let the security know. All these are measures we will take until we install the security equipment. He said the Department of State Security Service would be involved in recruiting the villagers to ensure that those recruited were not informants to the terrorists. He said President Buhari has also ordered the immediate repair of the damaged Abuja-Kaduna rail track. Work would commence in earnest so as to resume operations, he said. So a fighter jet to escort the trains, that is their solution to that problem. So what are you making of that, Ajane Koko?
Well, this just shows that, traveling by that train is not still secured. I don't know where in the world where fighter jets have to follow train up and down. From one point to the other. I've never seen that in any part of the world. It just shows that that route between Abuja and what do you call it, and Kaduna is not safe. It's just. And the other point, they said that they want to empower the villagers to keep working. That is That's that I don't know how they come to that conclusion. So you don't have security personnel that can monitor the space, particularly like this incident that just happened, the attack that happened a day before yesterday. You see, the first one that happened, it happened in a similar in the same area. It was in the same area that the first one that they attacked, that Senator Sonny
Shehu Sani, yeah.
Yes, Shehu Sani. Yeah. It's the same area. And they said that area is heavily heavy forest in that area, and that is why those people can operate freely, because they cannot see them. It's not a plain land. There's a heavy forest in that. They said it's about maybe 5 kilometer radius area that, you know, so these terrorists, they will hide inside the bush, and from there they carry out this attack. So why can't they use our security men to comb them out from that bush and secure that place so that the train can move easily? So this kind of temporary solution to a
it's the most ridiculous thing. Do you know how much it costs to mobilize a fighter jet? Do you know how much fuel they burn? You know, to deploy fighter every time. How many times does that train run in a day? Then you have fighter jets escorting them every single journey. Is that and these villagers is lamb to slaughter, because if the terrorists know that they are informants, that whole village will be wiped out.
They will be wiped out. They'll be wiped out. And these villagers, how did they know them? Most of them are Boko Haram sympathizer now. They're working for Boko Haram.
When they go and they settle them now. Of course now.
When all these bandits, they are taking land, and they appoint the village head everywhere, wherever any village that they overrun or they take over, they appoint village head, they appoint district head in those places. So this government is
and why couldn't they mobilize those fighter jets whilst this thing was going on? Because it wasn't 10 minutes that those people went in. They were there for at least a good few hours. And they had to transport the people they were kidnapping.
They transport them.
So why didn't they mobilize all these Air Force structures?
It's just it just tell us,
it's a farce.
It's a farce. Yeah.
I don't know if you guys listen to El-Rufai, what El-Rufai said. You wonder sometimes, these people, they give out information as to what they intend doing or what they are doing. El-Rufai was saying in one of the TV stations in Nigeria that they listen in on their conversation. They know where these people are. I mean, why would you be saying something like that? And he said something like, we don't want to go there because we're afraid of ICC.
That's the most ridiculous thing. That tells you that they don't know anything. Why would you be afraid of ICC? Are the people that... It's just ridiculous, isn't it?
Hold on. Even if it were to be true that they listen in on their conversation, they've hacked they have access to their conversation, they've been listening in on it through some kind of technology which they have. Should you be able to saying that on the national public television? And that he was saying again that they are afraid of going there to bombard them because of they have villagers there, which we understand. But you are already supplying them information, because if they know that, yes, by having these human shield of some sort, the villagers there as a human shield, that would prevent them from being bombarded.
But they already know that outside of...
you don't need to be saying that.
Now.
That's what I'm saying. This government lacks tactics. That's what I'm saying.
No, but you have to move away quickly from this idea that these people are just idiots. They're not idiots. They know that they mix within the... They are not... we have this idea that they're just a bunch of ragtag in torn clothes hiding in some forest with forest camps, campfires, eating bush meat and waiting to strike. This and they come
One man.
together as a gang. They carry out these activities and they disperse back into communities spread across the expanse of the north, and then they gather together to commit
One man.
atrocities again.
One man.
So
One
they,
man.
they
I get
know
what you're
that the
saying.
villagers are human shields for them.
I get
So
what you're saying.
it's not breaking news.
They know.
Yeah.
But it's not expected of a governor to be saying all of this. You just go, do what
No,
you
they
have
have
to
to come in to justify the lack of action. So that's what they are saying, that these are the
do.
difficulties.
That's what I'm
because
saying. They lack tactics. They lack how to go about this whole thing. Because when you want to do something like this,
no, what they lack is political will. I don't think they lack
well,
tactics.
all in the mix. All in the
Yeah.
mix. But what I'm trying to tell you is that they give out information too to these people. Like saying that you're listening on their conversation. These guys, they use Turaya. They have these satellite phones. They will boycott our regular GSM phones and they start using Turaya.
No,
I don't know if
they
you guys
can.
know what the
Do you remember Evans, the kidnapper?
Okay.
Yeah,
What
he
about him?
was using that system, that means of communication that is outside of the national grid, and they were still able to catch him through his mobile communications because it was his phone calls that they used to catch him. So
So
the Nigerian security structures, they have capacity more than we give them credit for.
well, what I'm saying is this. Either way, what I'm saying is this: that they don't need to be giving out informations like what Erifai was giving out. You just go there. Then on all what Adjali Koko was just saying, there are drones. You don't need to fly jet fighters. There are drones like
No, that is what mystifies me, that they don't have drones still in this Is this a new space that you don't have the basic tools? Because drones, they should have like 1,000 drones that you can deploy quickly.
not the normal usual. There are
No,
drones that
military. No, military grade is not the one that YouTube has used now.
So-
Military grade
the kind of
intelligence drones. Yeah.
So these drones will go for reconnaissance, and then they will go, and then they will
So
stay
why
up
don't
there.
they have that? After
They can stay up there
what?
like for 2-3 days, even for
You know?
even a month.
Why don't they
There are some
have
drones that can
that
stay up there
though?
for months.
What have they been spending all these
I
budgets
don't know.
for?
And you hear them trillions of dollars.
Because
They've been budgeted.
those are basic toolkits that you have. You know that, I know that. So
I
they
understand
must know that.
There's this Scandinavian country that they made this new drone, very small drone.
No,
like
it's
this.
Norway. It's Norway. Yeah.
Scandinavian country. I don't know. Maybe it's Norway,
yeah,
but I know one of them. They
Yeah.
have this drone that they've made. That
It's no more than the palm of your hand. That drone.
You just wonder what is wrong with these people.
But it's expensive though. Is about 100K.
Well, don't they have the money to invest? I mean, they've been voting trillions of dollars into this fighting of this insurgency. Is it? Which one costs more? Losing lives like we lose, but a little girl. I mean, the young woman we lost, who was a dental, a dentist, who died, who has future ahead of her. I mean, and then
you see, they are not nimble, they are not quick, they are very slow to act, they are ill-equipped. They have they tell us they have intelligence that IPOB is going to bomb MKO Abiola Stadium in Abuja, but they don't have intelligence that they are going to bomb rail tracks 2 days in a row.
Right.
One is fake nonsense, and the other one reality. Though they don't have intelligence, it's just.
It's just to tell you that these people are complicit. They just don't know what they are doing.
I'm really, to be honest, let me just cut in. I'm really embarrassed, to be honest. I mean, what BUHARI is doing to Nigeria is a great disservice as our president, a former military general. These drones that you're mentioning, I remember I watched Ochitoju when he went to the what's it called, to meet the fighters. I mean, our military guys at the Northeast. I mean, doing the Lord's work for us, destroying this Boko Haram. He mentioned maybe we don't have plenty of them, but he mentioned that there are some military drones now that can stay in the air for 48 hours, even more than that. Why are we not deploying such? I mentioned in the afternoon, I stand to be corrected, BUHARI is shielding people from the north. What will cost Nigeria? I mean, this banditry was not under Jonathan, for Christ's sake. It was something that just started. And like one man said, these guys are not ragtag, they are sophisticated. I saw on the program the other day on TV, they came out to meet the military on the main road, on the motorway. They came out from the bushes, and they were facing the military, and they were discussing with them for over 30 minutes, and they couldn't do anything because if you see the firepowers with these guys that they were holding, the military actually were withdrawing to confront them. These guys, until they went back into the bushes, the military was just looking at them, doing nothing. I'm really embarrassed. Buhari is doing a great disservice to this country. And I think it's high time we started discussing about policing this country. And I say this because how can we have a country that doesn't have borders, for Christ's sake? However big Nigeria is, let's start from somewhere. You can stay in Cameroon and put your other leg in Nigeria at the same time. You can stay in Niger and put your other leg in Nigeria. If we have borders, this can even create jobs for our teeming youth, for Christ's sake. And we should know as well, Nigeria is very under-policed. How many people are in the police, for Christ's sake, now that is left? All our military guys are being killed left, right, and center by Boko Haram and by this ISWAP. We are losing the servicemen. So we need to recruit more. But people, definitely, of course, I'm not going to tell my younger one to go and join the force when I know it's good. I mean, his reward is in heaven.
Sometimes, sometimes when people say Nigeria is under police, sometimes I understand Nigeria is under police. Even the ones we have, what are they doing?
They are not doing
when
anything.
you have more than half of your police force guarding VIPs, what do you expect? When you have a police force about 500,000 people, and then more
I
than
think
almost
they're
like
about 300 and something thousand.
Okay,
And
300
I think
something thousand.
I read some time ago that the global standard is a policeman to a 10,000 population. So, or maybe even less, but certainly, you know.
Wow. So, but the point is, when you have, I mean, where in the world have you seen
rational mind, police guiding Bobrisky, police guiding
not even political figures. Their kids will be guided by a policeman. Even like this guy, what's his name? This thug in Lagos. He has his own son, has his own personal police.
Yes, yeah.
I mean, you wonder what kind of a country are we running? When
The whole thing is
security outfit. You said what?
No, the whole thing is a farce.
That is it. So when they're supposed to be doing their job for the public safety, to protect the public, they are protecting VIPs, their kids, their wives. I mean, imagine somebody like, I mean, a senator might have like 3, 4 wives, and then each of his sons will have police. We have I mean, like, what kind of a country is
they
that?
Are carrying plates in events. Didn't you see the one that was carrying plates?
No, we played it here now.
So this narrative of under policing. For me, I don't think let us stop using that word.
Do you remember that Ajale Koko?
Yeah, under policing for what? Even the one we have, what are we doing with them?
You see, let me tell you this. The problem we have is that our intelligence gathering is very, very poor. There's no way you can fight criminality or win any war against the insurgency if you don't have a good intelligence gathering. And that is where Nigeria is having problems. So as long as we remain with poor intelligence gathering, we cannot win that war. And unfortunately, this anti-corruption that this guy brought in, that Jonathan was looting money, they were looting. Jonathan was actually winning the war against Boko Haram before he came in with the mercenary that they brought from
South Africa.
A very good question, sir. Have they released that $15 million Oriseja for carried to South Africa?
But that was to buy equipment, though, so I'm not sure what you were trying to infer, because I knew you would come in just as soon as I joined.
Of course, I just needed to remind us, because I know we quickly forget things like that.
But what was that $15 million for?
They were going to the back channel, through the back channel, to get ammunitions.
Well, that
was what the money was for.
Can I chime in? Can I chime in real quick?
Yeah, coming back to you.
I like to disagree with Mr. Aja on the lack of intelligence gathering has been the primary reason. I think there are 3 main reasons why you still have this increase in insurgency in Nigeria. I think we need to go beyond what we're seeing right now and go to the root cause of it. Within the military system itself, there are people in there that don't want the war to end. That they've turned into a money-making venture. So it's not about not knowing what to do. but they have to manage it to where it does not end, but at the same time, it does not escalate into something that they cannot control. That way,
But
they keep making money. Sorry, let me finish. Number two, there are also bandits that make money off of that too. But the third reason that I am more concerned about is people within that sect that are religious fundamentalists that are doing this mainly because of their religious beliefs. That part is the part that we forget to try to shine more light on. So there are people that are making money from it, from the bushes, those small individuals within the military, and also religious fundamentalists that are in the military and also in the government. So I refuse to believe that the Nigerian military. I work with Nigerian military in El Paso, Texas. They used to come back in my day in the military for training. They always get the best score.
When was that?
Amazing.
When was that?
No,
when
I'm
was that?
saying that was in 05, 06. I'm saying based on the way the kind of reputation we have abroad. When those guys go to different countries for operations, they do amazingly well. So it's not a matter of not having the skill. It's just that people within the military have turned it into a money-making venture. But that's where you need the right leadership to fix that problem. But my concern is more of those religious fundamentalists within the government itself. And that's what we need to focus on.
I kind of agree with you, to be honest. Yeah, I agree.
Well, what I can, my response to you is that you are referring to 2005, 2000.
I was just telling you about the overall skill set of the Nigerian military. It's not because they cannot do the job. It's just that people in the military set the military guys.
It's such a major setback to the country because all the money that we're spending on it is one thing, but all the progress that's been stymied is another thing. The sort of trade that should be happening free flow, north and south, east, west, everybody traveling freely, containers up and down, all of these things that should be happening, the food security that is the middle belt, all of that, everything just destroyed.
Yeah.
Just because of these people.
Who wants to get on a plane, on a train, knowing fully well that their security is in the air, 7,000 feet in the sky? Do
you know, Babati, do you know how much the vice president himself, Yemi Osinbajo, do you know how much he put on just this is just a little sector of that insecurity, the farmer header clash. Do you know how much he put on it that the country loses in that space? $14 billion. This is what Yemi Osinbajo said today, that the farmer header clashes is costing Nigeria $14 billion. But do you know within what time period? Yearly, just that sector of insecurity alone, just the farmer header clashes, $14 billion.
I agree with you, but one man, you remember earlier you said that it's not because they don't know what to do. It's because they're choosing to pretend like as if they're naive. Don't tell me that a whole government will tell me that bandit attacking a train, their solution is to send some air force to be pirated. That they know it's not going to work. And it goes back to what I said earlier. So people are making money off this stuff in the military.
The military has been infiltrated, to be honest.
Exactly. And also those fundamentalists within the government, those Patami guys, that's the reason why the war is still on. That's what you need
to. No, we may not have fact to that one. Don't let us do that. We may not have fact to that. It may be a fundamental.
We don't have fact to it. You don't know about Pantami's story. Do you want me to go and dig it up?
I know Pantami.
Stop playing.
When we have somebody,
you know what I mean. Let's not.
Are we 100% sure of this information we are giving out? You can't just be labeling. This is slander now.
No. We are sure because sorry, Babati.
No, speak for yourself.
No, we are sure because Pantami, he did not deny it. He apologized, and the government did not deny it. They said he was young when he was a fundamentalist and he has changed now as an adult, but he's only in his 40s. And these fundamentalist opinions that he expressed, they were only 10 decades prior to him becoming a minister. But their excuse is that we have to learn to forgive and move on. So nobody denies that it's a fundamentalist. So I'm not quite sure why you are denying it, and we can
I'm
dig
not
it
denying
up.
it. I'm just saying that we cannot just put a blanket statement out like that. Number two.
So stop being a
let me land
fundamentalist,
now.
Abi.
No, I'm not saying he's not a fundamentalist. Whether he is or not, what I'm trying to dissuade us from that part we are going to is people will be thinking like these are the ones sponsoring it. We are not sure. Nobody knows.
Well,
don't let us go through that part.
Listen, Sam. You go by people's antecedent, what they've been known to do in the past.
Has he bombed your own house before?
Hold on. This is the same. You see,
I'm not defending him, but
hold on. Let me make this point.
We are online.
Hold on. Let me make this point. Here on this platform, we've discussed so many issues, so many situations. We have Kemi Adeosun, who was the Minister of Finance. Before you become a minister in Nigeria, you have to go through some kind of background check. And then they did a background check on this guy and this lady. It never crossed on their desk that this lady had a fake NYC certificate. We've had a series of people in the government who served in many in government, even like Atiku himself. He never crossed the DSS to find out that this person has a K-leg on his record.
There are plenty like that in our
hold on. This is my point. Pantami became I listened to this man, former Ejiofor, who was a former DSS boss.
DSS, yeah.
He said that they run background check on these people. I never crossed on the desk of the DSS to know that these people had this history. Or
do we even have database?
Well, yeah, that is the point I'm trying to make. So the point I'm trying to make is this, that country is just an anyhow kind of field, kind of place, whereby we don't even do background check on our people that are supposed to be ministers, or that even be, holding sensitive place, like the NSA and some other. So you wonder the kind of country we are running in that country, where we cannot run a good background check.
I agree with you, but what I'm not agreeing to is we should not go through that route, because he's a fundamentalist, then he's the one behind bombing. He's the one behind.
That wasn't what he said. Let's hear from Babati to expand what he meant. So Babati, expand what he meant.
Let me buttress the point. Yeah. The previous president, Goodluck, said openly that within his own government, that within his own government, he had Boko Haram sympathizers within his own government. So if you have that much infiltration within that government, that tells you that they have influence to either stifle or delay progress within the military, or even be behind it. But Sam, you are too smart to make that kind of statement. Come on.
To support Babati, even retired Commodore Adewumi, he confirmed that in this present government we have Boko Haram people inside it. He did not even say, he said it clearly. He said inside the presidency.
Exactly.
Didn't we treat it one man?
Yeah, we did.
These are the people that
said it, that inside the presidency, Boko Haram sympathizer are there on live television.
They attend security meetings with the president. They are in there. They sit in there in the security meetings. So if they get information of what is being planned, how would they not frustrate it? How would they not frustrate it? When you cannot even run a security clearance on the people who serve in the government, how do you expect that government to win a war against jihadists or against insecurity in that country?
Do you know when let me make this point, sir. Do you know when I think it was under Jonathan, when we asked the Americans to come, the soldiers came in, they were going to help us with area bombardment, and because of the terrain of that place as well, I think it was always good for them when it's not in the rainy season, so they planned that time to come. You will not believe what happened and what we heard. Everything the military, the American guys discussed with our own guys on ground. Those guys, the Boko Haram guys, had that information. They had that information that these guys are coming at so time, and they dispersed that place. They left that place. They were wearing gas masks. They were about to gas the whole of the Sambisa forest, to gas them with some poisonous gas. These guys were wearing masks. How did the information reach them? I agree with you 100%. The military, the government is being infiltrated. But what I don't want is, until we catch them red-handed, we should not label anyone to be behind anything. That's what I'm saying.
Sam, are you serious?
We don't need to catch them red-handed.
Sam, please. One man, can I say this thing?
Yeah, go on.
Sometimes, if Sam is speaking, I don't know. I don't want to say what's on my mind. Have we catch or Tinubu red handed? Is Tinubu a thief? Oh, come on, man.
Hey, my brother, don't go.
All right.
Let's move on. Don't
Yeah,
go.
yeah, yeah. Finish and then we move on. I don't want some. I don't want. But carry on. Yeah, land the point. Yeah.
So we can't say we don't catch these people red-handed. That means we should not talk about it, or we should not trace them to their antecedent.
No.
So
that's not what we are saying.
That's what you're getting at, Sam. That's what you're
No,
getting
that's
at.
not now. See,
Okay,
all is fair. What is fair is fair. If you go to the law court in Nigeria, according to our law, they say you are still innocent until you are proven guilty or whatever it is they say it as. Okay, this Pantami guy, have you caught him sponsoring people to go and bomb somewhere? That's the question I have.
You need to stop.
Hold on, Sam. I think it's a fair point. Yeah.
But hold on. Is Pantami not a criminal? A person that was buying professorship certificate?
That's not the point. Many of them, even Toronto, Bala Tinubu got his own Toronto too. That's not where I'm going. I'm saying, that. See,
which one is Toronto now? Wait, is it? Which one is Toronto?
Oh God!
Let's move to the next point.
But Sam, back to the original point. Let's back to the original point. My point initially was that if you have people that are sympathizers to terrorists from the angle of religion, that has been openly, that even the current administration said that they are within their own system, then that poses for concern. That should be the where we focus on, not flying jet all over some forest somewhere over trains.
Do you know what we should be focusing on now is that we should give our president that he's always giving his own military the marching orders every time we have this terrorism. We should give our president the marching order, okay, to get and fish out these guys and blow them up. We don't care whether they are Northerners. The president is protecting his people. That's why this thing is festering.
Exactly, but
it's protecting them.
The man is a former general. What do you mean giving marching orders? He should know what to do already.
He should know what to do. This should be
in the first place.
Job for
He's a general, for God's sake. What do you mean?
What I'm saying is he's always giving them a marching order. I'm saying that the Nigerian populace should stand up now and begin to demand and give our own president the marching order. Okay, do the right thing.
Listen to me.
Divided people. That is divided people. People who are divided give the president the marching order.
No. I think Sam is making a wider point that it's not enough for every time this thing happens. He will call a meeting of the Security Council, and then the next thing you know, Femi Adesina is round Daniel's television said the president has given them their marching orders. You know how many marching? So he should get marching orders.
What he's saying,
yeah.
What he's saying that Nigerian people should stand up and give Buhari.
No. That's a why you have to listen to the nuance. It was made a nuance statement.
It's a context. It's a context. What I'm saying is,
but it's to my initial point of that.
Yeah.
If you as a man that is a former president and a former military guy is giving orders and it's not working, shouldn't you change tactics? Shouldn't you find a new way of doing stuff as a military former general? You see what I'm saying?
No, we can hear him. Okay.
If you as a former general, right, of the military, keep giving orders and it's not working, shouldn't you change tactics? If you keep
this our president, I'm not sure. Do you know how long it took Buhari to change that guy that they've taken to Benin Republic as an ambassador?
Yeah, but that's the problem, though.
It takes too long.
You know what the wider problem is from my perspective? The wider problem is that Buhari is only willing to recruit in the security structures from a narrow field. He wants it to be Fulani and he wants it to be Muslim. So this is for the DSS, the EFCC, the police, the army. You know, he can let you have some navy or something. But for the key security spaces, he will only have people of his tribe and his religion. And that pool is very sparse in terms of talented, capable people. So then it will, for reasons of parochialism of tribe and religion, pick somebody that patently lacks competence to carry out a very complex job. And of course, we see the end result. The end result is what we're seeing now. These people that are not fit for purpose, he's appointing them into positions that is beyond
Do you
them.
know how many people,
Yeah.
how many generals he took down before you get to this guy that is present chief of army staff? There are many people who are competent before him.
Let's not forget as well, there are fifth columnists in this government.
Of course, yeah.
There's this young lady. There's this. Let me make this point.
Hold on. Yeah.
There's this young lady.
Sam, yeah.
There's this young lady. I can't remember. I think she's a Yoruba girl. I'm not being ethnic. I'm just trying to remember her name now. That was killed in Kaduna when one of our boss told her to come and attend one meeting or something.
Was she a new graduate?
Yes, that lady.
She's
the one. She's the one. We heard of the exploit of this girl.
When I tell you we know everything here, we know everything. But
yeah. They said this lady was dropping bombs on this guy. She was actually bombing them out, flushing them out. So they thought she was too hard for them. Even the pilot guys like, take it easy now. Are you going to clear them off? So see, when they say like there are some fifth columnists in the company, they've infiltrated everywhere. They killed this girl, this young girl, brilliant young girl. They killed her away.
No. I think she actually died in a motor accident. So I'm not quite sure.
She died in the Kaduna military base.
Yeah, she was run over by a car.
She was run over. Is that an accident?
No. Is that not an accident?
Sam, there's no proof, sir. Sam, there's no proof.
No, we have to.
Sam, there's no proof, Sam.
No. Come on,
because he's Yoruba.
Hello, everyone. That girl was murdered.
They killed that girl.
I don't know about that. You are the one that is telling you are just telling us now not to conspiratize.
One man. They killed this guy.
Can I say something, guys? You guys choose not to know.
That's different.
When it comes to Yoruba people, it's different rules.
No. Moshe, I'm not that kind of person.
Look at this guy. Moshe, I'm not that guy. Look at this guy. But no, Lord Michael, come in.
Okay, it is public information that girl was murdered.
It's not now. God.
Listen, let me tell you. They refused the family access to the barracks for days until they did all their covering up and did everything they wanted to do.
I'm telling you, they killed
In
that
fact,
girl. You're saying...
the sister was detained when she insisted. They forced them not to speak to the press. The sister went out of will to talk to the press.
The person that ran over was caught, and I think it was actually
one man. How did they run the girl over? Reverse.
One man. How can you reverse and kill someone? How can you reverse and kill someone?
Because it's heartbreaking.
Lord Michael, don't put out the wrong narrative here. The girl,
Thomas, just keep quiet. On YouTube.
Lord Michael,
these people.
Lord Michael, let me tell you the circumstances over there.
And track back to Arise TV. You will see this whole thing in broad daylight.
Lord Michael, can you please listen, please? The lady was walking in their cantonment there. A friend of ours, an old friend of ours, saw her from the mirror, and she reversed the car to greet her, and she ran her over. So are you telling me that it's the same government that went to get one of her friends to run her over? Come on, man.
Thomas,
you are just talking like a child.
That was the position of the government.
What do you say?
We didn't know the truth. We didn't know the true how it actually happened.
Lord Michael, what do you say?
That was the position that government put out there. And you are accepting it. You don't know that this government.
But nobody can tie it. Nobody can tie it.
Who told you nobody? When they covered it, you didn't listen to Lord Michael.
Don't you know that government covered
nobody can tie it?
What do you mean by nobody covered it? They said they denied the family from having access for several days. You don't hear what Lord Michael said.
Thomas.
Thomas.
Let me NSAS. Look at NSAS. What happened in NSAS? Was there a cover up? Where are the dead bodies? Is that not what Lai Mohammed is telling you? Whenever you ask
but NSAS is different from what happened. This is different from NSAS.
What we're saying is this: the government is very good. They have this sophistication. They have people that can plan, and they will cover up things.
Yes.
What are we talking about?
And they will issue out a statement in such a way to show their innocence. you know, to
You don't
portray
know
their
how
innocence.
government works. You don't know how government works.
Where have you seen where it is done? Where you will see somebody and you want to reverse to that person? Can't you
How can
stop
you just
and
reverse
wind
to
down
kill
your window
someone?
and
And you're
call
saying
that
he was
person?
not killed. Normally, I should be defending this government, but on this
You
security,
know
I've always
what? You know
stood my
what?
point.
Let us not
Buhari
go back
security is zero.
on this
Zero.
sorry state of this
Disappointed, man.
sorry event.
Can we
May
stop
this
this?
girl still continue to rest in peace.
Can we
She
stop
was
this?
a hero,
I
and
don't.
she did a lot.
She
You're
was
the
the
one
best.
that
She
was
was the
warning us
best
just now,
female
not
pilot
to.
in Nigeria. She was the best female pilot, and they just kill her because she's from another tribe, and because
But don't say they just kill her. What are you saying? You don't have the facts.
Okay.
What you are saying.
Ọlọ́run ló jẹ́ kí rẹ̀ ṣẹlẹ̀ síyàn kankan wa. Ó sọ pé Ọlọ́run jẹ́ kí rẹ̀ ṣẹlẹ̀ síyàn kankan wa. Ó sọ pé nobody kill her. Délé Gíwá èèyàn kankan ló kú pàdé ní.
Ajale Koko, you don't have the facts. You don't
Which
have
part
the
are you
facts.
looking for? Which part are you looking for from this government? You're looking for facts from this government?
Yeah, but nobody has fact now, but we have a narrative.
Narrative from this government, and you want to believe this government?
To rest in peace. And let's just leave it as it is. Let's
government
just
that consistently lie every minute, every day. Look at how many people. They don't even have the figure of how many people that were taken away from the train. How many that were kidnapped, that were taken away.
When we were talking about Pantami, you guys were saying we don't have facts. But now that we don't have facts for this girl,
that's a different one.
No, it was Samo. Sam for that.
Let me change his name to Omo. Sam, I'm going to change your name to Omo Joba. Oh, yeah, carry on.
Oh, this Samo. Sam is the original Samo.
Oh, yeah.
Let me speak to that one 1 minute. So the terrorism part, that's a very, very weighty allegation. Okay, that he can even go to face the International Criminal Court in The Hague. Okay, but this one is what we had. It may be rumor, but there are some element of truth in it. How can you reverse and kill your fellow colleague in your military barracks there? A lady that was doing her job diligently and she was getting praises, bombing and blowing out this Boko Haram terrorist, and you are saying that just happened by chance? Anyway, let's move on.
The accident doesn't happen. Accident doesn't happen.
Accident wo nìyẹn? Irú accident wo nìyẹn? Kí ló ní horn fún? You stop. You want to call attention of somebody. You can blow the horn now. Or you can wind down your window and call that person, hey, Lagbaja. Why must you reverse to go and kill?
Thomas, should I ask you one question?
I'm not being callous here.
Thomas, I have a question for you.
Carlos,
Thomas, can you hear me?
I'm here. I'm listening to you.
Now, between military vehicle and your normal vehicle, which one do you think is more difficult to maneuver? For example, between a military vehicle and your regular vehicle, which one do you think is more difficult to maneuver?
The military.
More difficult to maneuver?
Yeah.
I don't understand your question.
So the question now is this: if a military man that can handle armor tank, now saying mistakenly he killed his colleague just by reversing, how believable is that to you? So are you saying those guys, they are not trained enough to be able to handle?
That wasn't the narrative, because when they said, they said the guy was a new driver who had not even been driving. It was a young person that ran over, who wasn't even been driving for a week or so, lost control of the car because he doesn't even know how. He was driving within the safe parameters of the army, of the Air Force base.
Good. I was going to say that they have speed limits in the barrack.
So it wasn't an experienced driver. So I'm not saying it's true or false, but that's
an experienced driver in the military. We know how very disciplined the military is. If you are not experienced, you'll not be driving.
Well, there you are. So that's a different narrative, isn't it?
Let's move on. Let's let our soul rest in peace. I just thought to mention that.
Yeah, that's the main thing. So may our soul rest in peace is where we must end on. But Ajale Koko, poor Nigerians to hit 95.1 million in 2022. It is not the PDP, it is not even me. It is the World Bank. So they have no dog in the fight. They are just data-based, organization just speaking to data. So they tell us that the Nigerian population is 200 million roughly. So if 95 million are going to be poor, which is the poverty baseline, they are going to fall below that threshold this year. Then that means half the population of Nigeria live in abject poverty. So this is the Buhari administration, a gift that just keeps on giving.
Well, one more. The rate of poverty in Nigeria, the rate of it's not just poverty, that's abject poverty in Nigeria. Where is that noise coming from now? Who is that? Yeah, thank you. So the rate at which Nigerians are going down abject poverty in that country is alarming. And I'm telling you, I've said it several times here, that we have not seen anything yet. Now that since the diesel has increased from $200 to, 200 naira or 250 naira per liter to like 800 naira now. A lot of small scale industry have closed down. Many of the bread making or bakery industry are closing down, and a lot of businesses are closing down because there's no way. If you have one of the among all your costs, if one of them is taking 70% of your expenses, so what does that tell you? That tells you that that business cannot survive. So that is what a lot of Nigerians are facing now. A lot of radio station and television station that runs 24 hours have cut their hours down to like 12 hours, or it's just things are not going well economically for that country, and this administration continue to tell us that they go to continue to borrow. And I'm telling you, and I've said it several times here, that it's going to get to a time when our revenue won't be able to service our debt. And that is when everybody will hear the message clearly. The federal government will not be able to pay that, what do you call it, that monthly allocation that they give the state. And when they don't, when it gets to that point where they cannot give state on monthly basis their revenue allocation, that is when you will see workers at the federal government, at the federal level, will be retrenched, at the state level will be retrenched, and the local government as well will be retrenched, and Nigerians will further, fall into serious abject poverty. We are driving towards that point, and this government is not doing anything, to change the course or do anything, to rescue the situation. It is they have failed completely, and they don't have solution to the problem. They just like, how can we keep it on? What can we continue to do? Is borrowing. Let's continue to borrow to drive the economy until when we get out of government. And when we get out of government, then we will leave the rest for them. Whatever they want to do, let them go and do it. So that is what they are doing now. It's going to be very, very, very serious. We are in a very big mess.
95 million people, Lajan Lekoko, 95 million people. You know, 95, that's half the population now.
That's half of the population.
So if we are talking about all these bombings and kidnappings, that is the story right there,
they
isn't
won't
it?
be able to
So
have
what do you
money
want them to
fund
do?
everything.
What do you want them to do? If they don't have jobs they can't feed, you are living large, What do you want them to do?
Yes.
So that's the insecurity right there. Now,
Mr.
if
Jah,
half the
can I ask you a question, Mr. Jah? Can I ask you? Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
go on.
You just said earlier that you strongly believe, like most people that have half a brain, that the government has no idea of how to solve the problem. I know that. You know that. Most people on this planet know that. But does the average Nigerian voter understand that? Because they are still going to vote for the same set of people in 2023. So what changes then? That's the question. If they keep voting for the same people, what changes?
Thank you for that question. You see, that is why we
you know what you've done now, Babati.
Yeah.
Now, okay,
That
go
is why. That is why people like me and some others are calling that our people must not vote for this politician. Who are the politicians we are referring to there? Here, politician in PDP and APC. I, as a person, I want Yoruba nation. But how do we get there? How do we get to the Nigeria? That means we have to dismantle Nigeria. And the only way I see that we can dismantle the system is by voting these politicians out of power. And who is my man? Is Showore. Some other people might not want Showore. I'm not canvassing for anybody to want Showore. But I want you, what I'm canvassing for is to vote against this politician, vote for different party. Let us kick these people out of the place first. Once they are out of that place, then we're gonna change the direction of governance in that country.
Exactly. Okay. Yeah. Thank you for saying that exactly. Yeah. I'm not trying to trap you or anything. Thank God you said that. Because you also said last time we were on this show that the system will not allow the Showore man you just mentioned right now to have that opportunity to lead that change. And I'm still asking you again. So how would the same people that you are trying to get help you change that system? Even though that system will not allow your man Showore run.
No. What I'm saying, what I mean by the system does not want Showore. The system does not allow a level playing field for Showore to run freely. What I mean by freely is for him to campaign and mobilize and travel around the country and do his own thing, and compete freely with other people.
Okay,
who are the people running the system?
Okay, so
hold on. The system does not run itself. It's these politicians that are running the system.
Okay, sir.
And when you vote for Bore and Showore become the president of this nation, he will kick these people out of power. And we are going to turn the system around to work for us.
Okay, I'm with you. Okay.
How would Babati has opened up that show.
Sorry, guys. Please.
Go on. Yeah.
If you were to be Showore's campaign manager right now,
yes,
knowing fully well what is going against, what I want to hear is your strategy, not what we hope for. I need actual strategy that actually can work. That's my concern, my frustration with him. What
you mean the strategy for Showore to win?
To navigate that difficulty you just mentioned about the system, because he has to win first now to change the system. So how will he win first before he can change the system? That's the thing.
Hold on. It looked like you have not been listening to me. I told you that the system does God give him that level playing field to operate freely as a Nigerian that is entitled by the Constitution, vying for any political office to campaign to anywhere he wants. They restricted him to Abuja. So do you want to tell me that? Hold on.
Can I even say that it's not even more about the system? It's about the people. Is it popular among Nigerians? That's the question.
Hold on. How can you? I mean, for you Nigerians to say is it popular among Nigerians is a wrong conclusion. Somebody that you are not allowed to travel out to campaign, to mobilize, and you are saying it's not popular. Give him the chance to campaign now, and let us have a free and fair election. We are saying one man just mentioned some position in the country that should not be controlled by the presidency. One of them is the annex chairman. If we have a system that works, that give everybody level playing field to campaign freely, to contest freely, those people that you think that they cannot win election, they will win election in Nigeria.
Agalekoko, did you watch Showere's interview this morning on Arise?
But what did they say? What did they say?
If you can pull it up, our old man.
No, just take us to what he said. Yeah.
I saw it now. The guy was saying the same thing that from 4 years ago. He has not evolved.
Is it what he's saying? Hold on. Is it what he's saying that really matter to you?
No, let because Chowore is being interrogated, so let him interrogate him.
This morning they were asking him questions. In fact, that interview for me was not an interview. I don't see it as an interview. He didn't really speak to what I wanted him to speak to, because this guy did not really ask him some questions, just ask him some peripheral kind of questions. So, but then one question they asked him that I want to bring up to Agalekoko's attention is, they asked him a question about the youth, his support that he thinks he has among the youth. Does he have that support? You know that she worried a bit around the bush. He just go here and there. He could not really answer that question. Even himself was even affirming, was even saying that, I know you expect me to answer the question the way you want me to answer it. So you see, the thing is that Shuwara himself, it's like he's getting that vibe that it's like this whole thing is not going to be easy for me. Because
let me tell you right there, I watched it too. It did not run. It did not run the way you are saying. I wanted you to land.
Okay, well, so what did he say?
He was showing sympathy to our youth.
Okay. For
what they have done to them and could not let them even know the right thing to do. For what the way these politicians have mortgaged their future, have destroyed, the youth in that country. It was showing sympathy, and it's kind of like it is sad that the youth cannot get it right, how these people have destroyed them. And then they refer to when the youth were there, and when all this, he mentioned about Gowon and Obasanjo and all of them, and even Buhari, when they came there, he said they were in their 40s.
Okay, yes, he did that, yeah.
So he don't say he wrong. No.
The question
what are you saying?
Hold on.
I watched it too.
But the question he was asked, he didn't really answer that question.
He answered the question.
Well, he answered the question. He didn't really answer the question where the guy asked him the question.
He answered. He showed sympathy to them, and he showed that, well, it's just unfortunate that they are not doing the right thing.
Okay, that's it. There you go. That's
hold on. Yeah. But is that not a fact? You want him to be lying?
Yeah,
he said they are not doing the right thing because these politicians have destroyed their psyche, have destroyed everything about them. Even in schools, in the university, you see some of, it just shows some frustration about them that, look, it is the politicians that make the youth look as if
it shows frustration.
They cannot do. It shows frustration that the politicians.
That is it.
Is it not true?
It is true. It is true.
Yes. What do you expect him to say?
I'm only trying to make you see that answer to what Babati is asking you. That I think the question you asked Babati was that, does he think that he has the support of the people, right? Is that what you're asking me? Is that what you're asking?
Something close to that. So
the fact is that the fact of ground is that it doesn't seem to have the support of the people. No, we understand that the people are divided. they've been brainwashed and all that thing he said. But the fact remains that it is seeming that it doesn't have the support of the people.
And I am telling you,
does he acknowledge that he doesn't have? Is
That's
that
what I'm saying.
Is that what you believe?
He didn't acknowledge that. What he said is that he didn't acknowledge that. He said he will win the next election.
That is just a wishful thinking.
That's delusional.
He will say that.
What do you want me to say?
No, guys, wait. Wait, guys, wait. I think this is the reality. Nobody here denies that Showore has the skill or has the right policy. The issue is that the man lacks the it factor.
No, distinguish between the two. You said skills and right policies.
Okay.
Right policies, yes. Skills are
debatable. Sorry. Let me rephrase that. He has the right policy that most people here we agree with.
Okay, yes.
What we are saying is that the man lacks the skill. The it factor is not there to galvanize the people, not its policies. Somebody has to have the skill set and the policy. Based on that interview this morning on Arise TV, I'm telling you guys, if you just put
was it uninspiring? Was it uninspiring?
No. Yeah. I'm saying that if you put the timestamp from 4 years ago on that video,
it's the same thing. No change
from yesterday. It was the same thing. Nothing changed. That's
you remember the first question I asked him about how is he going to fund his economic plan? And he went about.
He was going like a socialist. Oh, I'm like, what is this guy?
Jabba, you know.
Yeah.
I was expecting him to be more elaborate on what he wants, how he's going to fund that economic plan that he said he has. But he said,
okay, before you take the discussion to another level,
hold on. Yes, let's hear from Olabota. We also want to hear from engineer who wanted to come in earlier, but I think it was drowned out by the voices. But before we hear from anybody, let me do a bit of tidying up. So let's acknowledge some of the super chats. When I say some, it only ever comes in from Alexander Gomez, and his super chats to that space. The young, brilliant Air Force personnel that was killed. So she was killed. That Kogi State brilliant officer. So he knows that story and is speaking to that story. So let me acknowledge this. So this the condolence donations for Professor Data O. So thank you to everybody that donated. But everything has now been passed on to him. The GoFundMe that was donated, that was passed on the day. I've still not even collected it back from GoFundMe, but I've just left it there. Maybe when I'm broke, I'll just go and see if I can get it. But then the super chats that was sent by Lord Michael and Alexander Gomez, that doesn't actually come through till next month because YouTube sends these things in arrears. But I don't want it dangling, so I've sent it over to Professor Datao. So YouTube usually makes a deduction from that about 30-35%. So which then, and I don't know what deductions are being made by GoFundMe. So which rounds it off that because the super chat from Lord Michael was $50 and from Alexander Gomez was $50. So which makes $100. So if with the deductions of the YouTube everything, so that rounds it off to a figure of round about $65. Which I've passed on to Professor Data O now, which he now acknowledges. So it says, thank you, woman, $65 I just got PayPal. Thanks are new to Lord Michael and Alexander Gomez, and also those that did offer condolences in cash towards me. So that rounds off that space. So thank you, everybody that donated. This is the thing. It's not just talk, you know. And thank you also, engineer, because our engineer initiated that space, but I'm glad we were able to do that just to reach out. The whole idea was to try and see if we can get a Malu, you know, like a cow for Professor Data O to send off his mom. So I think we raised roughly $450-500, which hopefully gets a cow of some form. So that's that. So, Prof, if you want to come on screen just to round off the space, I'm happy for you to do that. And then Alexander Gomez goes back. He says, Professor Data O may her soul rest with the Lord. and then he rounds it off with an Igbo. Because you have to remember that Alexander Gomez's wife is she's more Igbo than Bia. And then Alexander supercharged some more now to the conversation. He says, I am bringing on board Ajanle Koko to help run Prince Wale Gomez's campaign for the governor of Lagos State. His vast experience in our politics is limitless. So thank you for the super chat, Alexander. Just to hold that up to the space for a bit longer. Alexander Gomez's brother is the leading candidate for the PDP for the Lagos State governorship space. So that is what Alexander is speaking to. So Prince Wale Gomez is Alexander Gomez, our Alexander Gomez's elder brother, and he, the front runner for the PDP ticket with the for the Lagos State governorship. So thank you for the super chat, Alexander. So that ties us up that space. And if Prof wants to come on to acknowledge that all matters completed, then that would be brilliant. So that's that. So let's go to Ola, who we have not heard from a while. So Ola, you wanted to speak to the conversation.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Ajanle Koko, Babati and a rational mind. We said this thing about Showore always, anytime we are online. So it's not as if we don't like Showore. It's not as if we don't like it. But when you want to do something, you must earn it. You must show that potential. You must let people believe you earn that thing. It's not about telling that, oh, we don't. No, you earn it. See, if Awolowo were supposed to be alive today, with the type of demography we have in Nigeria today, he may have some challenges in gathering the like of votes that I grew up to know in the late 70s and in the to early 80s. Why am I saying this? For example, during those periods, when you talk, you and I am maybe middle class and those people that are enlightened, they understand Showore. If they were to allow people in diaspora to go to Nigeria today, there's probability that Showore may pull a very large volume of votes. For your command like large voters a record. Now, the situation in Nigeria today is that we should understand this. We blow grammars here now and then. On that election day, we don't go out to vote. And the population like you and I, were the reason the likes of Awolowo was able to maintain his status that time. The population like you and myself was the reason Abiola was able to defeat during that June 1993. But today, the population like you and myself, we are no longer interested. We complain with your things. So those are the type of people Showore is appealing to. But the grassroots, Iya Alata, Iya Eleron, and all those Agbero that we go out on that day to vote, Showore is not appealing to those people. And that's the problem. When we're saying that whenever Showore, if Showore really want to catch all these things, don't aim for the presidency alone. Look for radical like you. Those people that you think that can hold the ground very well, like what Awolowo used to do those days, that you will go to a war, you will pick Adekunle Ajasi, you will go to other places, and you pick the people that matter. So now he was building all those things.
Showore is not a team player, though. We all know that.
Exactly. So Showore should have looked for so many people to capture many bases, and these are the people that will sum up and just gather population for him to vote for him. He's not doing that. So what Showore is doing, he's just speaking grammar. He does not really understand the problem he wants to solve. And his approach to even get into that seat is telling us that this guy, if he gets to that place, may not even have that competence that we think he has to run the country. If you become the president, for example, how many members of the National Assembly do we have? Are you going to overrun those people? We know how the National Assembly gave this guy, what's his name, Jonathan. We can remember how they gave him headaches. So this thing is not as easy as going to the presidency and solve the problem. It's not an army general that we rule by decree. So why we speak here is that in case Showore himself is listening, in case Jele himself is listening,
I'm sure he does, because he's aware of us because I've contacted him in the past. Maybe it's the kicking that he gets that it doesn't encourage him to come on. But I've even DM'd Worship Media, who is his boy, to tell him to come on. But it's down to him. So Yele, you are invited to come on, or you are running. So come and be interrogated. You know. Yeah.
Exactly. So all this beating we are throwing at him is for him to learn. It's not right for that position. So if Showore comes to Canada, maybe he will win. If he goes to America, he will win. But if he goes to Nigeria, if he stays in that Nigeria on that election day, where you have 60 million voters and just 12 million will vote, and among those, the shortage of that 30 million or 48 million that are not voting, include you and myself, that will stay at our home, we'll be watching Hollywood movie and all those things. I will come into internet and come and be terrorizing. So if Showore doesn't get his strategy right, if he likes, let him walk from the south to the north to the west to the east. His pulling can even be worse than the one he got in 2019. So that's just the basic.
Okay, can I respond now?
Sorry, before you respond, Ajale Koko, let me just make a call out, because I am sure that these people do watch this space. So to Showore and to Dele Mamadou, who have been contacting, I know you've watched this thing because I've sent you links to see what we do. So come on, because you are politicians, and if you feel the place is a bit, intense, then it is that intensity that you must endure to get that spot. That spot. So if you are listening, or if anybody that is aligned to these people are listening, then encourage them to come on. My details are available. So contact me. I have already contacted you. So reach out back and then come and be interrogated on your policies and intentions. So Ajanle Koko, carry on.
Okay, let me respond to Ola. Ola, I'm glad that you mentioned in your statement that if Showore come to Canada, you guys in Canada will vote for him. If he come to US, we in US will vote for him. But in Nigeria, they don't want to vote for him. Do you know what is responsible?
What is responsible?
Okay, because people like me and you that are well educated in Nigeria doesn't vote. People that vote in Nigeria are people that are politically ignorant people, illiterate, people that does not know what is going on around them. People like Pepper Seller, people like Ram Seller, people like Omolanke Pusher. Those are the people that people like me and you surrender the responsibility to determine people that will govern them in Nigeria. And those people, what do they follow before they vote? They follow somebody to give them money, to bribe them. And Showore told them when they carry his campaign to marketplaces, here in Yoruba land and in some part of the East, they were requesting for money, open link, where they said PDP, APC have brought money. Where is his own money? He told them that he's not going to give, he doesn't give money. He wants them to vote for him so that it can better their life. That when they give you money, what did they give you in return when they get to office and run 4-year term? What have they done to better you? Did they make your school better? It's because they pay you for the service that you render to them. So as long as you have people like me, people like you, and some others criticizing Showore, that Showore is not doing this, is not doing that, then you're not going to have change in Nigeria. These people that you looking at as if they are better than him, they carry out better campaign than him, and what have they given to you? What are they giving? People like me and you doesn't vote in Nigeria. You don't want to you don't want us to call on them to save the future of their children. Let them sit down. Showore is not the problem. Showore is just doing his own bit. Don't let us be looking at Showore, he didn't do this, he didn't do this. That is not the issue. It's people like me and you, the middle class and the upper middle class, they don't vote in Nigeria. And that is why somebody like Showore can never win election.
Now, Ajale Koko, now, after identifying the problem now, it's not for us to blame those people that are not voting. If you want to buy something, if you want to buy goods, You must be convinced before you can buy. Identify a problem, find a way to solve that problem. Now, I will give you an example.
How can he solve the problem?
I will give an example. I will give an example, for example. Now, we made an example out of Fayoshe, where Fayoshe wanted
No, don't go there. We don't have a level, we don't have a level playing field in Nigeria. You have a situation where people cannot go to the polling booth. Hold on. People cannot go to polling booth. Some people, they go to polling booth and they kill them there. Some people like us don't want to go out and vote because it's at risk.
If it's impossible for Sowore to get elected, then why is he wasting everybody's time?
He said, it is not possible. You see, let me tell you this, and this is one of the things that he said.
The excuses roll out too readily.
This is one of the things he said.
The excuses, they roll out too readily.
Let me tell you what Sowore is doing. If you don't vote for him today, and you don't vote for him tomorrow, and the party exists, another person will come tomorrow to continue to run the party. That is what really matters. ANC, before ANC win election, ANC was created in 1928. When did they win election in South Africa? It was in the 90s. Don't worry about Sowore now. If you don't vote for Sowore, as long as that platform exists, and the sufferness of your people continue to enter bold, it will reach one time when some generation will come and say to hell with what is going on in this country. We are going to follow this platform.
What platform?
But forget what I'm telling you. Forget Sowore have just put up a platform for change.
What platform?
He has put down a vehicle for change. He has put down a vehicle.
Guys, let's be real.
Hold on, let me finish now. Let me finish.
What platform?
Let me finish. Hold on. Sowore has put down a vehicle for change. Sowore might not be able to win, but in the future, as long as that vehicle remains, and the vehicle keep on saying the same thing, that we have to change course. It is not the way it should be run. Our country falls. One day, the people, some generation will come and say, okay, we are going with this vehicle, and they will win and carry out that change that they deserve in that country. Your generation don't need to. If your generation doesn't want to vote for you, want to complain generation, continue to complain, and you don't do the right thing.
Let's hear higher, please.
We can't continue to blame all those people, because you as a product person, for example, if you want people to take your product, you use all available channel, you convince people to get this product. Okay, now Sowore want to run. People in diaspora, they are giving him money, right? Now, I was trying to give you a strategy that a unknown man like Fayoshe used to unseat Adebayo in Ekiti then. You know, this guy knew that people were suffering from, they didn't get water and all those stuff. Somehow he was getting money from some people that were supporting him. He will sing borehole and put his name. He will use tanker to do things. He will go to student community and help them. And all those things, even keep the kickstart generator for them.
Who told you that Sowore is not doing the same?
Wait.
Who told you that Sowore is not helping? Who told you that Sowore is not helping people? Even Flash Mankind came here and told us that he have a foundation, a scholarship foundation that he give a lot of people scholarship, and he has a legal service that he uses to fight for people around the country. When it comes to human rights and all these things, you don't see that one. You want him to start doing stomach infrastructure like Fayoshe.
Wait, Ajalekoko, it wasn't stomach infrastructure in 2023. I know.
Don't even use Fayoshe example
You can borrow an idea and refine that idea. What I'm telling you is this guy will go to the community and he was providing them. Give me borehole, for example. Are you bribing? How many people are you bribing?
How would he go to how would he go to community now when they restrain me in Abuja? How would he go to community? Answer that question first. I like what you said, though. It should go to people's community. How would it go to people's community when they restrain him to Abuja?
I am modularizing it. You know, I said something before I begin to realize. I said, get people across the state at the grassroots that can fight and win your your party ticket or within your party. Then they will support
send delegates
for the central. So what I'm saying now is that you can raise someone from Ekiti, you can raise someone from Ondo, you can raise someone from Osun State that will be doing all those things that people will have emotional attachment to. Once you have emotional attachment, we're able to capture reasonable grassroots. Then you go to the center. You alone, you want to campaign from Abuja, and you expect
hold on. You people will talk and talk like this. Doing all those things, is it free of charge? Is it not money?
Now, people in diaspora are giving Showore money.
When are they giving money last? When was the last time they gave him money? When was the last time?
Anytime he has some money.
He closed his campaign. Since he closed his campaign in 2000, hold on now.
But the pulling power whenever he has some money.
When he closed his campaign after the election, he has not been receiving money from anybody.
Yes, he should have. What I'm saying that anytime he asks, people stand up. Anytime he go, all these people that were
he just started running his campaign now, and maybe we open up a channel for donation. That is when he will start doing what
we only have 10 months left. We only have 10 months left.
That is when he will start running what he's supposed to do.
Yeah, no, let's hear from engineer first. I think engineer wanted to come in earlier, but
you want to take us somewhere else.
Yeah, but I'm keen to leave that Showore space because we never progress and we never leave it. You know, yeah.
Okay, thank you. See, this is what for you people who still believe in Nigeria, this is what I can advise you. Those of us who are here, who like Showore and who like the likes of Showore, it is now time for you to begin to spend money on this man's behalf or on your candidate's behalf. It is time for you to do what these criminal politicians are doing. We have some money. If you love Nigeria so much, you can dedicate $100 every month or every week. Use it to do something. The way these politicians are giving these people money and stealing their future, give them money too and educate them. Let them know your reason for doing these things. Keep on sensitizing these people. Keep on giving them some stipends. Your own small $1 or $2 will go further than what these criminals, 100 millions will go. Because these people will know you don't have anything to gain. You are doing it for them. But they know these politicians are doing this to steal their future. So let us not just come here and complain without bringing solutions. So his likes are the best, and we can support them.
Lord Michael, you know that Adele Momodu is tapping into that space that you just described. It's inviting 1 million people to donate 1,000 naira to his campaign, and that way he hits 1 billion. But engineer, yeah.
Yeah, according to brother Lord Michael, people should start donating. So will you raise the account so people can start donating?
No. No. Remember what happened to Mayegun General when he started to do donation for Sunday Igboho, and very quickly they started, although he was a LGBT guy, but
they started roasting him.
Yes.
No, engineer, I'm not saying people should donate to. If you have like people in your village now, and you are giving them something, be putting this Showore narrative in their head as you are giving them your own. That is what I mean. Like me, tomorrow night, maybe I want to do one small community project. I will tell them that this is the kind of person we need to project. Not all these criminals that will come and give you money and steal your next 4 years. That is what I mean.
Thank you, Lord Michael.
Showore will grow.
Thank you. That's the same thing I am doing. I tell all my people back home, I told them, look at what is going on in your country. These are the people that created this problem. They cannot solve the problem for you. You have to change course. Some of them will say, oh, that one cannot win election. I say, we cannot win election. Winning election is by the power of you, the people. Politicians just don't win by you not voting for them. But why must you continue to vote for people that does not better your life when they get to government, but rather they destroy the life of you and the coming generation after you? I'll be campaigning for them. I'll be campaigning for him. That nation
Can I
cannot
say
continue.
something?
You cannot
Can I say
vote for
something?
politicians.
Can I say something?
Yes.
Lord Michael, you see, what I see that we can do is this. We need to encourage people to go and get their PVC. Now, I think INEC said you can register online. Now, the thing is this, if we can find like people, like group of guys and ladies and men, and we just give them laptop, make sure that they have internet connection, they can go around and ask people to register and let them get their PVC. I mean, this is something that people can just pull resources together, encourage people massively, not just only in Lagos, spread across the different parts of Nigeria. Give them, we pay them, give them laptop, and then they go, and they, because when you say people to come and meet you and come and register, that they might not really be able to do that. Some of them might be living in a very far-flung area of Nigeria. Maybe if we can have them go with a laptop with an internet connection that is connected to some of the masts around, whatever, I mean, like Glow or whatever, let them register and go obtain that PVC.
Very good point too.
If we can do that, that will swell the people that will vote on that very day. I think that's what we should be looking at. Encourage people to go and get their PVC. Because a lot of people will say, "Oh, I can't go because I don't have internet. I can't." Bring it to them. Let some people be mobile.
Rational mind.
This thing is something that we should have planned a long time.
Do you know what logistics, what you're talking about, takes? Do you know the logistics
I know.
of
That's
it?
what I'm saying. Yeah. This will be a diaspora effort in conjunction with some kind of local.
But do you know what the logistics is? You have to coordinate diasporally, then locally.
That's what I'm saying.
And then you have to have a budget.
It could be too late at this time. It's something that we should have started a long time, like 2 years ago.
Rational mind. There are a lot of people that register. They couldn't get their PVC in Nigeria.
Okay.
And there are some of people that have been frustrated. They've been to INEC office several times to get their PVC. They couldn't get it. Like, for example, in Lagos State, INEC just make an announcement like 2 weeks ago that they have about 1 million PVC that people should come and collect it. Why do you think people are not going for the PVC? Because a lot of them have been there several times to collect it. It was not ready. And some people just gave up. They said, go back there for election. What are we getting? What are we getting? Are we getting anything in return? Some people does not even want to vote because they know it's not going to yield any result for them. It's not going to better their life. And we have somebody different, but we want to chastise him. It does the coat where he wear, no good. Oh, the campaign where he carry out, no good. The talk where he talk, no good. But the question I want to ask,
one man. I said,
where he waka, no good. But the question I want to ask us is that does it have the capacity? Do we see him as a person that have the capacity and the competence to lead? Does he have it?
I don't see him as that person.
You don't see him? Okay, let's take it round as a person that have the capacity and competence. And people in commentary section should mention as well.
Okay, but then you have to expand on that. Don't say just yes. You have to say because, you know.
Okay, yeah. And then let me ask you another question, one man. Does the politicians that are parading themselves around, do they have the competence and capacity than Sowore to lead that country?
Nobody
if we go through names, Saraki, I'm sure even you, a clear distance, night and day.
You said Saraki have competence.
What capacity does Sowore have?
What is competence to you, woman?
The ability to do things. And what else is competence other than competence?
Ability to do things.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's a more narrow kind of.
Okay, what is your definition? I don't know where
I'm not saying the definition you gave to it is right. It's wrong. It's right. That's the right definition. But when we say competence at the same time, we need to talk about what you have that you want to do, that you can really you can really achieve. Does Saraki do that?
Your competence is your antecedents, isn't it? And your skill set.
That's what I'm saying.
Your skill sets and your antecedents. So that tells us your
both together.
competence.
So what is
what is Showore's skill set and antecedents?
No, we're talking about
that you are saying prepares him to govern a country like Nigeria. What are we talking about here now? What are we talking about? What has Showore ever done in his life to suggest that he has the capacity?
Can I tell you what he has done?
Sahara reporters, Abi? Is that
Sahara
reporters?
Okay, hold on, one man. A person that can manage a person that can manage a media house, a media house that of international repute, resources, and both human and other resources to manage his media house successfully. He have a competence of managing resources, both human and natural resources. He have that competence, and he manages it successfully. He's still running. Where is Saraki? Societe Generale Bank. Where is it today? Looted.
If we really want to be this thing that you are describing, it's no more than a school magazine.
The same
Sahara reporters
others.
It's just university magazine. Not
what do you mean by
it's no more than a school. Like a school magazine, isn't it? Really?
What do you mean? What do you mean by school magazine?
You know it now. Those printouts that
okay, do you agree? Do you agree with me? Do you know the investigative journalism that these people have carried out?
What investigative journalism? They get tip-offs.
One man. Oh, Bruno, whether tips off or no tips off. The investigative journalism that this guy have done.
They don't do any. They don't do any.
Hold on, one man. This is why he will not come to your platform, because you are too antagonistic of him, and you said you want him to come. You have to be neutral. Your position is an antagonistic position against this guy. You are not even giving him any room. You are not neutral. How can you be antagonistic of me?
How do you know
using your platform? You're using your platform to attack me all the time, and you think I want to come to your platform? It won't come. When you attack him every step of the day, you never see nothing to credit him. Nothing.
No, I credit him with what is due credit
I'm
for.
just mentioning the most important thing that is enough.
Yeah, he does
for
a
the
school
nation.
magazine. He does a school running a school magazine is not sufficient enough.
Does the school magazine carried out investigative journalism?
Ajali Goko, can I interject you?
Okay, yes.
Ajali Goko, can I interject? See,
yes.
Ajali Goko, even for the fact that Showore is running from criticism, is a red flag. You want to lead a country, and just because a forum, you that you are a star and a public figure, just because of a forum, because they attack you, you run away. That is
no. I'm just saying my own. No, don't take that as an issue. I'm just saying my own. That's my own.
Sahara reporter, or using Sahara reporter to determine whether someone can run the whole of the country. I think it's not enough. Because the popularity
of Sahara reporter, now. Don't be nice. It's laughable.
It's just because of the thing is, if you're a journalist, you'll be very known globally. It's very because there are some companies that they say there's a born global because it's on the internet. It is very easy for him to. What's the total worth of the Sahara reporter? Maybe $10 million.
If that is a subsidized platform now, McCarthy Foundation underwrites it.
How many people report? What's the diversity compared to?
Oh man, the way you read the side comments.
It's underwritten now. It's not a profit-making something. It's underwritten by Americans.
See, Ajale Koko. I suggested something like social infrastructure now.
This is the problem.
Has it ever made a profit? Sahara reporters for the 10, 20 years.
Abiola and all those politicians we used to have those days, they use social infrastructure to capture people. It's not grammar. When Awolowo was going to, Awolowo brought the first TV. He brought everything, and people can see. Okay, he introduced education.
Sorry, Ola. Let's interrogate that space. that they're saying Showore has ability, capacity. So Showore, a man in his early 50s, so he has lived sufficient enough of a life to have a body of work. And if Sahara Reporters is what prepares him to be president of Nigeria, then that is just, that's not even Bobby can make a joke. That's silly. That's just silly, isn't it? So let's run that through. We know what Ajale Koko thinks. You know what I think. Let's go to it. Hey, does Showore have the capacity, or so we're doing a round robin, Ola? So we come to you in the sweep of it. Does Showore have the capacity to run Nigeria?
The truth is,
And
I don't
explain
I,
as well. Yeah.
I don't see Showore as somebody that will do anything or win any election. Why I say this is this. History, just check the history. There is nobody that has won any presidential election in the entire Nigerian history without forming an alliance, without having different merging different parties, without having different strongmen from different regions coming together to form a bloc. There's nobody in this life that has ever won a presidential election in Nigeria. So if Showore still wants to do one-man show, he's just wasting time. Simple.
All right, but the real question is in his early 50s, I think. So has he done enough? Is there enough in his background to show that he has capacity to take on a job that big?
In Nigerian space, he has not done anything. He has done nothing.
All right. Rational mind, the same question. You know the question. What's your answer?
Yeah, my answer to that question would be the problem with Nigeria is the corruption. And I know it stands on corruption. He's an anti-corruption person.
Right.
In that area, I think he will do better.
No, how so? Why are you saying that? Just because he's anti-corruption doesn't imbue in him the capacity to fight it?
I will explain what I mean. He's an investigative journalist. He investigates a lot of corruption.
Why do you say that? What has he ever investigated?
At least one man. The bulk of your news that you bring on your platform here, I'm sure you source it from Sahara Reporters, right? Am I correct?
Well, I sought it from a multiplicity of platforms.
Yeah.
People's Gazette, Sahara Reporters,
hold on. I know
IJ, something or the other.
The video you are showing yesterday against MALLAM was from Sahara Reporter, isn't it?
Yes, but that's a good. Yes,
That's
it was. But you see, that's my point exactly. That was a tip off from somebody that wanted to do MALLAM.
Forget about tip off. How does investigative journalism works?
They go and ask questions. They didn't go and ask questions. They were in their office and they got emails with clips, and then they put it together. But
the one that he got from UAE, from United Arab Emirates, about Nigerians that own property, and what's the name of the former chief of army staff?
Did he go to investigate that himself, or was it tipped off? Does he have the facilities for that? Those are tip-offs
in
now.
Nigeria. Who else in Nigeria?
Other media house? I don't understand what
I'm saying this guy is not. They're saying I'm saying that guy is not an investigative journalist.
Every investigation starts from somewhere, right? Somebody has to teach
somebody. There's no investigation taking place. There's no investigation taking place.
That is one man for you.
Listen. Somebody tells you, one man, that I'm a corrupt person. Adele Koko tells you that I'm a corrupt person. He has tipped you off. He has given you some kind of clue that, I saw Rational Mind moving $1 million from Nigerian escrow account into his account. And then what are you supposed to do? I told you, you've not really found out. You don't have all the evidence.
No.
Let me make this point.
What you are making is an incomplete something. What you are
I know
saying
you always
is
counter it.
let me land my point. When you are just trying to.
Let me land my point. The point I'm landing is this. I'm landing is this. Now, you as a journalist, somebody tipped you off. You have to. Maybe I even
broke. It's not a tip off though, so you're already starting on a false premise.
It's a tip off as well.
What they do is, it's a New York-based organization, so they are insulated somewhat from the Nigerian space. So all these people that either are anti what is going on in the country or they want to set somebody up, etc., they'll package these things together and send it to Sahara reporters. So all the Malame clips that we saw in that thing, there wasn't Sahara reporters that went around the whole country doing video clips. No,
Well, but the question should be, why do they
and then
trust Sahara reporters?
because they are in that space. They are in that space
So,
of they are
the fact that
an
and the fact,
expose platform.
one man. You like to just counter things.
There's no investigation taking place though.
Don't say that.
They
I
didn't
won't
send people to Dubai to go and interrogate the Dubai.
You don't have the facts as to
It
whether they were.
doesn't cohere. They don't have the capacity and they don't have the skill set.
Yele has guys that work for him. They go around, they investigate. Maybe you don't know that. No,
Do
maybe
you know
don't.
that? Do you know that?
No, I know that for a fact. Yeah, I know that for a fact.
How so?
Sorry, can we move on from this Yele?
No, it's just
rational man living in the United States. He knows.
He knows because
you know what man is
Let's move on.
He has in Lagos alone.
Let's move on, please.
In Lagos alone, he has
everybody's a winner, please. Everybody's a winner. Can we just move on, please? It's not leading us anywhere.
No. I mean, it's one man. He's asking me.
Why do you say we should move on when you are the one that opened this door?
No, I did tell him that when you open this door, it doesn't close it.
Let me close it now. Wait. I opened the door. Let me close it now. How about that?
No. Let me answer that. I want my own question. Let me say. So you asked me a question. Why do I think he's competent? Well, on the area of corruption, the bulk of the problem we have in that country, that is really crippling that country, is corruption. The falling naira, the rising of dollar, it has to do with the corruption. The corruption going in that country is so massive that country.
You are not asking the question.
Now,
why is it
I'm asking the question. Hold on. That is my premise by which I think the guy will do better, because he has this anti-corruption stance.
Right.
That is willing to fight corruption.
Buhari was anti-corruption before he turned.
Buhari was they sold him to us like, I mean, besides even back in 1984 when he was there, it was Diagon. The whole thing was Diagon. He was just the one that was there. Let's just I don't want to go into all those that.
So you are not able to identify competence
based on this antecedent on corruption.
What antecedent?
I mean, Yele's antecedent. He investigates corruption. Before, I mean, he has been investigating corruption. Many of the Nigerian municipalities has reported corruption, like financial corruption in that country, as Sahara reporters.
All right. So that is what facilitates him to be president of Nigeria, because he runs a magazine.
I think that one area alone, if we can get that corruption to a minimal level, the area of the electricity, the area of the banking system in Nigeria, the financial system in Nigeria.
He has antecedents in electricity.
No. I'm not saying that's antecedent. What are we talking about? Why do you like to counter me? You don't even listen to me. You just want
to. No, because you didn't address the question. I said, what competence does he have to run a country like Nigeria? And you said he runs a magazine.
Hold on. In the area of reporting corruption.
He runs a magazine.
Well, either he runs a magazine, that is up to you. But for the fact
that's not what you're saying. What are you saying?
For the fact that he reports it, he doesn't cover it. He lets everybody knows about the corruption that is going on in every area of Nigeria.
So he runs a magazine. This is what qualifies him to be president of Nigeria.
I think Adalekoko is right. When you try to, it's good for you to argue sometimes.
No, are you saying differently from that? Are you saying differently from that? You said he runs a magazine. Are you saying
either he runs a magazine or not? Either he runs an online blog or whatever.
No. What are you saying then? You are saying he runs a magazine, and that's what qualifies him.
I never said that. You said that.
No, I'm asking you. So what are you saying?
That what?
What has he done?
And I'm saying to you, he has an anti-corruption stance. He reports.
No, that's not doing now. What has he done?
He has done it. He has reported it. He has reported.
So he runs corruption. A magazine. That's what you just said. He
runs a magazine. No magazine. One man, let's not nitpick on whatever it is. You always look for some things.
No, is that not what you have said? You are saying what qualifies him is that he runs a magazine.
I said he
Engineer,
reports.
please take us away, Jerry. Leave one man. Take us away. Just leave
Well,
one
is that
man.
not?
This
I
one
mean,
man.
are we
This or your
talking
man.
German? We are not talking German now. I asked you what he has done, and you said he runs a magazine. That's what
No, I didn't say
qualifies
he runs.
him.
You said he runs magazine. You want to put
Okay,
that word in my mouth.
okay. For the last time, then, what has he done? Not
He
what stands.
reports. He reports.
He reports via what portal?
Mama, don't give me that.
He runs a magazine.
Know,
This is what you are saying.
how
What qualifies him to be president is he runs a magazine.
If you refer to, if
he's a journalist, leave it like that. Forget magazine.
What are
He's
you
a
saying?
journalist.
He runs a
He's
magazine.
a
Is what qualifies him to be president.
Either he has a magazine that he sells, or he does it online, or through an online blog, whatever. But he reports it. He goes to Nigeria. You see him. He does his investigation.
What investigation?
Yeah, he does.
Magazine investigation now.
Is it does okay?
Okay,
so that's
why
Rational Minds' answer. He runs a magazine. So let's hear Ola's answer.
Why don't you want Rational Man to land this point?
No, but he's landing. Did I not give him? Did I not give him opportunities? He says he has a stance. He says he has a stance, and I was asking what he has done.
Let him run through.
But that is what he told us now. He said he runs a magazine.
Okay. Follow engineer in the same London where they carry themselves. That's what they support.
Okay, I would interrupt you. What has he done now then to qualify him to be president?
I can't make myself like a broken record now.
Okay, so he runs a magazine.
You said he runs a magazine. I said
no, that's what you said, not me.
Who said that? You said that, no?
You said he reports. You said he reports corruption. You said he reports corruption. That's what qualifies him.
This one man self.
That's a funny thing now.
It's something to you because you want to make a mockery of it. That's what you want to do.
No. I want to narrow you down now. No, I'm trying to narrow you down now. And when I narrowed you down, you said he runs a magazine.
You don't play that with me because when I'm saying something like this, I'm being serious about because we're being serious here.
All right.
So
okay. But I've not heard you say beyond what I said that he runs a magazine.
You only you keep interrupting me and you won't let me move beyond that.
All right. Okay.
Magazine. You keep repeating yourself. Right. I don't know why you're doing that. So my point is this: what I'm trying to make you understand is that he has an anti-corruption stance.
Right.
He reports it in any way, either with like you said, through your magazine or whatever online reporting platform he has. But I know that guy, he has this aversion for he has this hatred for people being corrupt. And that is the very main thing that is pulling that country down. There's corruption in virtually every sector in that country. So if that guy could manage that country, with that anti-corruption stance that he has, he wanted to report and make everybody reveal it out, shame the people that are behind it. And I'm sure if people get it right and they say, oh, well, we dare not even go into this corruption because he will do that, this guy being the president, he will make sure that EFCC or whatever agency that is responsible to go after us will go after us and will vomit that money out. We better not do that. So every areas will be accountable in that country. That is one area I'm looking at. And that's the only area that I think the guy will do well. I think he doesn't become a president. I think if he doesn't become a president, anybody that becomes the president of Nigeria, I will want them to consider him for a position like the EFCC's chairman, perhaps, if they can do that.
What antecedent does he have in law enforcement that it would be?
You don't have to have any antecedent. Let me tell you something. Listen. Being an investigative journalist, all you just need is just coordinate people, coordinate them. That's what it needs to be. Being the chairman of EFCC or whatever chairman of whatever investigative body, just coordinate them. I want you to give me this report. You give me that report.
You don't need you to run a security agency, a policing service. You don't need policing experience.
He can do a fast track, whatever course within a period.
Crash course. You can do a crash course.
In policing. Look at that. Look at this guy.
Guys.
You just want to always attack. I don't know why. I understand.
We have
to be interrogated now. Not everything you need pick on. You don't need to pick on everything.
No. You say he runs a magazine, and that's what. But
you said it. You said it. I didn't say a magazine. You said it.
All right.
Rational mind. Look at these people. They're supposed to be talking to their people back home. The Alata, they're supposed to, We're supposed to be using this this
how
platform.
can I connect with
We're
market
supposed to be using. We're
That is
supposed
the
to
job
be
of the
using this platform. Let me finish now. Let me finish. Let me finish now.
So worry now, not me.
Let me finish. You might not do it.
Hold on.
What have you done in your own capacity for your people back home to vote against the politician? What have you done?
You have no idea. If you knew,
okay, I have no. Can you reveal it? What have you done? And who did you tell? Who did you tell them to vote for?
Let me explain.
Explain. Forget about Showore. Who did you tell them to vote for?
Can I answer a question? I did. By the way, I did give Showore money for his last campaign. In case if you don't know, now you know. So let's just start from there. I did give him money, and I mentioned that I wanted him to win. I voted for him. I did mention during that time when he was running, everybody that was giving money home back to you must vote for this guy. I was doing my own part, campaigning for him, for people I was talking to back in Nigeria.
Good job.
And that, trust me, I gave him money. Now I'm this open. I gave you
good job.
He was doing his
$100.
No.
I saw your name. It's $100. True of us.
Yeah, he was doing that GoFundMe live, right? Yeah, I gave my own bit now. I did contribute. But
that's good.
This is the
our eye everywhere.
I'm addressing. Guys, wait. In 07, 08, I was part of the volunteer for the John McCain campaign. I'm a proud Republican, by the way. So I was part of the campaign. And one thing I've learned from those big campaigns is that when the big guy comes from the top to your local city, the guy running for president, when he comes to your town and he gives those speeches and he gives his policies, you need people that can reinforce that message within the local sect. So where it has good messages, that's not the point. But this one man mopo mentality cannot win the presidency. And that's what I'm speaking to. That let me finish. The man has not done enough to raise armies that can defend him. Where is his army that will speak for him when he's not there? In those local, like you said, in those marketplaces that can speak to the Yelekos, Yanimalus. He does not have those people. That's what he's supposed to do.
Let me. Okay, I agree. Look, you see what? I agree with you in totality. But I want you to know, and I don't know if you have practiced politics before. You see, if you are a leader of a political party or political association, and you want to mobilize people into your party, you have the most important role to play in that mobilization. Mobilization of people and raising of funds. When people don't see you as the leader of that association or political party, people don't take you serious. So what I'm trying to tell you, this administration that kept Bore in Abuja, they know why they did that. If Bore had been able to go around, it would have succeeded in putting army around the country.
I disagree with you, sir.
No. I asked you a question. Have you participated? Hold on. Hold on right there. Hold on. Just let me run through. Let me run through now. Let me run through. I asked you a question. Have you participated in practical politics in Nigeria before?
In America, yes. But
no, forget about America. Have you participated in practical politics in Nigeria before?
No. Like I mentioned before,
you have not done it.
Politics in Nigeria
you have not done it.
I agree with you on that. Okay. On that premise.
So what I'm telling you,
let's not see the goalpost now.
I told
you before, is the one running for office. You have to figure out a way to get to those people, not me.
You are not listening. You are not listening at all. You don't even just want to listen.
Go ahead.
Let's go to Ola.
I told you that when you have a young party, a new party like Choret Party coming up like this, the leader of that party have the most important role to play in mobilization of people and in raising of fund for the party. Is activity that people can see that is moving up and down, is talking to people. He went here and there across the country. People can take him serious and people can take their political party serious. But you want to compare America with, you want to say America, what you have in America. This political party in America, they are well established. Political party, Showore Party is not well established. It's not bringing it up.
Can I respond?
And they restricted
Sorry, Babati. Let me just, because it was meant to be a snapshot. No, hold on. I'll come to you in a moment. But let me keep pushing. Let me keep pushing it on. I'll land on you, then you get that space to respond. So take a moment to reflect on your response. But let's go to Ola. So we were asking if Showore has the competence. He has a backdrop of years for us to be able to know his body of work. Does he have the competence to run Nigeria? And to add on to that, off the back of something that Babati said, and is he a team player also? So to those, just a brief comment on that, Ola.
Yeah, judging from the way Showore has behaved from 2019 to date, he has grossly demonstrated that he lacks that capacity of heavy leadership of running a country, the leadership of a country. So, and the one that Babati is talking about, what's Babati talking about again?
No, he said something which then gave me the thought that is Showore even a team player? So do you consider him a team player?
Showore is a dictator. He clearly he has done all those things. See, because as a team player, a good leader must be a good team player too. You bring people around you. You that you want to lead, and before you know, people started falling off your party. It doesn't run that way. So to me, see, one thing I've noticed about most supporters of Showore is that they are combative, just like Buhari supporters were so combative pre-2015, as if he will come there and deliver Nigeria. See, this idea of anti-corruption, this thing, I'm not so. You see, you can't say that to me. Say competence to me. All this matter of anti-corruption. Has this guy been tested with this anti-corruption this thing we are talking about? We know Keamu, we even know also many people the way they behave before they tested this thing. We know Oshiomhole before when he would campaign against it. See, not until you test this guy, you won't know. See, the thing is capacity. Does this guy have that capacity? With what he has demonstrated publicly, he lacks it grossly. And see, when we keep saying the people that are saying Showore, that we are not telling him the truth, let me make a claim. Please don't hold me to that, but you can hold me to that too. You don't like Showore, because if you like him, you will tell him his weaknesses and let him work upon it. So that is how he can move forward. But if you keep blaming people that they won't vote for Showore, you see, you can't hold me to ransom. You can't blackmail me for not voting Showore when Showore is not able to convince me. That is exactly what you are bringing to all these innocent, or maybe we can say they are not educated, they are not enlightened, grassroots people we are talking about. It is the duty of
no problem now. You are waiting for them to convince you, Abi. No wahala.
Now,
I'm going to give you an example.
Don't vote for your politician.
No, don't go too deep. Just a quick, yeah. But round off your thought, yeah.
So, because I've seen the guy, when he was being interviewed that time, we mentioned people like, we mentioned Obama, as if Obama was not there in politics before, and some Showore people be telling us of the 13th president of America, where Mina Fillmore. So whenever they make this point, I would be wondering, how did they come around this thing? Mina, for example, that was running a party, his Wike party, when it was disbanded, that this guy was already in the House of Representatives. Before he even tried to run for the presidency of America, and he was the last person in that thing. He's just like Showore, for example, not as combative, but he had a party structure. But that is party structure. He was able to capture so many, so many seats from so many states before he presented himself. And these were the people that pushed him to that place. But some people now will now hide and tell you he was an independent player, he was an independent candidate. No, he wasn't. He had a political structure. So that's what we are saying. Showore, please go and get your grassroots political structure right. QED. Don't waste your time. You won't win.
All right, thank you, Ola. So let's go on to Lord. We're coming to you. We have to follow the sequence. Otherwise,
it's unfair for me not to respond. It's unfair.
I'm coming to you. You're only 2 people away, so let me just follow through. Otherwise, this space can last 4 hours, or because we've done it before. I'm an engineer. When we open Showore's book, it doesn't end. But let's be structured. Let's go to Lord Michael. We're coming to you. So, Lord Michael, the 2 questions: is he competent? And is it demonstrably so? Not that I think he is. No, not what you think. Is it demonstrably competent? And has he demonstrated being a team player?
Okay. I hope you all know my own view about Nigeria. So I will just be very brief. And sorry, Baba T. We'll come to you soon. And Ola, please wait. We will come and convince you to save Nigeria. For me, I believe anybody who has lived in Nigeria cannot go to hellfire. Otherwise, it will be a cheating. Because Nigeria on its own is worse than hellfire. So if BUHARI, who does not even have NEPA bill, can become the president and he can hold the country for 8 years, anybody can do better. And by so saying, Showore will be able to do better. If we, over here, with our own wisdom, and we want to be factual to ourselves, we believe we can bring in ideas that will support the system to make us a renewable people. Otherwise, we'll be deceiving ourselves. As far as competence, you cannot judge a man by just words. We have not really put him to a test. Nigeria does not give you the opportunity to put Showore to a test. Moreover, they have grounded him in a way that he would have been able to elaborate on his past antecedents, where he faulted, where he made mistakes. Maybe he would have made blunders, or he would have been able to correct the mistakes of the past. So Nigeria has not given him the opportunity. But for me, I can give anybody benefit of doubt. I believe anybody here, even us here, can do something better than what has been done in this administration. And living up to 50 years and having experience of abroad and local experience too, I believe he will be able to do something. But the big test is sometimes when you put people to power, they change. I hope his will be different. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Lord Michael. So I'm coming to you in a moment, engineer, but let me acknowledge Alexander Gomez's super chat, which is to this conversation. It says, think about it for a moment, folks. Showore, with no track record in government, wants to run the most powerful, most populated black country in the world. So this is the thing we're talking about. They say, oh, well, if Buhari knows Kusa, Buhari is a major general. He has led troops, he has commanded men, he has made life and death decisions, which, good or bad, he stood by. So
one man, don't let them deceive you. Buhari don't command anything.
Don't worry.
Now push
was
the
in
pusher.
Okay, don't worry. Forget all that. He was in the civil war. Was not for 30 months
to make up the number. They just give him glory.
Okay, don't worry. But he was there. Was it not? Are you saying he was not at the civil war with this? Because it's a matter of public record, though.
You don't know how that the military don't
lead the civil war. Did he lead it?
No. Let's not go to that space. Let's just go to engineer.
I mean, you're using that. You're saying he was at the civil war, like he led the civil war.
He was at the civil war for 30 months.
This
is a matter of public record, and he had a cantonment
was not a commander.
that he commanded. Look at that. Is he not? Is everybody? They did not have troops. Do you want us to go and be digging up records? Let's not do that now. These are known things. He had troops.
It's not a known thing.
By who,
It did not have troops. Did he not supervise a troop?
No, he did not.
He was a foot soldier, was he? Was he a foot soldier?
Yes.
You know nothing. You know nothing. Go to engineer, please carry on. This is just this is when we argue against facts, it somewhat irritates. But I engineer to you.
Yeah, greetings. Well, when it comes to Showore, I must be honest. He's a good guy. He make things. I think Showore did well in making people to start realizing that when it comes to in terms of looting in that country, he exposed some of the Nigerian leaders, and people are beginning to realize, okay, they requested the money to do a project, and how come we are having abandoned project again? So Showore is good in that aspect, but him become a Nigerian president, to be honest, the country alone is too big for him. I don't see him controlling that country, because if you're not a strong man and you have to play devil's advocate, you can't stand Nigeria. That's just the truth. Because Showore is somebody that he can sympathize with people, and for instance, if people now, let's say, what if there is attack, is someone he can command that, okay, go and retaliate or go and destroy them. Is someone that will say go and arrest them. So in terms of managing Nigeria is too big for him. I must be honest, it's too big. But if he can squeeze himself into a House of Rep, I think so he can acquire more knowledge and how to sort out things, then that will be fine. But him managing Nigeria, I don't see that chance at all. And Lord Michael, you made mention of something now. You said if if let the guy, let's say, assuming he go into that seat and things change. So we're praying for nothing like that to happen, but something can happen. It's 50-50 way. So it's too big. Nigeria is too big for sure. That's what I'm saying.
Then break it
Too
then
big.
now. Break the country then if it's too big.
How can he break it?
Break it,
How
or
does
find
that
somebody
sound
that
to
can
you,
handle
breaking
it.
country?
Is the
How does
thing.
that sound to
But
you?
just to address what Lord Michael was saying, that Buhari was a foot soldier during the Civil War. Here it is our war records. Buhari was
What
assigned
are
to
you
the.
listening to?
No, I
Lord
don't
Michael
like when
said
people
before your
try
leg.
to go against facts, but let me leave that. Let's go to Babati. So, Babati, you know the question, your answer, and thank
Yes,
you for
sir.
the super
Yes, sir.
chat,
Let me
Alexander
just.
Gomez. Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
a man. I go to the issues. I don't hide. So let me address Mr. Jai directly. And let's get this clear real quick. I have never, for once on this platform, questions Sowore's capacity to lead. I will let you and one man debate that. What I continue to maintain is that he does not connect with the regular Nigerian on the streets. And you came back with me saying that it's because they put him in Abuja. The man ran in 2019 and he could not connect. And I told you that we saw the interview today and he was still saying the same thing. Even if they release him in Abuja, he still will not connect with the regular individual on the streets. That's my point. And for you to say something about me not coming from here to work, that has nothing to do with the issue. You have to connect with people. The Nigerian people, you say because they collect money for elections, they are already fucked up as a people. We know that. The system is already fucked up. The people are fucked up already. The onus is on you.
Guy, the language, tone it
Okay,
down.
I'm sorry. They are already messed up as a people. We know that. The system is already messed up already. You, as the person running as the agent of change, you have to find a way to navigate that space, to change their mind. It's the onus is on you, not them. That's my point. I never question is stuff for all. That is for you to debate with one man. But you have to connect with people. And Abuja, no Abuja, it does not show. There's no sign that it's going to change. It does not have the it factor. Period. Thank you.
Is he a
Thank
team
you.
player?
We'll
Is he a
send your
team?
message
Because
across.
there
Thank
was
you.
a secondary part to that question. Do you see him as a team player, Babati?
I like I said before, the one man mopo mentality, I'm always right, never wrong, does not work. And if you look at him, it does not show any sign that he's a team player. And that's what happens when you, like they say, when you fight, like in the words of the Joker, he said you live too long to be but this is the problem. It's fast becoming the very thing he was fighting in the first.
Are you getting emotional? Your voice, voice is quivering.
No, because I got called out on something earlier, which I didn't really like, to be honest.
Okay, address it. Address what you were called out on.
Don't question my love for. I like the guy, but I'm being practical here. You cannot go out to somewhere saying you're running and you don't connect with people.
Do you see him as just a noisemaker, the guy?
No. I think he has a good heart, but he's not connecting with regular person on the streets.
One man next, please. Don't move about it to say what I don't want to say.
All right.
So like this is my point. If I say I love the country and I have all these policies, and I say people, I cannot say, look at these people, they're going to get money, they are corrupt, they are stealing. Ogbeni, that is already given. We know already. Leave story. You find a way to fix the problem. That's the reason why you are running in the first place. So all this Abuja, no Abuja, even if, okay, tomorrow now, the station water is now free from Abuja. I bet you nothing will change still. Nobody will still connect with him yet. That's my point.
You know, I'm not far from you. You see, the totality of well, maybe not the totality, but quite the majority of what you said, Babati, are my sentiments too. I do like the guy, contrary to what people would want to say. I do like him. I've often said that Nigeria needs Omoyele, but not Sowore, or Sowore, but not Omoyele. The ideas and the things that he is pushing, who doesn't want that? That is what we all come here to discuss, all these things. But is he the man to drive it? He's certainly not the man to drive it. I think that is patently obvious, but you know,
like you said before, like if we can pour Nnamdi Kanu inside Sowore, that would be the ideal can.
That would be the perfect plan.
But that skill is not there within him. That factor is not there.
Yeah, you are dreaming. If you pour Nnamdi Kanu inside Sowore, it can drive this thing. In Nigeria, why Nnamdi Kanu?
Okay, let's give up then.
Why Nnamdi Kanu not popular when he was champion? Hold on.
You know what?
Why was he not popular when he was championing Nigeria?
Let's give up then.
Is it not a tribal this thing that you were pushing that make him popular?
No. I said remove tribal. No. Mr. Jan, listen. Remove the tribal sentiment. Remember one man last time we said without the tribal sentiment. If the man was a Nigerian, it will have been popular as Nnamdi Kanu, right? That was last discussion here. If Nnamdi Kanu was a nationalist, it would have been more popular than the people together. That's my point. Let's not use that tribal card.
You see, it is his tone, it is his delivery, it is his personality.
It is the same thing you are doing to Sowore that you will be talking about Kanu.
No.
That's the same thing you'll be talking about him.
Kanu is able to reach to the heart and mind of the
common
man.
That's my point.
So it is
driving sentimental, tribal,
but he was not the first to drive it.
And tribal this thing.
No, he was not the first to drive it. A lot of people have been driving it,
and
but he resonated with the people because he has the skill set.
The same thing, what do you call this thing? What is the name of this Ibadan guy?
Sunday Igboho.
The same thing he did. They're making popular. Everything that is of tribal interest or on tribal lines is what our people like.
To preach Yoruba nation. So how come he caught fire? Because he has that sprinkled dust of magic dust that is that X factor that you either have or you don't have. Nnamdi Kanu has it, Igboho has it. Sowore does not have it.
Sowore is campaigning for Nigeria. That's why it's not popular among you.
Listen to me.
He's campaigning for Nigeria.
Listen.
Nobody. If Sowore jump into Yoruba nation, who will be a very popular person among Yoruba people.
Adanle Koko, take engineer's question, and then Baba T still wants to push you some more.
My question is just a very simple question. Adanle Koko, it's just something that has been bothering me, disturbing me all this while. And if I don't ask you this question, I'll feel
Make you
myself
ask
very,
now, make you talk quick. Why you they do
very
like person wake up for people mouth? Abi you they lick tom. Ask the question. You they chop tom for mouth. Abi na waiting. Now about Showore you want talk? Say Abi where you are there?
No. I'm just wondering where is Peter Obi?
Peter Obi they there now.
So
Peter Obi dey for PDP. You see,
look
Peter
at
Obi,
that. Look at
I
that.
will go for Peter Obi anytime, any day. But because this PDP, he dey for this party, we no fit solve Nigerian problem.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I cannot back him in that party.
Okay.
All right, Babati, you
We have
wanted
to
to
change
push
the new
Ajay a
direction.
bit more.
So, and that's why I'm supporting Showore. He
Yeah,
cannot continue like
please,
this.
let's go to
Thomas and
please,
Professor Data and move on now.
let me just before I pass it up, please, guys, please. I beg you, please.
Hold on,
Wait.
Carry on, yeah.
When we bring up people like Showore, like Nnamdi Kanu or Sunday Igboho to be poured on Showore, what we are saying is that if he had the same charisma, not their words per se, not what they say, but that magnetic pull that they have, that's the point, not their tribalistic tendencies.
There is no tribalistic. There is nothing you can do in Nigeria.
Star factor.
What can you have in Nigeria? Nigeria is a star killer.
This woman,
Nigeria is a star killer. It's a country that when you stand up for good thing in that country will crush you.
And so there's no hope there. So why bother?
So what are you talking about? When you are speaking,
yes.
Why bother then? Why bother? There's no hope.
Ajay Koko is going to combust.
When you are speaking tribal line, tribal interest, your people go champion you.
I said the charisma, not their charisma is what we're speaking to, not their tribal stuff. Stay on the issue. If he had charisma,
who told you that he doesn't charisma?
All right, Babati, Ajay Koko will never give way. That's why I said. But let's hear from Thomas and Prof, and then we move on. So, Thomas, you know the question. So, the two strands of it: does he have competence, and is he a team player?
Competence means efficient and capable. He lacks the both. He lacks the both. To me, he's not efficient enough, and the capability. He lacks the capability. To me, then to me, it doesn't bring people together. It's try to stand alone. You can't stand alone and fight this fight. You can never win, and you will never win. And the last, I want to say this. Ajay Koko normally say this every time. It's been stuck in Abuja. It's stuck in Abuja. Showore is stuck in Abuja, restricted in Abuja. That is the consequences for his action. He lost an election after 2019, and he starts shouting, "Take it back, revolution." So by Nigerian government, that is what they can do for him to settle him down. That's my submission.
All right, thank you. So F9 parallel from Thomas, F9 parallel. So what score does he get from Professor Datao? So that Prof, you heard the question.
Yeah, I heard. Yeah. I heard the question. See, there's which guys should one note that it's true he doesn't have a track record, but I still believe this man has the ability to rule this nation. One problem in this nation is corruption. It's a very big problem, and I see him tackling it. Now, you're saying is he a team player? Let me tell you the truth. You want him to be a team player with this bunch of people in government? No. My advice for sure is number one, he should do his strategy well. Find out how to. It won't be easy. It won't be easy. But I know if this man is able to get into power, one thing is clear: he's not going to work with these people. And the only way to do this is to find a way to restrict these people, or if possible, cage them. Sorry to use that word, cage them or lock them up. You understand? I still believe this man has the courage. We shouldn't, the problem with Nigeria, we always look at, people that have tried, all these people that have these track records have let us down. You understand? They've let us down. And I believe Showore has something to do. And I like what Ajay Koko said. It's not the party is not PDP. PDP and APC are one of the biggest problem of this nation, and I wish people can, come to realize that. These are my words concerning this.
God go bless you, Jerry. You see, our people just want somebody to come from heaven and come and rule Nigeria. That is what they want. A sense, stainless steel.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Prof. So, like I said, that's to space. It's just so, opinions are held so fervently, but so divergently. But hopefully we converge on opinions on this one. So I'll go to Babati and I'll take him to the fraternities. So the pirate fraternity, they've come out now to speak on the insecurity in Nigeria. Your poor handling of insecurity, pushing Nigeria to the brink. Pirate
Hold on.
fraternity.
Professor, can you mute, please? We're getting a feedback from you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So Babati, so the pirate fraternity, they are essentially speaking to BUHARI. Your poor handling of insecurity pushing Nigeria to the brink. Pirate fraternity tells BUHARI, and they are saying to him that, look, this situation is not tenable, which of course it's not. And they are saying that, people have to be able to defend themselves if the federal space cannot defend them. And of course, what we are seeing now, it brings back again this narrative of state policing. So all of that is what the fraternities are saying. So are you with the fraternity? Are you with the pirates? Or are you just the black axe, Babati?
Right message, the wrong messenger.
Okay.
I don't think they are in the best position to be saying that. But what they said is right. So even beyond state police, we should have local police, community police. Those should be in place. But we all know the reason why we have this federalist system of government, because it benefits a group in this country. It benefits them in terms of job creation and stuff. So they would never do that. But what they're saying is right. But I don't think they are the best people to put that message out there, because they are also part of the problem.
I have a follow-up question for you real quick so that you can drive us through.
Go ahead.
Who do you think would have been the best person to send that kind of a message?
No, that would be like people within, like, let's say within the local government now. If you have obas, they can say, okay, within our community, we know the thing we are going to, like the local vigilante group. They will be more credible because they're already doing it in a small capacity anyways. So when they speak about them needing like legal backing, they will be more credible. Like if I have in my area and we have all these local guys that do security people, like the Kings now, if they speak on those issues, it is more credible. But based on the way courtism is in Nigeria right now, I don't think they are more credible to come out and say those kind of words. Even though
pirate is not a cult, it's a confraternity. It's bigger than what these guys do in school.
I'm saying that no, what that's sprung into it is not them primarily, but the perception of it within the space, not them.
Okay, the way you see them.
Yeah, there's the perception of them in that community. That's my point, not them actually directly.
Okay, so one more question. So what do you think about these obas and religious leaders, the pastors, bishops, imams that have seen these things and they decided to bury their heads and go behind and take Ghana must goes from these politicians who are blind to the situation of the people and even with death? So what would you say about them that are quiet? And why condemn the messenger who think human life is sacrosanct?
No, that is no excuse. I'm not going to justify that position on that. I'm just saying that if anything is going to come out from that space, like for security, it should have been from the local level, because they know what's going on in their local government. But speaking to the question of kings or pastors doing that is unfortunate. I cannot defend that. But in terms of security, the best people to advocate for security is the people from that local area. It should come from the local council to the state to the federal, from the grassroots up. So the issue of corruption is a different issue entirely. But I cannot in full time defend any Oba or any king for not doing the right thing for his people.
And do you think any of these Obas are not in confraternities? Or do you don't you think they might be speaking through them indirectly?
No. Even my time in Abeokuta, don't let me go there tonight. I know so many BS that go on, even within the state level. They have all this Uboni and all that stuff. I know what they do back in the day. I'm just saying on a practical level, security is better addressed at the local level. So if anybody's going to speak of security, it should be people in that local town that will address it, backed by law. Now, if there are people who are corrupt, it's a different issue that needs to be addressed. But on a more practical level, it should come from the local level. Them being corrupt or doing part of it is a different issue.
All right. Do you see that we Nigerians are the problems of ourselves? We always want the message to come from a certain set of people. Why not forget about the messenger and take the message?
No.
You see what is happening now? Revolution is kicking up. It is doing press up. You know why? Now pirates has come to say maybe Blackers or AA or Mafites or Vikings will take action. This is how revolution starts. When it hits everybody, the message can come from anywhere.
You said that they are part. Those people are part of the Oba and the kings, right? You said they might be part of them. So how genuine is that message really? If they have kings and governors,
it's just a question. I'm not saying. I said
no. You said they are part of them, right? So
I said mine.
How genuine is that message?
Certain. I'm not saying I don't know any Oba who is part of them. So please.
No. You put up earlier. Don't deny. You said, how do we know they're not part of them? You said that earlier. So if they are part of them, like you said, how do you know that message is genuine? That's my point. But at the end of the day, it should be local. Security is local anywhere in the world. Any civilized country is local, regardless of that. It's just common sense. That is the best way to address security any part of the world.
All right, let's hear from Ete, who wanted to come in. Ete, you wanted to say?
Yeah, see, for Confra or cultists to come and start talking about security, you should know how bad it is in that country, Nigeria. Ed? You should know.
It's like Amroba saying the crime is too much.
You understand? It's like Amroba coming to say that they are stealing money from this bank too much. Oh, please, we need to stop stealing. So the thing is, the situation in Nigeria is terrible, and that's why we need to get very angry and blast anybody that defends this party called APC. Blast any of them, because they put us in this mess, and they don't have anybody to blame anymore. You can't blame anybody anymore. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So round off your thoughts on that space, Babati, and then I'll take you to another talking point.
Sir, but let me just round up, just calm down a little bit. Is that what they said? I agree with 100%. Don't get me wrong, what they said, but on a bigger level, I think we should go beyond state security. We should go down to the local level and have the local people address what is unique to them and back it by law. So what is that? Maybe I am from Sokoto now, or I'm from Ijebu. What I need over there might be different from somebody from Aba. So it should be addressed locally, where we also factor all these so-called fraternities, where we can just make them illegal. All these fraternity, or whatever, they should be illegal. We should ban them, back it by law, and have strict punishments for them that will do them severely. Because for them to be speaking tells you the level of decay, which is unfortunate. So we should make it local and get rid of all this confraternity or capitalism nonsense.
Babati, who wants to ban them? Their members and their patrons?
No, you're asking me what is
right.
No,
you said we should
ban them.
Because
I think, as Alexander Akache was saying, was it not Wole Soyinka that founded them even?
He was one of the founding fathers of Pirates.
Yeah, but look at what they have turned into.
What have they turned into? I don't know how you are seeing it, but I don't see it.
They are hoodlums now. I don't know.
Maybe they are not in my area, so I don't know.
What do you mean?
I don't know.
Hoodlums those days is different from now. Now,
Lord Mieke, are you one of them?
Yes.
Thomas, I join with your father.
No, I cannot. No. I'm going to remove Lord Michael for the rest of the day. No, I cannot have that. That's too much.
But you get my point though. What they were before in the 60s is not what they were anymore. The time I left secondary school in Nigeria, In fact, we started having those kind of people in secondary school that they will be backed by those politicians, like they said. So I do agree with that. But for us to make security effective, they have to be banned by law, make it illegal to have those kind of organizations, and make security local. That's the best way to approach security in Nigeria, in my opinion.
All right, thank you, Babati. So let me take you then to that space. Rotimi Amechi now. I think this is something even ongoing. It's not a new idea for fighter jets to be accompanying trains. So who pays for that, even in terms of the fuel spent, the personnel, the wear and tear on those crafts, and is that factored into the train fare? So what are you making then? The panacea to banditry on the train stations is for fighter jets to be accompanying trains. So if they are running 10 services a day, then that's 10 flights for the fighter jets.
Who is the VIP on that train that day? If there's no VIP, maybe they will say, sorry, there's no fuel in the jet today. Or there's no governor on that jet today. So sorry, we don't have fuel for the jet. So you have to go on your own. It's just ridiculous. That is, it's not practical.
Can I ask a question about that?
Yes, sir.
The thing is this now. How does that fighter jet compensate for the lack of sensor that can even detect explosive materials on the track?
Because I agree with you. I agree.
So it doesn't change anything, because if these terrorists set up a rail and something happened, what will the fighter jet do after the incident? So I think Amechi needs to.
Okay, Amechi is dumb. That's just the one thing. He is dumb. Yeah.
Anola, will you board a train knowing fully well that you need a fighter jet to secure you? Will you feel comfortable on that train?
Why must I even go there? I've not visited Nigeria for a while. Talk less of.
No, I'm saying that like no, not that not that. Oh, the one in Lagos Ibadan Expressway, so the one in Lagos Ibadan.
I won't board because I don't want operational error. Now, so if one jet will drop some kind of explosive, they will say it's an error. I won't even try it.
Just that Lagos Ibadan, do you know it ran out of petrol and they were pushing it. They were trying to push the train. We saw it now. We saw the clip.
Can I say something? Can I say something real quick? You see, if you listen to Senator Sani, Shehu Sani, he proposed something which I think it makes sense, and which I've been thinking on that line too. You see, between Abuja, that is Suleja area there, and Kaduna, if they can put a command structure there, or like a small base there, whereby they can have cameras that are monitoring or whatever crap they have flying, or the like surveillance camera or whatever, monitor that place, they can deploy within 15 minutes. That they get the notification.
Even sensors. They can have sensors in the forest.
Sensors in the forest, what do you mean? Okay, you mean sensors like, well, if they can do, you see, this is not rocket science. Listen, it's not a rocket science. If they can have like 3, even as the train is going, as the train is even going, they can have a drone that is accompanying it. Not a ham drone, but a kind of a military grade drone that whereby it can even send messages back, relay messages back to the command centers within that axis, that they can deploy security forces or whatever, special forces within 15 minutes interval, and then they can arrive there and then take down this terrorists. Guys, this is not a rocket science. They have voted billions of dollars. Look at this man, what is his name? Brutai, a general who sells snake oil, and he has buildings in Dubai. Millions of dollars worth of buildings in Dubai. How did they make that money? And then what is his name? The former chief of army staff, the late guy that died. Oh, I just hope that guy, has God's mercy. That guy, they killed that guy. But when he was under Senate when they were asking him questions, he said there was nothing for him to work with. So all the money that Brutai has been getting, what has he been doing with that money? The billions of dollars they've been giving to Brutai to go and buy weaponry to harm
you know that Brutai is a son of a Buhari loyalist. When Buhari was in the wilderness, just crying, so He's a son. He's the son of one of a lifelong Buhari loyalist. So I think it was in reward for that space. So this is what we see. And Abubakar Malami, as you all know, of course, has been his lawyer for 20, 30 years. So this is just
So my point is this: they should investigate this guy.
So nothing to do with competence is what I'm saying.
But do you think that, Mr. Man, do you think that because guys, let's remember the reason people went to the train was because they were attacking them on the road, right? If you remember. Now this is bad, Dubai. I have to say it. I suspect that they're gonna pretty much start attacking airplanes very soon.
What do you mean they are going to start? Did you not hear what happened in Kaduna?
No, I'm saying that it's going to be on a full scale, like every bombing, dropping planes, the way it's going. They're going to ground everything. The seaports, airports, train, the road, everything will be so bad. People will just like, oh, I can't travel anymore.
It's quite a
thing. Let's just hope it doesn't get to that. Just hope it doesn't get to that.
Oh, it's getting there. It's getting there.
Was it not yesterday they were saying the president could not go to the stadium because they said IPOB wanted to bomb the stadium. I mean, look at how they just spread that rumor, and then sometimes I don't just understand that country, the way the lack of coordination among the intelligence community there. I don't just get it. I mean, they will be saying one thing.
Are we not talking of people that have been trying Kaduna Airport? You know, they are testing running Kaduna Airport gradually. What's that telling you?
Of course, yeah. That's to tell us that nowhere is safe. As soon as they can get a mastery over that airport, no other airport will be safe. And maybe they'll be able to get some maybe anti-aircraft weapon to bring down planes.
Look, that Kaduna Airport has been having problems for a long time. This one that just happened recently, it was because they took over the wrong way. That is why the news was so well. I mean, that was why it made the news. Look, that airport by itself, it's a fenceless airport. It has no fence around it, and there are thick forests around it.
How can you like Okada on wrong way?
Okada
on wrong way. Okada on wrong way.
Is there airport to the Air Force
base? Is it not only that one?
You see one thing? How far is Kaduna Airport to the Air Force base? Now, thick
forest around
it. Let's forget about thick forest. We have Nigeria Defense Academy there. We have airport, Air Force base very close to that place. Most of Nigeria established security infrastructure.
Yeah, they have. Yeah, every airport has
that. They can do that. What's that telling us?
That airport after 9 a.m. is closed. They don't allow any plane to land after 9 a.m. because from afternoon time it's a dangerous place to go.
In the morning.
9 a.m. in the morning. All flight 9 a.m. closed. The airport is closed.
Not PM.
Not PM. PM okay.
AM.
PM. 9 a.m.
Nigeria ALD.
Nigeria is just
these people are these terrorists or bandits. They have their staff quarters close to the airport. Those people have attacked that staff quarters. They have taken some people as they kidnapped some people away. Some of the staff working at the airport away. Sometimes ago, it did not make the news. Did they not attack NDLA? Did they not take people away from NDLA? What are we talking about? I say that country is.
Did you guys, one man? Did you see Sokoto State Airport too? Come and see like Okada riders on the runway.
Oh, that was
the plane was going. Have you seen that one? Have you seen that one?
Was it?
I saw it on the right.
Let me get the link. Let
Oh, good.
Let me get the link.
My goodness, you need to see what is going on in this northern states.
Let me get the link.
They're just making mockery.
Okay, when you people are talking of Sokoto, Kaduna, what of the Lagos airline? You know, say Lagos airport. You know, see a start full everywhere for there.
Exactly, that's true. Yeah, everybody wants to make money there from everybody. It's crazy. It's a mess
everywhere.
It's a mess.
If you carry your load like this, if you don't put your eyes on your on your load, it be gone. No.
All right. Thank you, Babati. So let me take you from there, Babati. Let me take you to the politics now. So Wike, he's not waiting for anybody to come and give him a free meal. He announces that he's running for president, and immediately he gets on his plane, and Oliver is chasing Tinubu round the country. So as Tinubu leaves, he parks. So Wike now in Ogun State, canvassing and schmoozing with our delegates there to say, look, I am running, I am one of you, we are playing South, and all of that business. So contrast that then with Peter Obi, who insists that if they don't come and hand him a ticket in his bedroom, then it's not going to be taking it seriously. So what are you then making of Wike's thrust towards the PDP ticket and contrasting that with Wike's feeble attempts, the Peter Obi's feeble attempts?
Yeah, like I think people here a couple of times weeks ago, we all agree that I think we all love Peter Obi. Most people that even the Yoruba people here, like me, like Aja and other people here, we say that he should be at least in contention, but it lacks that very thing I was speaking of earlier. It does not have that charisma. You know, Wike is a very charismatic individual. He has that gravitas to pull people. I don't like him as a person, but for some reason, people like him. But him running as for president within the PDP space, I don't think he can beat Atiku. Atiku just had that party by the jugular. I don't know how he does it, but for some reason, he's just a strong man. The best, I think, maybe he's running for VP. Maybe him and Peter Obi are running for VP. That's what I'm assuming. It looks that way to me. But
if you were Atiku, who would you pick out of the two?
Oh man, that is a tough one. That is a tough one because Peter Obi, you've already picked him once. You've already picked him once. Wike is South, so you got to go for man. It's tough. If he's going to go for
because apart from the mass Igbo votes that might come with Peter Obi, he offers nothing because in the last election, that was a lot of the complaints.
Right.
That it had no electoral value to them. He made no financial contribution and he did not especially deliver votes. Maybe he delivered some votes in the Southeast, but
Right.
they felt he wasn't strong enough of a partner to Atiku. That's what they said.
Yeah.
But Wike, he might not be able to deliver the numbers of Peter Obi, or he might even. But if you are saying campaigning, I think Wike will campaign for you. And if you are saying let's spend money, he has a bag full.
Yeah,
so,
but also, you know, in the Nigerian setting, if you have somebody from the north running for the presidency, they usually don't pick a very strong southerner as a VP.
Wike will be too strong.
Yeah, Wike cannot be controlled. His personality is too strong. He's too big enough to be controlled by an Atiku. So I don't see him as someone that is meek enough to submit that much. So I don't see them pick. It would be the ideal presidency from that area. So they have to. That is a tough one. It's a good question, which to be honest with you, I have no answer for that. To be honest with you, but it's a very good question.
1 minute.
I would pick Wike over Peter Obi anyway, but I don't like
I gave you the link already. Okay,
yes. You mean the Malus on the runway?
No, the Okada, the bikes on the airway, the bike on the runway.
Was it bikes or Malu? Or carry on? I thought it was Malu, but carry on.
One man. You said some people said Obi does not bring anything to the table or this. Where did that come from?
No, that's the report back from the feedback from the last presidential election that they said he did not spend money. That was the main thing. That he did not have the money to contribute towards the campaign, which Wike would have. But then all he delivered, because I don't think he especially did anything in the campaign other than to say China, China. But then I'm pretty confident that he influenced the Igbo vote in the direction of Atiku Abubakar.
Okay, let me tell you this, one man. The people that were against Obi's vice presidency then were Igbo's political leaders, because they weren't expecting Atiku to choose Obi. They thought it's going to choose one of them that are big political juggernaut there. But Atiku knew what he was doing. He wanted somebody that have demonstrated a real leader, a real patriot, a person that managed both human and natural resources well, a person that is well versed about international economies. When it comes to the real, how does economy work? Person that knows the nitty-gritty of it. Obi, that is why he chose Obi. So Atiku wanted somebody who can be his vice. And the vice president is the person that heads his economic committee, which Atiku has done before during the time of Obasanjo. So he brought Obini because he knows his wealth of experience in managing resources and solving economic problems. He demonstrated in Anambra State, and that was what he brought to the table. To say he doesn't bring anything to the to say he doesn't put no money. Why won't he put money? Who are the people saying that? He's a billionaire. Obi is a billionaire. Some miscreant political can be saying that in just to ridicule his personality, but to say it does not bring anything to the table. Those that felt neglected by Atiku, thinking that Atiku will pick them, are the one that was spreading that thing. So Atiku picked the righteous, and I believe if Atiku should emerge as the candidate of the party, Obi is going to pick again. And that is why you see Obi was at Atiku presidential declaration. He has really positioned himself well. We can work together. So let's just wait and see. But to condemn Obi that he has nothing to bring to the table, he has a lot of wealth. When it comes to experience and how to solve economic problem, that guy has it, and we need somebody like that that can help to solve economic problem in Nigeria. We're in a serious, not you think Atiku will trust somebody like Wike?
No, that's what Babati was saying. That is too
you can't
strong.
Trust it because it's not that it's not the strongness, but somebody that talk too loud, somebody that too lousy, somebody that is just like no. Obi is cool-headed and he can solve problem. He doesn't talk too much, but when he tells you, anytime he come out with solution to economic problem, he will say it in a simple terms that everybody can understand it.
But
that guy is an asset. It's an asset to that country.
Does it connect with people that Mr. Jan is a very brilliant person?
What are you talking? What is the connection you are talking?
With people. He's a likable guy, which is the thing. Yeah.
What do you mean that is connect? What is this connection that you always asking for all the time?
I'm asking.
Babati, I want to show you a video that it's just a tiny little clip that I saw on Instagram earlier today. You know, so I'm not going to tell you anything about my reaction, but I want to take your thoughts on this. So let me show you this, and then I'll also show that video of that you sent in of this. Yes. So let me show you this first. So I'm going to. Okay. I just wanted to cut out the music because that's usually where I get struck. So what do you make of this?
True love.
True love.
Yeah. No. No, don't laugh now. I mean, love does amazing things to people. Like Will Smith said yesterday, 2 days ago in his speech. He said, "Love makes you do crazy things." So they're madly in love with each other.
How old would you say this guy is?
Maybe
up to
17, 17, maybe
And how old would you say that woman is?
62, in the 60s or so, maybe in the maybe late 50s.
Is that not against the law?
Anything for that green card?
And now I can't take pay now. So
God Almighty. You upset me when I saw it on Instagram. You know when you just scroll. It really upset me when I saw this.
But on a more serious note, I'm surprised you just seen this for the first. This is very common online, to be honest.
No. Usually you see somebody in their mid to late 20s, early 30s, and then a woman round about that of this sort of ilk, and then you know what is going on, but you say, okay, like anything for the green card. So, but this one now, it's just not long ago, mommy was changing his nappies, and look at him.
Yeah, he looks like a 17.
It's not even mom. It's
like
grandma. That's almost even great grandma, isn't it? It's just.
But you know what was funny? Even his parents will not complain when they know that they can get green. They will not complain even if they know that they're doing what they're doing. They won't complain about it. Sadly, that's the new Nigeria.
It was quite a sin. It really upset me when I won't say it upset me, but it disappointed me. It jarred me, because like you said, it's not something uncommon, but somebody
Can I say something about that real quick?
Yeah, go on.
First of all, apologies to everybody and to Thomas. I didn't mean to call your dad. I was upset, Sometimes I tell people to calm down, and me too, I need to calm down. Why is it now to the issue on ground? Why is it that it's okay for a young girl to marry an elderly person, and it is not okay for a young man to marry an elderly woman? Why the bias?
No. No, Mike, let me address that as a former.
I have an answer for that, but go first.
Pimping game. Men naturally go for younger women. It's a natural, because in our subconscious mind, we see younger women as fertile. It's in your subconscious.
Yes, that's where I was going. Yeah.
Facility and youth is just the price tag, and your resources because if you're older to a woman, they assume that you have more experience and you have more resources, so they're gonna gravitate towards you. So that resources in exchange for that youth is the natural exchange.
And who made that law?
It's just natural. Okay,
who made you become natural?
No. What Babati is saying is that if you have like a 60-year-old man with a 22-year-old girl, you know that girl can still procreate, and you know that man can procreate. So because essentially relationship is for procreation, so that doesn't. You can look the other way. But if you see a 22-year-old boy with a 62-year-old woman, then you know that he's paying a heavy price to be there.
Right.
I have this to say, even though I do not support that. Who told you everybody wants to reprocreate? And who told you having a child, you must give birth to a child? What happened to adoption?
The boy is 17 years old, for God's sake. Let come on now.
No, but the truth is, I know naturally or sentimentally we feel it's wrong, but logically, it's not right what we are doing. Sometimes we do things, it becomes a tradition, and when somebody does it the other way, we think the person is wrong. Yes, even for me, I don't like it because I'm in your school of thought, but logically, there has to be a way of balance. Who knows why this guy is really marrying that woman? It could be for value, it could be for love. We don't know.
The guy hasn't passed his WAEC yet. What does he know about love? He hasn't passed his WAEC yet. What does he know about love?
Michael, then go attack you here. You better just leave this
matter. I wait for the attack.
Leave them. Just leave them alone.
What does he know about love? His brain has not
about love. Are you not married? Don't you have a kid?
His brain has not finished forming.
How do you know? How do you know that?
He doesn't want to keep it.
You are talking down on somebody who God created like you. That is what you are doing. Right now, to me, you know how I feel? I feel you are insulting God's creature, and which is wrong. Don't think his brain has no form.
Where did you see that God said that a small boy should marry a 62 years old?
And where did you see that God said a small boy should not marry an old woman? Tell me.
Child.
Is there in the Bible? Have you ever seen anybody, any young man that marry a old person in the Bible? Have you ever?
So is the Bible?
Must everything happen in the Bible?
No, you said God now. You took it the Bible.
Let's take it.
Is the Bible a yardstick for that? Is the Bible a yardstick for that?
Okay, which religion? Which other religion said so?
No, leave.
Which other religion?
There are many other religions. Listen. There are many other religions. Muhammad, listen. Muhammad married an older woman as older than him.
No, please, rational mind. I don't want to
You
go
know
there
that?
because I don't
He
want
married
to handle the ugliness of that. So let's
50-something years older than him.
No, I don't know how old the lady was, but I'm saying
you
cannot
compare 2 years older, 5 years older, 10 years older with almost 50-something years older.
Let's not be narrow-minded.
It is obvious that it's for money. There is nobody that will say that
regardless
that guy
of what. I'm not supporting anything. Listen, I'm not supporting whether I did it for money or for pali or whatever. But what I'm saying is, if people decide to want to marry somebody that is older than them, do not find fault with that. Let's not find fault with everything that people do.
He has not passed his WAEC. How can he decide?
No. It's not the older. It's not the older person that.
You know how old is he?
If you see me, you can guess from his look. If he's that guy is a teenager, certainly.
One man. If I'm clean shaven, if you see me, you think I'm in my 20s.
Forget clean shaving.
Don't worry. That's a teenager
right
there.
What I'm saying to you is this.
Teenager.
I could pass for somebody who is more younger than my age, like even, half of my age.
No, that's a teenager.
He has never SS3.
Just visually, you can see the age gap.
There is the age gap, you know.
Yeah.
But, let's not find fault with
the boy is SS2, SS3. To start with, what nationality is that boy? Do you know his nationality?
Well, he's a Niger boy now because he was
How we told you he's Nigerian now?
Because the backdrop music was Nigerian.
It could be Nigerian. Anybody listening to Nigerian?
Anyway, what does it matter? The nationality?
Because he's just claiming like the boy is SS2, SS3. It's only Nigeria that does those SS2, SS3.
No, from his look. So he's using SS2, SS3 to mark an age bracket.
That is why I am saying now I'm still using the same measure that you cannot judge people. How better are we?
Okay, so apparently that is okay. This is what they say. This is okay. What we do is okay.
Anytime people
country, I know so many men who have married women that are older than them, and they have lived very fine and have kids.
Lord,
so it is not a yardstick. Even though I do not support that.
Wait now. Let's say you're that boy's age. Let's say that is you in that video. Will you take that woman home to your parents that you want to marry?
No, and the boy doesn't have to.
No,
I won't. And the boy doesn't have to.
At 17, you won't. There's no approval needed from your parents.
Do you know if the parents even know where the boy is?
No, I'm asking you now. Let's say that is you, without green card though, without benefit.
No, I would take the woman home. And the boy doesn't have to take the woman home.
Why are you encouraging this?
I'm not encouraging him. I'm just telling you the condemnation is not all the way correct. All right. You see, if you heard my opening statement, I say I do not encourage this. I do not like it, but the discouragement, or I'll say the condemnation, is not all the way right. There are some things we just talk about it and let it go. Let us not go.
Okay, Lord Michael.
And start saying Bali.
Well, it's palio, no doubt about that. But Lord Michael, let me play you another video clip and see if you condemn this.
The script here. The script here.
Sokoto from the Congress of Yankee Research.
So that was Sokoto Airport. You saw that.
Okay, what I want to say now. Oh, hey, Baba. Say, Baba.
Look at that.
Say, Baba 2023. I say, Baba now.
Say Baba Buhari.
Say Baba Buhari for president 2023.
These people don't understand anything about rules or regulations, never mind laws.
They don't.
It's just when you say it, when you use word like savages, they call us ethnophobes. Is that not savagery, right? Who does that? Is that not just barbaric behavior?
Very good. Barbaric is the word. I was going to even say heartbreaking, but it's barbaric. You know.
On a runway. And then
the
when
plane
they
is going
shoot
at
up
the same
that
time.
plane,
And
that
plane is on the
plane,
runway too, about to take up or land.
like a Danfo driver negotiating past Okada riders on a runway.
I mean,
Look at that. He's making avoidance moves for Okada riders on a runway. Look at that.
In America, so some airport they will shoot you if you break the airport. They will shoot you at sight. If you break
they have airport police now. They have airport
police.
It's
a different world, isn't it? It's a different world. We're not the same people. Or whoever tells you is just a joke.
Where are they going to?
To go and greet the.
They want to call through small corner to escape long traffic. So that they
no, they're not using shortcut. No, they want to go and meet somebody just arrived. One of their sheikh or whatever. I think one of their sheikh just arrived, or one of their Islamists or whatever. I don't know, maybe Sultan or somewhere.
Oh, yeah. I think Alexander Akache is of the same thought as me. Yeah, carry on. Yeah.
It's just, what I'm just trying to say is that
they use Corona.
It's Coro.
Oh God.
I mean, that's a runway. You saw the pilot was so shocked.
Let me ask you one question. Woman, if this had happened in Lagos, what would happen?
It won't happen in Lagos now.
No. For example, that the people in Lagos had made this kind of violation, what would they do?
Well, I didn't answer that question because this will not happen in Lagos,
Well, it's okay. It won't happen, but, it just shows how we are in this country.
It can't happen anywhere in the south. Anywhere minus Lagos. It can't happen anywhere in the south.
It's a defenseless airport. It's so vulnerable for attack.
So they can take it down anytime they want.
They can take it down anytime. Yeah.
Look at the pilot making avoidance moves for Okada rider on a runway.
They're not Okada riders. One man, don't you understand? These are not Okada riders. These are people who are going to. I think that they want to go and meet their their sheikh or something. Something like that.
Yeah.
I don't just get it.
My God.
So why is that surprising?
It's a different world.
No,
it's a different world.
He's scared. If he jumps anybody, he might lose his job.
But let me
lose his job, they will gun him down.
What this is signifying to afterward is that Nigeria is a very unsafe country. It's a very lawless and very unsafe, and anything can happen to you.
There's 60, 70 of them, if not 100. Look at that. My God. Unbelievable. How many times will we say unbelievable on this? But when we say unbelievable, this is what we is this not unbelievable?
One man, why is this shocking? That's what
I asked to be shocking. No, because it is.
I am surprised. I am surprised you are surprised. I am surprised you are surprised. Yeah, if a sheikh or whatever it's called, Emir can order that they should stop a plane on the runway because it's late or whatever. Why are you not surprised that these people will now be doing this?
And when I say we have to civilize these people, and people recoil from that statement that is too ethnic intonation, do we not have to say? So we are saying this will never happen in Lagos, but this surprises nobody. You are surprised that I'm surprised. So when I'm saying we have to civilize these people to rescue ourselves from them, do we not have to civilize these people?
But they are not open to it. They are not open to civilization.
Because if we don't civilize them, they will turn us into. Is it that we rescue them?
Not civilized. We are not civilized people as well. In Lagos,
we all agree that this will not happen in Lagos.
You see Agbero in our airport there. Agbero are inside the airport.
Hopefully not on the tarmac.
Or runway. What's the difference? If it is possible for Okada to ride along the runway in Lagos and pass to the other side, they will do it too.
Because that airport is mainland. That used to take one way on third mainland. That's what that we just time they walk with.
Let me say something to you. They say that in Nigeria that if you allow them to even lap each other on the plane, they will do it. They will lap each other on the plane. let me lap
That is almost it.
That country is a lawless country, man. I'm telling you, very lawless, so disorganized and so disorganized country. Because see structure, because everything is so disorganized.
So that tells us
People
how
are just,
easily what happened in Kaduna was able to happen.
yes.
You know, so
yeah.
It's unbelievable. You know, I thought it was cows when I first saw it. I thought they were running cows. There were just so many of them. Oh, God. Adale Koko, are you seeing what I'm saying?
I mean, it is horrible, man. What is
Oh,
this?
my God. Wow. We have a country. We have a country. And this is what
the implication of this to outside world is very, very bad. All this thing that is happening, I mean, look at it. We are here, we are not there, but everybody is watching it around the world. A lot of people will see it, and people from this country and some other country that want to go there, you know, they just feel it's a safe place. We cannot go there. Right now, in United States, there is information.
No, they'll say it's Nigeria now.
They'll say it's Nigeria. They won't say it's North or it's South. They'll say it's Nigeria.
They will say it's Nigeria.
That's how
yes.
they behave in Nigeria. That's what they will say.
Do you know what? Do you know what annoys me the most is that those politicians, they come here on vacation. They see how things work here. They see how things work in this country. But to go back
when
and
they come, they will queue for the train or they'll queue for their
exactly.
ticket. They will obey the law.
You know, you see how things. There was a time I was living in Irving, Texas, and this guy came to Irving. Bengadane was the governor at that time. He came to Irving. Irving has a sports golf course. It's a PGA. It's a PGA golf course where Tagawus play every year. I know that they have all these golf tournaments. For you to even hold a club there, you must have at least 100K just to play. And the guy came there with his friend for the weekend just to waste money. And I'm like, he said, he was there a week ago. He was just there with his people. They were just spending money anyhow. So they come here, they see how nice things are, well organized. But if I'm a governor, you should ask people in that state, how does this thing work here? Why can't we do the same thing back home? That's what is frustrating to me. That you become, in fact, it's even worse. Let's even make it worse. They even study here. Some of the people that are Nigeria,
are those not the people that you people regard as people that have the capacity and the competence to govern your place?
This guy, man.
They're not the people that you're rooting for.
You change the topic again, Baba.
But that tells you that they have the capacity, but they are just misusing it. So the fact that they are not using it for the greater good does not mean they lack it now.
Right.
How can you define that they have capacity when they cannot run the state?
But Babati already said now, they like Femi Gbadagbia, for instance, he trained in America, ran a law firm there, abiding by all of the rules, a successful law firm as at that. So that tells you that he has good grounding, both educationally and in business. So the fact that he now goes to Nigeria and becomes
somebody that stole money of clients, somebody that stole where we have
that's criminality, but that's not lack of capacity now. He has capacity.
Criminality and it don't need criminal record. Why must
Showore has no capacity is the thing.
Showore has no criminal record.
Oh, wait,
but he has no capacity.
Somebody that have criminal record, you put him in number 4th most powerful position in your country. What do you expect?
What we are saying is this: how are these people that are rogue? How are they capturing their political base? See, that's why I said nobody is Showore for just the name.
We have told you before, you keep going back, Ola. These are the people that bribe their way through to power. Showore does not want to do that because he wants to correct that kind of system.
I gave an example of what I did in my local town here, for example. Now, see, whenever Showore needs money, right? If you come to those people in diaspora, they will contribute, right? What I'm saying is this: he can find a way, find people at that local level. Let some people go and contest the chairmanship of the local government. Let some people go to the other level.
Hold on. It is easy to say. You people can blame him. Oh, let him go and do that. What did he go and do that?
You're
What
not
you
blaming
people
him.
doesn't.
You're not blaming him.
Hold on. I'm not saying you blame. What you people does not know is that the role of leadership in pursuing that kind of cause matters. When the leaders is absent, it's like everything will collapse. And we have seen what happened to Kanu. Since they captured Kanu, did you hear anything? Did you hear anything? Hold on. Let me finish. Hold on. Since they captured Kanu, did you hear that vibrant or that bombastic attack on Nigeria by Biafra? Did you hear it anymore? Then when they captured Igboho in Republic of Benin, are you not the people saying that, look at Yoruba people, they have neglected him because there's no more activity by Yoruba nation? The role of leadership, a leader of a struggle. Let me tell you, hold on. Showore represents a struggle. He's leading a struggle. When a leader of a struggle is taken down or put in incarceration, he affects that struggle. But you people don't want to know.
Hold on,
you just want to blame me for everything. The same thing happened to Kanu, and the same thing happened to the same thing happened to Showore. I mean, so happened to.
You can't.
Okay, I'm hearing you guys now. Sorry.
Okay, I was inviting you to hold on. So let's do this. I'm going to play the Showore clip, and then we'll have a conversation around it as just the last talking points, because I don't think there's any point going through all the talking points anymore. But let me play the Showore clip, and then we see how he performed, because we come here almost on a daily basis. We land on this guy. So let him now speak for himself, and then we see just how he performed.
Welcome to the show. Now, online news publisher, rights activist, and politician Omoyele Sowore has declared interest to run for the 2023 presidential election. Sowore says his decision to run for the presidential office again comes after due consultation on the plight of Nigerians, especially the teeming population of unemployed youths. He says the system of governance will focus on workers' welfare, free education for young people, job creation, and pension reforms. The rights activist is contesting on the platform of the African Action Congress, AAC. Let's listen to him.
As soon as I become the president of Nigeria,
to be able to reach some of this,
and subsequently, your monthly pensions are paid to you before the 25th of the month. You deserve it because you work for it.
Well, I'm now being joined by the dogged fighter and presidential aspirant of the African Action Congress, Omoyele Sowore. So good to have you here, Omoyele.
Thank you.
And you have lofty ideas here talking about all of this. Let me start by asking you where you hope to get all the monies from to be able to reach some of this, to be able to do some of these things that you have stated, including paying 100,000 naira as minimum wage to workers.
Well, thank you for having me. And this question comes up all the time from journalists. They ask, where do you get the money from? It comes from some economists, where do you get the money from? And my answer is, where do we get the money from that are stolen and exported out of this country on a daily basis? Where do you get the money from to buy $2.5 billion worth?
So let me just pause it there. He has already failed on that question, but it carries on. You know, they asked him a question, which is an economics-based question, and he's just saying, jibba jabba.
Of shares from a private refinery that just opened in Lagos. Where do you get the money from to build houses that are empty in Abuja, unoccupied by politicians? Where do they get the money from to send their children to universities where they pay £100,000 a year without planting cocoa or selling anything? Where do we get the money from to build all the mansions all over the world? Where do you get the money from to build houses in Dubai that you don't live in for more than 6 times in a year? Where do you get the money from to buy all the automobiles? Where do you get the money from?
So you think Nigeria will save more money from corruption, actually, and you fight corruption to get those monies?
It's not about fighting corruption. To get money, you also have to make money. And to make money, you have to invest in people. That is why one of our focal points of making this country a great country is, investing in education. One person, well-trained, one child well-trained, can create a Facebook that will be richer than the whole of West Africa.
Well, that would be a private company.
Well, I'm just saying, but even, look, people talk about private investments all the time. And I'm not avoiding your question. I'm just saying that, our problem in Nigeria is not wealth creation. It's equitable distribution of the wealth that has been our problem. Had we invested the little, as they call it, that we make in our people, we would have enough to go around. But when you have a country that is held to ransom by greedy people, you can never have enough. In fact, they are the ones who ask us, where would you get the money from? People in the Senate ask us, where would you get the money from? But we are paying them 14 million naira a month, an average member of the Nigerian Senate. And you are paying a Nigerian worker who works 5 days a week, 30,000 naira. And if he has to...
Let me just pause it there for a moment. But, when people say that he's not able to pivot from Aluta to politics, so that's it right there. So that was an economics-based question, and his answer, Aluta. So this is the thing, though. Just give us your plans for that space, because you've made this bold mission statement. So defend it with facts and figures, and how you're going to... Where did they get the money from to go and build house in Abuja?
Did you ask those people that are ruling the place now? They are not even governing. Did you ask them this kind of question you are asking?
Are you not saying Showore is bringing a different way of being? Is he not bringing some? Is it the same as the rest of them?
Different, but from what he told you, he said he's going to invest in the people. Is that not satisfactory question?
No, that's Aluta.
It's too broad. It's not specific.
Can I say something? Watching this video for the second time again is giving me a bit of clarity as to what this guy intends doing, which I think I spoke to. Initially, when I watched it, I felt it didn't have a good start, and it went on like what man said, this Aluta. But then watching it for the second time now has given me a little bit of insight into what he intends to do. Now, what if you understand what he's saying is that he will make sure that those money that are being siphoned out, that are being corruptly...
He did not say that, it was the presenter that actually condensed it for him to give him what he was intending to
where
say.
Where will you get the money? That's what he said.
Yes.
So what he's saying that...
And he went on a tirade.
That is one area. That was why when we started this discussion at the beginning, I said, when we were discussing earlier, I said the way he went about it, for me, I was like, no, this guy did not.
But it's still Aluta, though. Was that not an Aluta response?
It's not Aluta answer. He answered it very well. That is going to invest in the Nigerian people. The money being stolen away.
You know what they call a stock answer? Do you know what they call a stock answer? STOCK. That's a stock answer right there. That's not an inspired answer.
But looking at it,
but I believe other politicians do the same thing too, and you don't call them Aluta.
Is it the same as other politicians? Then, if so, what is he doing there?
One man. This is the problem.
In the language people want to understand.
This is the problem with Nigerian like one man. Do you know in the 80s, Nigerian workers, the poorest, or let me say the lowest paid worker, earn more money than what you are paid today. Nigerian workers then, I think they were paid like $120 or $150 and 150 naira. And that was the same rate with the dollar then, back then. But look at it, if you convert that $125 or $150 back then, at the same rate with dollar we have today, Nigerian workers back then were paid like $90,000. I mean, 90,000 naira against 30,000 naira that you are paid today. But still, today, 30,000, they are not even paying the people. And Shore is saying that it's going to pay 100,000, and you are questioning, you think it's not possible in
How
Nigeria.
would you get
What is 100,000 naira?
No, hold on, Ajanle Koko. That is a wish. Okay, can you hold on, please, rational mind? That is a wish until it's able to define exactly how it's. So everybody would like to pay 100,000 naira, but how are you going to do it?
He has already defined. Where did you see the money?
That is going to
all
recover
the money
stolen
being
money
stashed
and
away.
block loopholes.
He will block graft.
He will block graft. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
That's okay. Let's hear some more.
Is that
worked
Bachat?
30,000 naira for his entire life. He worked for 38 years before he can make 14 million naira.
Well, that figure has always been disputed by the National Assembly management every now and then. Despite even some lawmakers coming out to actually make that
why is it
claim.
why is it that it's secret that they can't tell you how much they make? Is because they know that this is not disputable.
Well, the basic salaries, we already know that one. As
we are not talking about. We are talking about their take-home pay.
Yeah,
it's different, and the take-home pay of a Nigerian worker is any 30,000 naira per month. Is not even up to 30,000 naira by the time they make all the deductions.
Very interesting indeed.
Yes.
Now let me take you up on this issue of you wanting to be president.
Yes.
Why has it been difficult for Nigeria to actually have someone who is either a technocrat or a younger person that's full of ideas that can be able to revolutionize the country and make it be the sort of country that, we all dream of? Because Nigerians love good things, but it's been difficult for them to get a leader that will drive them into those, good things that they want.
Because the leaders who have been running Nigeria since 1960 or even way beyond, including the colonial masters, had designed Nigeria to fail like this. When they were handing over power to the new leaders, they made sure that they handed over power to only the people they could trust. When they left, of course, Nigeria fell apart and there was a civil war and the military came. The military had some of the most incompetent people. We fought them on the streets and we found out that they were not interested in the future of the country. They were interested in themselves. And when the military had to leave for the first time in 1979, they also made sure they handed over to somebody they could trust, Alhaji Shehu Shagari, who never wanted to be president. The Babafemi Awolowo, who really wanted to be president, was edged out with some mathematical calculation that's never been seen anywhere else today.
The 12 to 3rd controversy.
And then came Buhari in 1983. He was kicked out by one of his boys. When the man known as Maradona, who is now based in Mina, was leaving, he also ensured that he handed over power only to the person he could trust, the person who did not participate in the election he himself organized, that was adjudged free and fair. So you move on to 1999, which is when this democracy that we're talking about started. They also made sure that they handed over to someone they could trust. Let me tell you how they did it very quickly. When Abacha died, Abiola was in prison, Olusegun Obasanjo was in prison. Abiola was not convicted of any crime. Olusegun Obasanjo had been convicted of a crime. Well, not a crime he committed. Why was it that it was difficult to release the election that a person that has already won the election, but it was easy to release somebody who didn't participate in the election, and the man who won the election eventually died, and the man who did not participate in the election was freed, given all the money, rehabilitated, and made the president? It was because they needed to hand over to someone they could trust.
Yeah, but we've gone on since 1999 up till now. Why are we still blaming the military? A lot of young Nigerians will tell you that you politicians don't have any excuse now because we've been practicing democracy since 1999.
I am sorry to say that we have not been practicing democracy. We are practicing a brand of democracy that I love to refer to as morontocracy.
Interesting. Now,
Yes.
what does that mean?
When morons hijack the democratic process.
You see, this
Well,
is what he
people
does
have
on
been
the
voting, and you
streets,
can't say
and
that
he's
this
still doing it in the
set of
studios.
people who have been voting don't have the right to take their decision. I mean, look at the last election. You contested in 2019.
Yes.
You only had 33,953 votes by coming fifth and all of that. Is it because you were unable to convince a lot of Nigerians to see things your own way?
No. It was because there was no election in 2019. They
So are you
allocated
angry with voters for not giving you the opportunity?
Well, who voted? Nobody voted.
Well,
they just
people
allocated
did, and
numbers.
that's why you got 33,000.
No, I have challenged them, INEC, to tell us how they came about the 33,000. Do you know what they did to me? They clamped me into jail.
Well,
Yes,
it wasn't directly
because they said I
of
wanted
that.
to overthrow the government that was selected in 2019. I'm saying it categorically. I've said it under oath. I've said it inside jail, in dark and light, that there was no election in 2019, and they've not been able to dispute
Majority of Nigerians will not agree with you.
Where do
And
you
let's
get the
talk-
majority from?
Well, because it is that we are running a
That's
democracy.
why we're worried about
and
the
it's
democracy. It should be
voices-
majority rule, but this is minority
Yeah, I mean,
rule.
if the
It's not
majority
a democracy.
decide to go with one political party, then, I mean, it means the other political parties were not trusted. Now, tell us about the African Action Congress, your political party. There's this accusation that you're the BOT chairman, you're the national chairman, and you are still the presidential aspirant now, but last time you were the presidential candidate of the party. How come it doesn't look like you're democratic in your own party?
No, it's not true.
Okay.
The party, before you can register a party, you have to go to INEC. So we registered this party in 2018. INEC came to our convention, which was live streamed in Lagos. And at the convention, the party was about 2 months old when we had the convention. And I was the one with some other persons who had formed the party and registered it underground, because no political party, even though there were 79 of them, in 2018 was willing to accept me to even be a member. They were too scared. So when eventually we did, INEC knew all the members. They knew the executives of the party. I was the interim chairman. I was asked to continue as interim chairman of the party. And we went through that to the election. I was a candidate of the party. This was live streamed, there's no doubt about it. But the party has its own BOT members. INEC has a list of them. It has a secretary who eventually sold out and claimed that he was chairman after I was arrested and detained. You know, it has treasurer. So don't listen to all those lies that are promoted by our adversaries.
Yeah, I mean, because it's still a subject of even online debate where people are saying that, look, it looks like Showore is not promoting internal democracy in AAC,
It's not true.
but he's promising Nigerians democracy if he becomes president.
It is the people who do consensus democracy that don't practice internal democracy. People,
Interesting
they
indeed.
practice what they call gunboat democracy.
So
Put a gun
who's
to
the
your
national chairman of the AAC now at the moment?
I'm the national chairman, interim national chairman, because we haven't had a convention before they tried to hijack the party. And after that, I was arrested and detained by the government for months. So, and then the government sponsored some people to hijack the party, as they usually do with parties that they are uncomfortable with. So that's where we are. And as soon as that is resolved, we'll go into
So the
a
AAC
convention.
is on sound footing at the moment.
Absolutely.
To take you to 2023.
There's no question about it. That's why they're scared.
Very interesting. Yes. I'll just ask you to hold on there. Yes. And when we come back, we'll talk about the young people of this country, how you're angry that the young people are not doing the best that they can compared to pre-independent Nigerian youths. You're still watching the Arise interview. When we come back, we'll have this discussion. Stay with us. Welcome back to the Arise interview. I'm Somna Sambo, and my guest is still the presidential aspirant of the African Action Congress, Omoyele Sowore, who is a publisher and is an activist. I mean, so many things at once, and he's still here with me. Tell us about how angry you are with the Nigerian.
Very clear. Since people thought it was the war in the first place. They'll create the idea, the agenda. People still talk about it, the West African pilot, I think. And Obafemi Awolowo in 1959 or thereabout started the Nigerian Tribune. So there's nothing out there that young people couldn't have done. We could have taken this country to the best levels and a competitive level on the continent of Africa and the world had we not just regressed from making the progress that started. When even the military came, Yakubu Gowon was 29, 30 years old. He got married while he was...
I mean, we had one of the youngest military head of state.
Yes. Even the Babangidas of this world, when they were in their 40s, when Buhari first came, he was 40 years old.
And that's the problem that we have, Showore, in the country.
Yes.
A lot of people are saying, the elderly ones, especially when I'm having conversations with them, they keep telling me that, let's take a look at what happened in the past. Young people came in as military officers, right, from Nzogu and all of that. They were young people, and let's see how they were able to plunge Nigeria into a war. So it's been difficult for the elderly ones to trust younger people again. If the younger people had the powers that they had, even with the military fiat that they could do anything to better the country, and they couldn't manage the situation well, is it under a democracy that that power should be entrusted to them easily?
It wasn't young people that plunged Nigeria into war.
Well, Gowon and Ojukwu actually went to war, and they were young people.
Because they were marionettes in the hands of the colonial masters, the West and the Eastern Bloc at that time.
That still doesn't remove the fact that they were young people.
So you see, you should know that when wars are fought, it's never fought by the people who start the war in the first place. They'll create the idea, the agenda, and they will ask you to go on. They'll ask young people always to go and fight the war. It's the same thing with America. You know, old people plan wars and they make young people fight it. It's the same thing everywhere. But what we're saying for Nigerian young people is that, at least by now, there's enough materials out there for you to understand that you are capable of taking over from these people. Look at the insults. They are blaming us for not organizing ourselves because they have weaponized hunger. They've destroyed education over the years, made people unemployable, plus being unemployed. And then they turn around and blame you. So in 2022, it's when you look at the convention of APC, the part of it that I watched, almost everybody was on a walking stick, you know, of all the elders that stayed up there. And I don't have anything against old people.
Not really.
I just have serious issues with old ideas.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, very interesting indeed. Tell us how you are a representation of the new Nigeria, the young people want to see, and what difference you will make. Let's start from the issue of the universities being shut down. I mean, it's a total collapse right now. Both the academic and non-academic staff are all at home. Tell us what you do differently from the APC administration.
So the investment that we need to make is what is causing the problem. The lecturers who are on strike, you know, have made it very clear since people thought it was since 2003 that they've been having the agreement since perhaps the year that I entered the university or even before it. And what did they ask for? For a particular amount of money to be invested in the educational sector. At the point it was 3 billion naira only. The government kept reviewing the agreement. We can't invest this. You're asking for too much. You are greedy. If we give you the money, other sectors will ask for more. And now, I don't know how much they are asking for, but I referred to it earlier on that we are investing $2.5 billion in a private firm, petrochemical firm. Why can't we take that money and give the educational sector?
So that's what you will do?
Of course. I won't invest Nigeria's wealth or revenue in Dangote refinery when lecturers are on strike. I'll give it to
it's actually an investment because the country is going to recoup those investments later on.
Who are you going to recoup it from? The ones that we did bailing out banks that were mismanaged, where do you recoup it from?
Okay.
Yeah, the loans that we didn't owe, that we paid under Obasanjo, that they told you and me that we will be recouping $1 billion every year from. Where's the dime or kobo that you are getting from?
Okay, interesting.
All this
as we try to round off this conversation,
yes.
Showore, tell me if you believe in the electoral process of the country, considering the new electoral law, and how confident you are alongside other Nigerians that the 2023 general election will bring out the best among us as president.
My only confidence and my hope is that young people will not just go and take PVC, which is basically a poverty verification card these days.
Interesting.
Yes, but that they will say to INEC and the government that if we vote and our votes don't count, you should expect us no longer to vote with our thumbs, we'll vote with our feet. The same thing you saw during NSAS. That will be child's play. It's not a threat of violence. It's for people not to just say, go and collect PVC. So what? After you collect PVC on election day, talks come around, they shoot at you like they did in Kogi. They drive everybody away. INEC compiles some results. They say that this is a winner.
Well,
and when you compare, they say go to
we
court.
always have
the judges are
observers
waiting
here
to make
and
money.
there
Yes.
and all of that, the judiciary to intervene.
So I have a problem with the composition of INEC. It's already a partisan body, and this place is racked with corruption.
But you still want to stand for election with
I'm
this body actually.
I'm standing as a revolutionary party. Let me tell you.
Okay, very quickly.
The ANC in South Africa had been in existence since 1928 or thereabout. They didn't win an election until 1994, but they never stopped being a party. I'm not saying that we can't win this election. I actually want us to defeat these old hags in this election. And that's why I'm calling on young people to all join hands together. Not to see it also as a partisan issue, but to see it as an existential issue.
And what if the young people decide not to vote for you and they don't think you are the representation of their dreams? What would you say?
There's nobody who can say that young people want to continue in misery and poverty.
Yeah, but they could vote for someone else who they feel is better than you. What will you do?
Who is better than me amongst the people who are running around now? Tell me. This is between me and you. It's the reason why we say don't just leave this table for interviews alone. Let's start debates now.
And you're prepared for one?
Nobody can stand me if it's a one-on-one debate. I guarantee you that.
Okay, very
they won't even dare come to the studio if I know that I'll be there.
How confident are you that the AAC will be a strong party in 2023 general election to challenge an APC and a PDP that has, offices spread all through the nation? AAC does seem to be strong in Abuja and Lagos.
It's not true. We have representation in fact, you cannot be registered as a party if you are not represented in all the states and a good number of local government. What has been the issue is that people are not prepared to organize free and fair elections. If you do, you'll be surprised and shocked at how many young people want to kick these guys out. PDP is struggling, APC is struggling because they have become illegitimate vehicles for the aspirations of our people. And there are people, young people, old people, are looking for a different route to get out of the miserable situation that these major political parties have put them in. And AAC is going to be that hope, is the way out of this ticket.
Okay, very interesting. Indeed, we must thank you so much, Moele Showore. Is the
So there it is right there. You heard it. So let me come to you first,
That's
Babati.
a very
Babati.
beautiful conversation.
Yeah, hold on, Ajale Koko. Let me come to Babati first. So Babati, what did you make of that?
Well, it made excellent points, like I said before, but it needs two things. I want him to do well, to be honest with you. It needs a voice coach, and it needs those people that can train you to speak in those political, not to say to deviate from his beliefs, but it needs how to word his words properly. Like, for instance, when they asked him about who the British handed over to, he said something about they give it to one man, then they give it to, it should have been somebody else. You are putting a divide between Fulani and Yoruba, the way you are speaking. Normally, you should have said The past is the past. We can do better as a country. I have a better plan that will work. You move people away from those kind of divisive tendencies. But when you keep saying this one is this, that one, you divide the populace. So it needs a voice coach.
When they asked him about his economic policies, did he
Right.
seize that opportunity to detail what he had planned?
Halfway. Let me think what it means. Halfway. If they ask you, what would you do? He said, oh, they are stealing money over there. We're going to block that loophole. You should have said, then we can save 5 billion over there. We do this with the 7. You have to put figures to those things. You cannot just be vague.
Do you think that was what the interviewer was inviting him to do?
I'm saying for him he has to be specific to the numbers. He needs to give numbers. We can raise 7 billion there. If we stop this one, we can save 10 billion there. Then we can use it for this. That is what can connect with people. People see those things that is raising, all those problems is raising. We already know. We know already. That's my point. Just give us the solutions and be specific with numbers and figures. It's my issue with him. He cannot stay on an issue for long. He goes from one point to another, jumping from one opinion. He cannot stay on an issue for long. He needs a coach. Those I'm training him how to speak.
And when the interviewer, because he kept on harping on about young people, and then when the interviewer got fed up and went there with him and said to him, okay, if these young people, if they don't vote for you, what would you do? And he said, oh, they will want to change. They will say, but they will want that change, but if they don't see that change in you, so how do you think he handled that particular question? Because that's one of the questions.
That was not a good answer. You don't say it's just you and you alone. You should have said, I believe that the youth can do. They can vote for a different person, even if it's not me or somebody younger. I will do everything together. We can get these people out of office. You don't make it about you.
You actually don't know how a politician should campaign. You say you should be campaigning for other
he's
people.
voicing his opinion.
Let me finish now. Let me finish.
No, just listen to yourself. If you say if you cannot vote for me, vote for another person. Are you serious?
No.
You don't know how politics is played. That's why you're talking like this.
Let Babati follow through with this. Go on. Yeah.
If the person asked, it said if it was not you, let's say they want somebody else. Remember, the person asked, let's say they want somebody younger, but just not you. He didn't say him compared to everybody else running right now. He said, what if there's somebody else in that age bracket that is young, that is not you? So if your message is for the youth to be younger, then you say, okay. If it's not me, remember they say if it's not you, they didn't say it has to be. He said he's the only person. That's not the way politician speaks.
No,
I'm sorry, I don't know what you heard.
Just hold on, Charles, please. Yeah.
So you have to make it broad first. It's still about you, but you have to say,
is he there to campaign for any other person other than himself?
Just listen to the question.
All right. Engineer, let's hear from engineer. Engineer, I will come to you, Ajanle Koko, but I want us to sample it because we've all watched it, so we all have individual responses to it. So, engineer, are you still there? Okay, I think we've lost engineer. Let's go to rational mind. So you've watched it once, and then you said watching it a second time, you've taken a different view. So going through in detail what he spoke about, because they asked him about his economic policy, and rather than give detailed answers, okay, so how do you actually think he responded to the economic section of that interview?
Yeah, I will still go to what I said before the second one. I said that he could have done better. I kind of agree with Babati in the way he kind of like analyze the thing.
No, are you fading or is my volume low?
Can you hear me?
A bit better.
So I mean, I would say that I align with Babati with what he said, which was what I said earlier before we started this thing. I said he could have done better. He could have taken another approach by being a little bit elaborate as to what he wants to do, being specific in some areas. Just be vague, like, oh, which is kind of an answer to what the question that he was asked. I will block graft and I will block whatever, because ordinarily the money that these people they steal from Nigeria is enough to fund the economy of that country without even having to borrow money for the most part. So if he's able to blocked this grafting in that country, stealing of the money, public funds. I think he should be able to, like, I mean, fund education, which is one area I think he has been hammering on, that is going to, I mean, work a lot, because if you can train somebody and become a tech guy and is able to,
Yeah, no, we know the value of an education. But when they asked him about the youth space, how did you think he responded to that? Because the interviewer, because he kept on saying that he's the spokesperson for the youth, was essentially what he was saying. And really, how does that still hold? You know, is he still the voice of the youth? Is he even in tune with that space still, is the question. But when the interviewer pushed him to say that, okay, if the younger generation do want this change, but they don't see you as the person, so he put that question to him, and how did you think he responded to that?
I would say he did bad much in the way he responded. It's just like Babati said. I think he needs a little bit of coaching. But I think the kind of person he is that he likes to speak natural. I mean, to be real. He doesn't want something touched that's been kind of like.
Do you think he's real or contrived? Do you think he just speaks like by
He
numbers? Is he talking
just
by
speaks. He
numbers?
just speaks how he feels. That's how he is. I mean, it's
Is
just
that what you think?
Yeah, I think that's. I mean, apparently from what if you've seen Yele, the way he speaks, he doesn't mind what he doesn't mean what he just says it as it is, you know. But which in some people it kind of like it kind of some people might find it offensive or rude.
You don't find him contrived in the way he speaks.
Sometimes there's an element of that in him too. Yeah, there's an element of it too. But then what I'm just trying to say is, I think he needs a little bit of coaching, should I say? But maybe he's the kind of person, like somebody said, he's not a team player because you might coach him and he will still go there and still gaff.
When he was pushed on that space, his party, he being the chairman, the presidential candidate, the secretary, the cleaner, and the T-boy, all in one. So that spoke to that space that we were just interrogating earlier about being a team player. So how do you think he handled that question?
Well, I mean, I think he said it the way it is, that I mean, that is not true, that that is everything. I mean, it's just the interim chairman before the whole Wala started with their something. Well, you can use that as an example of not being a team player because of maybe he wants to be everything himself, which actually is not, because he delegated other authorities to other people like the Leopard or Leonard Ezenwa, that himself was also part of the people that were secretary and other people of the board of. You see, the problem I also see about the AAC is that it's a new party. He should have gone through that route of that revolution. He would have just used that time when he was before this election coming up now to build that party. So I see going forward now, I think it's going to be too far. I mean, like they were asking him about the convention. I mean, at this point, they've not even done a convention of that party. They've not even delegated different board of whoever has to, and with this legal case going on because with this guy.
Okay. So just for the overall interview, would you describe it as an opportunity seized or an opportunity missed?
Yeah, like I said at the beginning, I mean, it's an opportunity that was not really utilized. You know, initially I was thinking maybe it was the anchor himself, the guy who interviewed him, was trying to like box him into a corner.
No, because that guy gave him open. That guy was not hard on him at all.
That was why I said, looking at it the second time again now. I mean, we're watching it for the second time.
If he came here, he would get a good kicking, not that pata cake something.
Yeah, I think looking at it for a second time, I think it gave him a good opportunity to. Only that he needs to. I think he needs to refine himself a little bit. That's all I have to say for that.
Does the interview rhyme with the language that we speak here, that he's not pivoted from the Aluta mindset?
Well, there will always be that element of Aluta in him, you know. There's always going to be an element of it. Maybe some of us find it as repulsive. Maybe some of us find it repulsive to us. Maybe someone like yourself. And
no, I can speak for myself. Or don't but carry on. Tell me what you think.
Many times on this your platform, the way you express yourself concerning him, I could say maybe there's an element of it now. Me too. I'm becoming like sharing some of your views on that, but not totally. There are areas I would still disagree with you on. But one of them is this Aluta thing. I think he needs to tone it down a little bit. You know, you need to tone it down. It needs, you know, so everything you have to be. I mean, Aluta everything, and then you always often have to speak in a way that seems like maybe you are being combative or you want to stir up controversies and all of that. just speak to fact and figure, like Babati was saying. When you speak, even though you have to say, okay, oh, they're stealing money. Okay, this money they stole here. If I can get that money, I could.
You know, he could have put figures to that to say
Yeah,
that this sort of corruption that exists in this sort of space is of this sort of value, and we would make these measures to block it off and divert that money in that direction. But he just went all preachy and
maybe the time given to him will not allow him to follow.
no, he has sufficient enough time to speak. In fact, he said so much. I was wondering if the guy was going to cut him off. Thank you. Let me ask one final question to Babati, and then I'll go on to Ola. So, Babati, would you say that interview was an opportunity seized or an opportunity missed?
It is an opportunity missed, clearly, because people already have a perception of him, and you don't have enough time to change that perception. So you only have 10 months. So you have to seize every opportunity necessary to change that narrative of you being a looter or not being able to pivot to being a politician. And like I mentioned earlier, he needs some kind of training where he can better shape his policies in talking about it. He needs somebody to at least talk to him about it, and so they can better communicate it to people. And when Mr. Jai was going back and forth with me earlier about him not supporting other people, if you are running under one umbrella in the Nigerian context now as youth, it's like Hillary asking, when they asked Hillary, they said, if Obama won this party's ticket, what would you do? What did she say? She said, I will support him. Not because she means it, but she has to say that. That way you don't lose other people. Like if you're running for office, not everybody will vote for you, but you don't block them more, because later on you will still need them. So those kind of answers will just keep them in line. That way when you win, you don't lose them because you don't vote for your own candidate. It's politics. You just say, it's youth. Then it's going to be you later on. Then that way they still stick around. But
do you think Sowore still speaks? Do you still think he's in tune with and speaks for the youth space?
Clearly, this is the brutal honesty to Mr. Jai. I'm sorry. In all brutal honesty, they have tuned him off. And if you think I'm lying, look towards the NSAS protest. They tuned him off already from that point, because they were upset that they came there running for something else with this. So they've already tuned him off. So if he thinks he's running on behalf of the youth, I'm sorry, it's probably delusional. That is just the brutal, honest truth. Because they are not behind him. He's a general with no troops. He has no soldiers. And this Mopo, one-man Mopo thing that he keeps doing is not going to work.
All right. Let's go to Ola. Thank you. Ola, so you saw the interview. I'm not quite sure if that was the first time you're seeing it. Are you still with us, Ola, by the way?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, brilliant. So you saw the interview. I'm not sure if that was the first time you're seeing it. So the first impressions. So they asked him an economic question and he gave a response. What did you make of that? And then he went on about the youth space, and the guy invited him to the thought that if the youth decided for change, but they don't see that change in him, how would they respond? So how do you think he responded to that? And also, do you think that he managed to pivot from that Aluta narrative to speak to politics? Did he seize that opportunity as an opportunity to campaign and convince people that is an option? So all of that, Ola.
Yeah, on that economy policy, what you talk about economy, like I've always maintained my ground, and it's a surprise to me that even since 2019, he hasn't forged another way forward on the way he's talking about the economy situation. So to me, like I keep saying, those people that wanted to liberate us the other day, the like of Awolowo, even Obasanjo, they always give you, they will give you some kind of hint that will show that, okay, these people, they really know exactly what they are talking about. But this guy, it does, to me, maybe I may be wrong, but it does not look like someone that really understands that thing. Then it's a political ideology. I think I got something there. I think Sowore knew he will not win that election, but he just want to. He would like to disrupt the political space, but the only thing is going radical about it. They want the thing to be revolutionary, which is unfortunately it doesn't work like that in Nigeria economy, because if you want to catch these people, you don't just go for them like that because they are mainstay. You can't just push them away like that. They will fight back. They will fight back just like a normal business that will fight any business that want to compete with it. So to me, when he said ANC registered like a 19 something, they could not win the election until 1980. So he's telling you that thing. I got a very good point from that place. So it simply means that this guy, even though he looks like he would like to become the president, but he understands the reality that this thing may take a very long way for him to get there. So that one can be some kind of like a disruption. Disruption takes time to take place. Whosoever must overthrow all these present rogue politicians, we have to get a very good strategy. Even this guy that is disappointing us today, Buhari, we knew how he behaved. He used to behave that people believe, oh, he will come and save us. 2003, he failed. He contested again, he failed, until he threatened baboon and dog in 2012. And I think maybe that baboon and dog is what is happening. I don't know. But now, he got there now. We've clearly seen that this guy, the same Buhari that has failed to even tell you about the economy policy, that what he was going to do when he got to that power, truly, he has demonstrated how to take the country backward by at least half a century. So, to me, I think Choresti needs that opportunity to convince a person like me, person like Ajale Wango, like I said, we can sympathize because we agree with what is happening in that country. But those people that you need to speak to, that matters, this guy is not resonating with them. So,
Ola, when they asked him about the youth space, that okay, if the youth want this change, but they don't identify that change in you, that or you as the champion of that change. So, how do you think he responded to that? What did they make of his response to that question?
Like I said, it needs the opportunity to actually bring the youth to his side, because number one, he should have find a way to empathize with them and at least try to let us understand why those youth people are not seeing him as the face to represent them. Like Babati rightly said, was it Babati or someone rightly said the other time, the way they face this man during that answers. Even though I understand our people that they would like to take opportunity to be recognized so that they could make something. But then a well-respected leader will not be pushed aside that way. People will even be looking forward to even discussing with that person. Even if the person, even if he was not there that time, it will be called upon that, oh, Babashu, we should come here and do something. So the fact that we still have some section of the youth that will not totally agree with him, that's a big challenge.
All right. Ola, so staying with that youth space still, Shore, he predicates pretty much the totality of his political journey on a youth space, because he never speaks of anything other than the youth. But do you think that he's still in tune with the youth? Do you think he speaks their language? And do you think they rhyme with him? So do you think Showore still constitutes the voice of the youth and the wants of the youth in Nigeria? Do you think he's a representative of that space, the youth space?
I'm not totally sure, because the youth we are talking about, it depends on what we want to cap as the youth, because the youth, they are even more confused than ever. Whosoever that would like to speak the language of those youth, you must be able to let them realize the precarious situation they are, as you be able to bring them to what they say, not just by pronouncing it, because it's something for you to tell someone, oh, these people, if you vote for them, they will embezzle your money. People will say, well, yes, what? If you get there, you will. But there's another thing, there's another way to talk to someone and become sober. And we see the truth that as we are even saying that, they take over from that moment, they take over from that place. So to me, the way I think Sowore is very far, really. It's very far from what the for what we call the youth needs in that country as it is today. To be honest, because the same youth we are talking about, you need to do a lot of work to make them start thinking like, you know, like I said, when I was in the late, I'm just a small child. During the late 79, early 80s, that I be here, I just my two fingers be shouting. See, our political awareness that time, you know, our political awareness that time was on top level. But the same you today is all about hammer. You want to do this, even when you don't even know what is going to happen to you tomorrow.
All right. And just finally, do you think that that interview, was it an opportunity seized in terms of him convincing people of his electability, or an opportunity missed? So opportunity seized or opportunity missed? Just briefly on that.
Where from my own perspective, opportunity missed, really. Because if he's unable to convince me, a person like me, I wonder those even more, you know, the situation of the youth with that country is even more complex. You know, we can still we can still try to iron something out. But this youth is trying to address today, they are more complex than what you think. So to me, opportunity missed.
All right, thank you. Let's go on from you, from Ola to Ete. Ete, are you still there?
One man, please. Can
Yes,
I go?
I
I
am.
want to go and take out something. I think I take out something.
Okay. Let's go to Ajanle Koko first. Then, so Ajanle Koko, you've seen the interview. Certainly, I'm sure not the first time. So the questions we are asking. So we're trying to go through it phase by phase. First, the economic space that they asked him on. How do you think he responded to the economic section?
He responded very brilliantly by telling that guy all this money that have been taken out of the country, been stolen out of the country, where did that money coming from? So what he basically telling that guy, the money is here.
No, not basically. Now they asked him a direct question now. So is he asking them to guess the answer? They're saying, how do you pay for the 100,000 minimum wage that you're talking about?
Yes.
So they wanted figures. I wanted figures.
Where are you going to get the figure?
From him. He's the one running.
Where are you going to get? Do you run a transparency system? But what we know clearly is that we are running a corrupt system that empower some criminal to loot the resources every day and stash your money away in foreign account and own big houses around the world. And that was what he was telling that guy in a clear term, that you know this, you know that the money is here, you know they are stealing the money, and you are asking me, where will I get money to pay? He answered the question very clear to everybody that does not have biased mind against Sowore, that the money is available. And he mentioned, in particularly, he make reference to what is paid to senators. How can senators that doesn't do anything to better the life of the people?
That wasn't the question they asked him now.
Yeah, hold on. I mean, he was telling you how the money is available and how we can block some loophole that will make the money available to pay. He make reference to how much is paid to senators, 40 million naira a month to one person, and the workers that work hard for them to get that money is paid 30,000. 30,000 that we have to earn
but that
for
is
another
righteous indignation, though. If he's saying that the monies that the senators are collecting is illegal, that's one thing. But if the money are legally being collected, then that is a matter of the system not working. So
it is
he will
not
have
legally.
to.
That money is not legally collected. That money is money being stolen from people. They rob Nigerians to pay themselves higher and pay the people nothing. 30,000 naira per month. Can you convert it to? That is like. Is it not like $20? Is it not like $20 a month for human being?
No, but that's righteous indignation, though. That's righteous indignation.
Let me tell you down something. This guy, he explained to Nigerians clearly that they are robbing you.
No, but Nigerians know that now. Do you think Nigerians don't know that?
Okay, that is why he said he can pay the money. He can pay them that 100,000. He referred to how money is being stolen, and he referred to senators being paid 40,000 against the workers, people that work for the country to run. They pay them 30,000. So he answered the question in a very clear terms that yes, he's ready for the job.
All right. Oh, okay. And to the question where about the internal democracy within his party, when they pointed out to the fact that he essentially occupies all of the senior posts within his party, chairman, presidential candidate, everything in between. How do you think he responded to that? He said he was the interim chairman, so that party is been going now for 4 years at least, and he remains still the interim chairman. So how long is interim one, and how can it double from being the chairman of a party and the presidential candidate as well? And now he's the presidential candidate too because he's running on the party, but the convention of the party has not even been held. So the internal democracy of his own party, how did you think he handled that space?
He handled it well as well. He explained to people how the government was trying to hijack the party from him because that party poses threat to the government in power. The government in power knew quite well this is a party that can galvanize people's vote across the country, particularly the vote of the youth across the country, mobilize the youth against them. And that is why
the party has not held this convention, Ajanle Koko.
Yeah, the party have not held, and he told you.
But he's campaigning as the presidential candidate. So where was the primaries held?
Well, the party belonged to him. Is telling them, hold on. Hold on. No, don't say aha. The party, he is the leader of the party. He is the founding
he just
father of the
appointed
party.
himself presidential candidate.
He didn't appoint himself. He told you.
So when was the primaries held? When it was?
Hold on, one man. Why are you? No,
we're talking about the internal democracy of his own party.
Too much energy against Showore?
No. We have to interrogate him. We're talking about the internal democracy of his party.
Yes, you heard him. What he said is that before 2019, prior to 2019, when they formed, he told you that he wanted to join some other party. They didn't want them.
No. We're talking about 2023. We're talking about now. So he's the presidential candidate of his party now, but they've not had primaries.
Yes, they've not had primary because they have case in the court against the people sent by government to hijack their party.
So how did he become presidential candidate? How did he become presidential candidate?
Has he submitted any list to INEC? They have not submitted any official list to INEC yet.
This is to tell you,
aspiring, just like
this is to tell you that this guy is smarter than the government, and those of you that are looking at him as a person that is not playing his politics right. He has started his campaign because that party is the founding father of that, is among the founding father of that party, and they have started
this campaign. He's a candidate, by the way, because we saw his car. We played the clip when he was. He's not aspiring, but he's a presidential candidate without holding primaries.
They are going to have their convention.
Himself.
No, they are going to have their convention. They have the case in the court, but it's telling Nigerian state the brutal system, that you brutal people in power, that you cannot bully me, you cannot subdue me.
No,
I will
but
still stand up for my
is
rights.
he acting
So,
outside of the law? Is he acting outside of the law?
Does Nigerian state lawful against him?
So you
Nigerian
concede
state
that
lawful? Is Nigerian state lawful against him? So we exercising his fundamental, his constitutional right. He's not doing anything against, unlawful by what he's doing. He can participate in politics.
Nobody is saying he cannot participate in politics,
Yeah, so
but he has to abide by the rules. Does he have to abide by the rules?
He's abiding by the rule. That is what he's doing. He's aspiring for position of president. On that,
He won his last court case now. The last court case. His last court date. I mean, he won the case.
He won it already? I didn't even know. I didn't even know. Okay, so
it is legal.
What he's doing is legal. So one man, what he's doing is legal. It's just
Can you pull it up if you can find it? One man. There's his last court case. He won it.
Yeah. So he won the case according to Rational Man. So he's just aspiring under the AAC as a party. So he's an aspirant. And their convention is not a candidate. They have not told you that he's a candidate. He's an aspirant. He said they are going to do their convention. Why are you trying to spread a wrong message about him? Why are you calling him a candidate?
No, we're just interrogating because he's campaigning for the presidential seat.
Is Tinubu not campaigning? Is he not going around? Is Tinubu not traveling around? Are you not praising Tinubu that, oh, this man is healthy? All these people, Ajale Koko said he's not healthy. Oh, look at him. He's just moving around. He's so much energy from Chokoto to Calabar to this. This is what you say here every day. And Chowore is trying to do the same thing. You want to say he's running an illegal campaign?
No, I'm just concerned that he's not held primaries, but if you are saying he's aspiring, then well, he can aspire. But when they said about the youth space, when they said that the youth, if they want to avail themselves other options, they want the change, but they don't see the change in him. How do you think he handled that space?
He handled it very well as well. He cannot be in the studio to promote his ambition and going to be saying, like Babati is saying, he should say, okay, if they don't vote for me, they can go and vote. Is he in contention with anybody now already? Are they on the debate stage? Is he on the debate stage with anybody to say, okay, if you are not voted for by Nigerian people, would you be able, if this person is elected by Nigeria, would you congratulate him as the winner of the election? They have not got to that stage yet. He is campaigning for himself now. He cannot speak, or rather say that, if Nigerian people if they don't like me, you can vote for. That is going to be a stupidity on his side. And he understood the game better. People that have not practiced politics before or been on this field to contest for any political position, we speak like Babati is saying you should speak, because you have not been there before. You don't know how it plays. You don't know what they can run against you. When you speak, what your opponent can pick out and run a video against you. You don't know. So it answered the question well, and it did very well to call on Nigerian youth to vote for him or to come to his campaign. It did very well there.
All right. Well, you more or less answered it, but let me ask it because I asked everybody else. So the whole session, was it an opportunity seized or an opportunity missed? Surprised us, Ajale Koko. Did they miss an opportunity?
You mean Showore?
Yes. The whole interview, was it an opportunity seized or an opportunity missed? And what I mean by that is, did he succeed in selling himself as a potential president, or did they just revert to the Aluta Aluta thing that we know him already
Actually,
for.
his opportunity sees. He really tell Nigerian people with that interview and conversation he had with that guy that here I am again for you as an alternative against criminal that can do better for the workers, that can invest on education, that can invest on Nigerian people. And when you invest on the workers, you invest on productivity. And productivity, what does it mean for a country? It generates wealth for a country. That is what Shore was speaking there. And he's saying, and we invest on workers, and we invest on education. What does education give you in a country? Education will transform your society to a competitive society in the world. Education will give you everything that you need as a nation to succeed. And it tells you that I am going to pay you a living wage. A living wage of 100,000 is payable in Nigeria. A living wage that will make workers happy. When workers is happy, the nation is happy. Nigerian workers are not happy now. That is why that nation is collapsing. A nation that does not take care of its worker or our worker, that nation will never see any economic progress. All these, Shore is saying he will tackle. These are all the problems he said he's going to tackle for that country. He will invest in the people of the country. When you invest on your people of your country, you invest in your country. And the economic activity, you will see economic growth. You will see productivity, and you will see economic growth in that country. And that country will be a very successful country, a very secure country, because when workers are happy, there's not going to be insecurity. The insecurity problem will be 75% solved when workers are well paid. But workers are not well paid, you can never see peace. And that is what you are seeing in they don't invest on Nigerian people. The youth are not invested on their future are not invested. They don't invest in their future. And what do you expect? You think you're going to see peace? You're not going to see peace. This is all what Shore is telling all Nigerians. Whoever lies among you, looking for one fault or the other, oh, it does not look at the way. Is that what really matters? What matters to you, what matters to us now as people is to change direction. And he is the only one that can change direction. Not all these old politicians, but Shore that you will see the leaders of tomorrow around him all the time. Who are the people you will see around him? They are the youth. Those are the leaders of tomorrow. Those are the ones that can elevate that country, take the country to the height that we want it to be. Not all these criminals that you see. You cannot see any futuristic person around them. It's the same old people. But look at Shore and his team. I'm very proud of them. I'm older than them, but I'm very proud of them that they are standing up to say we want to change the direction, and we want to take our destiny in our hand. It is time for us to support them.
All right. Thank you, Ajanle Koko. So an opportunity seized. So thank you, Ajanle Koko. So let's go to Ete. So Ete, yes. Are you still there? You are still there.
Yes, I am.
So I mean, you've heard the conversations and you saw the clip. So they started him off with an opportunity to speak to his economic plans. And do you think then he took that opportunity to make us the wiser on what he has as a plan for the country?
For me, I feel like he made it clear what his party's ideology is by answering that question, which is fighting corruption. You understand? And he made it clear also that the money from the corruption is what is going to for is what is going to use to improve the lives of Nigerians, because that's what that's what I'm taking from what he said from
And does that satisfy you?
Yes, to an extent, because if we look at, for example, the other parties in contention, look at APC. APC is defeat PDP and Inshallah. They don't have any plan. If you look at PDP is chop, you chop. So his ideology is clear: is fight corruption and bring a better Nigeria. So I'm fine with that, and that is the kind of uh, um, party we need. Although I have my reservation.
You did not expect him to be a bit more detailed with that space, right? To speak to say, okay, this is the corruption is eating up X amount of money. If we save this much money by blocking this loophole, etc. You didn't find it too preachy the way he was responding to that. It wasn't too aluta for you.
No, I don't feel that. The thing is, Showore has already convinced the middle class and the educated, at least the people that can read and write. The only thing Showore needs to do is find who, or the person that will help him convince the market women and the illiterates. That's the only thing he needs. That's why you see that most of his bases are in Lagos and Abuja, which largely people in these areas are educated people. So the thing is, what he said there, to me, he doesn't need to break anything further. To me, he doesn't need to break anything further, because anybody that could reason, which those are the people that was his audience, could see where his point is going to.
Okay, but like you said, he was preaching to the converted, because the people that he's speaking to, they already know what he's saying. So should he not have
Yes,
seized that opportunity to speak to people that are outside of his loop?
that is not the platform to speak to people that are outside of his loop, to be sincere. His platform to speak to the market women and all those people in the street, all those illiterates, is not a Rice TV. You want to use a Rice TV to get to them. That's just the truth. The people that listen to Arise TV is people like me and you, people that are mostly intellectuals that listen to Arise TV.
Okay, and to the space of the internal democracy, because he now claiming to be a Democrat. So the question about the internal democracy within his own party, he being the chairman, the candidate, the T-boy, the secretary, the cleaner, everything all in one. So how does that even speak to practicing within his sphere of influence what he's aspiring to achieve via the Nigerian people? So
Yeah,
internal democracy within the AAC, how do you think he handled that? And indeed, is there internal democracy within that
to
party?
me, that was a total disaster. That I fought him on that completely. You can't tell me that your national leader, your this, your that, because of you went to jail and blah blah blah. To me, those are just excuses. You have had enough time to have shared responsibilities in your party. You can't be the one doing everything in your party and yet you want your party to grow. Those responsibilities are supposed to be shared. In fact, they are supposed to be shared when the party was coming together in 2008, like he said. They are supposed to be shared then, not telling me jail and this. That means you contested for an election in 2019, being everything in your party. Probably that's why you lost. So he needs to share responsibility. He needs to do a convention. He needs to do the right things that a normal political party needs to do. But for now, it's a one-man show, which we all know that one-man show will not win the presidency.
All right. Ete, we were asking earlier on, but I'm not sure if we got to you for an answer. We were asking if Shobore is if it strikes you. So this is just your subjective view now. So nobody's going to hold you to ransom for it. But does it strike you as a team player? So I'm not sure if you got to answer that question.
Yeah, I didn't. To me, based on what I'm seeing, and based on the fact that he's the only voice coming out from his party that is loud, I don't see him as a team player. As a particular party in Nigeria, you don't have to be the only loud voice coming out from your party. You need to have at least maybe 4 to 5 loud voices that when they talk, people will also listen coming out from your party. That will show that your party is strong. Like we have loud voice in PDP, we have loud voices in APC. It's not just one. So to me, he's not a team player at all because you can't be running a national political party and you're the only one that we know because it's the only one we know in
Okay,
that party.
just on where you are, Ete, loud or not, can you name three other AAC members outside of Showore? And can you just talk us through their politics just a little bit? Just
And
three members of the AAC outside of Showore.
I won't lie, I don't know. I just only know Sowore. I
Can
only know that
okay?
he's from AAC. I don't know anybody in his party. I've not even seen any interview from anybody from his party.
And I'm
Can I come
assuming
in
that
there?
it's
Can
only
I come
Showore.
in there?
No,
We
no,
have Fabiyi. We have Fabiyi. We have some
Who is
others.
Fabi? How
But
If
you're
many
you
a
are not
party
people is
member,
following,
Fabi?
hold on,
you're a
hold
party
on.
member
If you
now.
are
You're
not
not a member of the
following,
public now. You are not a
if you
member.
are
You're a
not
party member
following,
now, Jale Koko.
if you are not, I'm talking about some of the leaders. If you are not following him, you won't know,
Well, there you
and
are.
that is your problem.
There
But
are
if you are
people that are
That
not
following,
is our
following
if you
problem.
are,
PDP,
A
but they're
national
no PDP
political party.
leaders.
We know nobody. That
who
There
told
are
you?
people that are
Because
not
you don't
following
have
PDP.
your
They don't
corrupt
know. They're
media,
no
because
PDP
it's not
leaders.
ready to pay brown envelope to your corrupt media.
well, you told
That
us
is why
it's
you're
an
not behind
international
him.
media mogul. Now, just now, is it not? Is it no longer an
Yeah, it's
international
not.
media
Yeah,
mogul?
because that one, all those names doesn't ring bell to you because your corrupt media in that corrupt system is not flashing their name every day the
But
way they
Arise
flash
just gave him a
the name of
platform.
others.
Arise gave him
So
a
they are
platform.
there. Are you saying that is the only person in the party?
No, that's
He's
As
the
a
what we
only
are
matter
person
of
that
as
asking.
a
sits
ma-
Is
in
he
the
the only?
party.
as a matter of fact, he has members across the country,
We don't know
across
them.
that country.
We don't
Just
know
wait and
them.
see.
Wait and
We've
see.
been waiting. We've been waiting since. We
Wait
don't
and
know
see.
them. It's 2023 is next year. We don't know them.
You see,
And we're
people are
waiting.
saying he's not a team player. So if he has these members, why are we not hearing from them?
That's the thing. He's always been the one talking. He's always
You
been the
don't.
one doing all the
You said
interviews.
he's not a team player. Who are the
No, no,
team
we're
that you want
asking
him to
if
play
he
with?
has these members, why are we not hearing them talking? Why are they not
When you see him,
visible?
in Abuja
Yeah.
going to court, do you see him alone?
No,
When
no,
you
those are
see him in
stragglers and
Abuja,
hangers on.
when he's protesting, do you see him alone? Is it always a one-man protest?
Okay.
Come on, guys. This
Oh,
guy
all right.
have
You can't
people
compare.
around
You
him,
can't
and
compare
he's a
boys
team member.
following him and fellow leaders. You can't
You,
compare
if
boys
you
following
don't
and fellow
follow
leaders.
him, forget about fellow
I'm
leaders.
surprised you
What
did
fellow
not
leaders are
mention
you
the
looking for?
Ojo. Is the Ojo
in, a,
not one
in
of his
an
flunkies?
in an upcoming party, a party that is challenging the power. What kind of name do you want to hear?
Was
Are they
APC not
are
an
they big
upcoming
names
party
like
that
other
defeated
names?
PDP?
No, but you
Was
must know
APC
their
not an
names
upcoming
now.
party that
They
defeated
want
PDP?
to take over. They want to rule Nigeria. Where is his team now?
The team is
Or does he
there,
not want to
but
rule
you people,
Nigeria?
if you are
But we
We're not
need to go and
entitled to know
search
them. Are
internet,
we
go to
entitled to
his
know them?
website to know his team.
Are we entitled to know them? The team
go
that is going to
go
rule the country?
go on the website of the
So
party.
we
Website.
Go
need
and
to
you will
be
see
We
the
should
going
go
to
on the
his
you
website,
will
website.
or he
see the
should bring
name.
them. We should go
Go
and find
on the
them, or he will bring
website.
them to us.
Ajani
We should go and
Koko.
find them, or he will bring them to us.
We should go and open book and do research. We should do research before we know
Before
people.
Go and do your research. Wait till you
This
want. Wait till they
research.
look
he's
for.
the
He
one
wants
vying for
people to vote for
presidency.
him. You're telling
We
us
should go and be.
research.
All right. Ete, he kept on talking about the youths, and he uses that language often. But do you think that Showore is actually representative of the voice of the youth? Do you think that he has a grasp of their wants and needs, and where does it calibrate with the youth? Is it the voice of the youth? Would you say he's the voice of the youth, Showore?
It's not. That's just the truth. It's not the voice of the youth at all. That's just the truth. Because of we saw that the youth rejected him during NSAS. Also, even online, when you see comments from the same youth, we see that they are still rejecting him. So the thing is, it's not the voice of the youth at all. Maybe a section of the youth, but the youth in a large sense of Nigerian youth is not at all. Even people like Peter Obi are more accepted in the space of being of the youth than him. There are even a lot of candidates. Even Mangolo is even more accepted by the youth than him. So he's not accepted by the youth. That's just the truth, and he needs to re-strategize because all these saying that the youth this and you small thing you have jump and start want to protest and fight and all that. You need to be strategic. You need to calm down and play politics.
And
Play politics.
And do you think he seized the moment, or do you think he missed the moment? So was it an opportunity seized or an opportunity missed, that interaction he had with the press? They said the press don't give him airtime. He got airtime then. No, did you think he convinced people more? Did he seize the opportunity or did he miss the opportunity?
I think it's 50-50. Why I said it's 50-50 is this. I'm 100% sure he will convince some people that this is the things that Nigeria needs. That is, he will sell the ideology to them. But the other 50-50 that he lost is the fact that he has not succeeded in convincing the people to vote for him, because there's nobody that will watch that interview and will go and say, okay, he wants to vote for him. But there are a lot of people that watch that interview and be like, yes, I like the ideology, I like what he's saying. You understand? But we all know Nigeria is not about what you're saying that brings you votes.
Do you think he preached to the converted in that interview? So the people who heard him and understood him are people who are already with him anyway. Do you think through that interview he would have won any new following?
Yes, I feel like the people that understood the interview are people that are his followers already, and people that are around his followers. You understand? Not mainly new people that don't know Showore. I'm not sure he won anybody that don't really know Showore from that interview. Probably yes, he won. He won maybe the people that his followers are close to. Probably yes, but to the larger population of Nigeria, there's no way he did. He did nothing with that interview. He did
Oh, oh,
nothing.
oh, oh, all right, thank you. So let's go on from you, Babati, to Lord Michael, who hopefully is still with us. Lord Michael, are you still there?
I do.
Brilliant. You're always driving, Lord Michael. You're always on the road. So yes. So Lord Michael, to the questions. So first, it was that the first time you are seeing that interview, and what is your overall impression of how Showore performed?
Okay, that is the first time I've seen that interview, and I'm quite impressed because I think he's done better from what he used to be. Judging from the last time he ran for office, I think he has done better, and I expect him to keep improving. You know, so what he said is okay. I heard about your talking points. One thing you guys need to understand: Sowore is not the everyday politician that will come and paint words and lie to people. He just says it the way it is. You might not like it. You might expect more. You might expect him to be brandish, or you might expect him to speak to a larger audience. But for me, he just says it the way it is. Just like when he talked about the ownership of the party. Do you want him to come and lie and tell you that they have a proper structure and tomorrow we'll find out there is no proper structure? Or you want him to go out of the courts and make amends, and that way, when they make an appeal or when the case is not gone through the final judgment, he's going to be in trouble. So to me, I just see he just sees it and says it the way it is. For the interviewer, I noticed the interviewer was trying to drag some space, trying to subdue him. You know, I listened to that guy who, when interviews other people, you give them time to speak. He was just always trying to interject Showore, and Showore spent more time trying to put his feet on the ground than answer the questions. Because if you look, he kept interrupting him, and Showore would want to forcefully make a point. So I think he needs to do more because Nigeria, they want people who can pretend. So maybe he should go back, take this video, allow people to honestly criticize him and educate him on where to go further. Then for some aspects that he did not go into details, I think that was smart on his part because he could go into facts and figures. He will make mistakes and people will call him an olodo. So it's better not to touch where you're not perfect in than to go there and touch it and make mistakes. So which means he has more homework to do. So next time when they are asking him such questions, he will be quoting from what he has studied. So I wouldn't say he has done 100%, and I wouldn't say he has not done well at all. I'll put him in the average, and I think he should do more. He should have more talk shows, even if they don't want to grant him audience. He should have other people like platforms like this, like even those Chidis platform. Let people, straight people come and start bombarding him questions. With that, he will be conversant with the people's problem. He might think he knows all the people's problems. No, I don't think he knows all their problems. By the time he hears more problems, he will have more facts, more work to do. So that is where I will leave it for now. Thank you.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Thank you, Lord Michael. So thank you, Lord Michael. So we'll seek to start to round off here to land on Ete. So we're sweeping up. So we'll kick it off with Rational Mind, and then we'll take it from there. So Rational Mind, we're taking just a short closing remarks. That's Rational Mind.
Yeah, thank you, one man. I think a lot has been said.
No, we can't hear you, Rational Mind.
Can you hear me?
No, we can't hear you.
Really? But I can hear you guys.
No, okay, just do your best, but there's that whooshing sound. But just give us a short remark, and then we just
Yeah, the economic situation in the country, I think there's another gateway open to Nigeria.
No, we can't hear a word.
Okay, no problem. Let me just sign out there. No problem. All right.
All right. Thank you, Rational Mind. So let's go from Rational Mind to let's go to Lord Michael. Lord Michael, to you.
Yes, my people. Hello. Una lawyer boy, Lord Michael, don't come again today. Una don't see us say nobody holy pass. Make we dey try to calm ourselves down. No. Now so I don't go almost come papa today. Make I say apologize again. No. Somebody don't find me, say I go make pepper soup. Now I tell her say no problem. Now goofy pepper soup now I go make. I still want to apologize to Thomas. I know me to call your papa. Thank God say I not cause am. But for me to even mention them at all, I know say I not do well. So make una forgive me, make everybody forgive me. It's not good make we mention people parents for waiting or consign them. So as I don't talk like that now, make I go back and this one I go dey very short. When I don't see I'm saying na the same matter every day. One day one trouble, one day one trouble. I also want to tell one man say he dey owe me apology because yesterday when I bring the news say Buhari not go play match because say DSS bring intelligence report say IPOB one attacker. He tell me say I don't come with fake news, but thank God the whole thing don't open again. You don't see and say na true now I be talk. So make we continue to dey help ourselves. Make we continue to dey be our brother's keeper. If we see our brother do something wey not good, make we correct am. If we see how our brother go take better, make we help am. If we see where we go take improve ourselves or we don't understand something, make we ask. I dey beg everybody, make we dey come with sometimes paper and biro so that even when we don't talk some things here, you get some arguments we go make. You not go belle fool you. Later, when the one way you don't judge, you go just put them for Google, you go ask questions, you go know. We go dey educate ourselves, make we stay away from trouble. Make we run from all these wicked politicians. Anything una get, una go take fight them. Make una fight them, but make una not keep person. Now see say people don't they die for nothing. Make we try to save life. last, I beg, make we join hands together, make we divide Nigeria so that we go fit save more lives. I know, say, if everybody don't take their separate way, we go develop, we go still be brothers and sisters. Not be people compound with this, so now abroad, so now another person house. They're not pursue us, even those that they do us bad. Let's say our own place good, we not go there here. So make we join hands, make our obodo better. May God bless you now. We go see tomorrow by the special grace of God. One love. Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, thank you, Lord Michael. Yeah, yes, and Lord Michael did break the story about the DSS alleging that the IPOB was going to attack the MKO Abiola Stadium in Abuja. It's still fake news, but it's not Lord Michael that is faking the news. It's whoever wrote it. So Lord Michael. So yeah, so you got that one. So that's Lord Michael as ever. One of our stalwarts of the platform. So from Lord Michael, we go on to, let's go to Ola. So Ola, your words.
Okay, now I now know why Super Eagles lost now. So even for attempted BUHARI say he won't go first. Anyway, thank you everyone for your time, and I think we've learned a lot. So mine is I just think to reinforce the need for us to be more serious as a country and as a citizen of that country. So yeah, we can have beautiful ideas, but when we have beautiful ideas, let us make sure that whatever we are pushing to the masses, whatever we want the masses to embrace, is what has worked somewhere. So we don't want a country whereby we keep experimenting, and the Buhari's experiment has brought us to our name. And I even pray that we survive this one, because I keep hearing different rumors, but it's not substantiated that they want to borrow up to $20 billion before they leave the office. I don't know, but that's just the rumor. And all this attempt for these people to just reinforce the agenda, like this indigenship, what they got being in that is before the National Assembly. Nobody is even talking about this. Why the government is so desperate? You started with Land Use Act, bam. You left your land use that, the next thing, water resources, bam. Later, Ruga, bam. Now, it's for people that are staying there for a particular period now to become a needing of a place. Imagine a Futajalon Fulani now becoming a young man after spending like 5 years there. Why are we so desperate? Why do we concentrate on that? Why are we not thinking of productivity, how to just modernize whatever business we have and empower people to reduce criminality? So we just have to be more creative about it, and to think that it's only one man that we have to vote for, that we go to that Abuja that we change it. No, we are getting it wrong. The changes start from your local government upward. So the focus should go beyond whether they should take it. No, know the identity of that person that want to be your local government chairman. Know the identity of that person that want to represent you. You go to your state assembly, and know the identity of the person that want to become your governor. So as we used to have a Labour Party in the Odo State, then we still have Abga in Anambra. Why can't Showore find a way and talk to people that he can trust, that he knows that these people, they are well grounded, and let them use his platform to establish themselves? There's nothing wrong if we have like about 20 different parties having having their governorship candidates winning election in like 20 to 25 different states in the country, and then you can later in the future merge and form some kind of alliance to overthrow this kind of a tyrannic formation we have now. So that is how to defeat the mainstay this thing. If you think you are going to vote on Showore to defeat this guy, even assuming, which is very difficult, assuming that you vote for this guy in the general elections, as long as you still have over 360 something National Assembly member there from other party, and you have a 108 member of Senate, honestly, it doesn't take anything for them to impeach him and bullshit him to get away. Even Obasanjo, even Jonathan, despite the structure, look at what they did to that guy. Look at what, if not because the way Obasanjo used to be strong, how many times did Atiku gang go up with National Assembly to impeach this guy? Until this guy managed to kill Atiku Abubakar's political career. So just look at that. You now say, okay, Showore will now win the presidential. No. Don't let us think that way. I'm pleading. I know it's different opinion. It's our different opinion, but don't let us think that way. We need to think how to replicate development across the board. your local government, your state, you're everywhere. So this matter goes beyond Showore. Yes, we can use the platform, we can use a Showore platform. If a PDP is not allowing you because of the cost of ticket, yes, you can join. You can join Showore, and you can become his a local government chairman. You can become his a state House of Assembly member. You can do all those things. But whether Showore will become to 2020 become the president next year, no, let us forget that. Let us look for the options that is viable. That's the thing I need to talk. So I want to thank everyone. Please don't let us forget to subscribe and click the subscribe button. It doesn't take us anything. Hope to see you later. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Ola. Always a delight. So from Ola, we go on to Babati. Babati, your words.
Thank you for having me again. It's been a very interesting session. And I must commend Mr. Ajalekoko. He's a very passionate person and he believes in his candidate, even though most people don't. And I respect him for that. But my issue with Showore is not coming from a place of hate. And I strongly believe that Mr. One Man too is not from the place of hate. It's because I want him to do well so bad that him coming out after 4 years to come out like that on national TV and sound like that still, that is inexcusable. You cannot justify that as a fan of his. And that BS movie pulled during the NSAS movement, I think people, let me remind people here, if they have forgotten, let me remind you. During the NSAS protest, he came there, not only did he wear that t-shirt of Revolution Now, he brought his people and he made a statement. He said, these youths need a leader. He went on national TV and said, I'm ready to put myself down to lead the youth. You cannot then try to hijack a movement that was not about revolution. So he's already done with the youth already. And like somebody else said online here, if you go on Twitter, he's not the biggest fan of the youth. So I don't know if it's delusional or I don't know what his calculation is. Number three, when you are the say or be all of a political movement and somebody brought the name of Fabiyi lives in the United States. That was his treasurer or whatever when he was running. The man lives in America. If the other person people knows, which your party lives in America, then I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Number two, Mr. Jam mentioned something about me saying that he should not talk too much because they might have tape on him. Trust me, they have enough tape on Showore. They don't need him to add anything else. Number three, also to add in addition, with the way the country is going, I sincerely hope that we make it to next year. I sincerely hope. And the reason I think that we are not shining more light on this disaster is because these bombs are not blowing up in the south. Let's be honest. If this was going up in Lagos, we would be more concerned about what's going on. And we still have this mentality of it's just in the north, mostly in the north. So we don't care as much as I think we should care about the situation. So I hope it does not spread to the south. But with the way these things are going, if we keep ignoring this so-called crazy state on the north, one day it's going to get to us. And it might be too late at that point. And that's my worry about the country. And I don't have a particular horse in this election, but whoever is going to come out, like I said before, it's going to be a third force that we didn't expect. And it's getting more and more difficult. I know we didn't want to talk about Showore that much today, but we know we just went there today. But he has not changed that much to me, and I don't see him changing anytime soon. That's my contribution tonight. Have a good day, guys.
All right, thank you, Babati. So that's Babati. Now, a voice that is evolving within the space. So good, always good to have you. So that was Babati. So in the absence of the mighty Ajane Koko, we have the mighty man from the creeks. So the final word to Ete of Africa. Ete, your word.
Yeah, today was a good session. We had interesting conversations with Sowore, with the Nigerian problem and all that. The thing is, we can see for ourselves that things are not good. And we should stop this tribal politics. We should stop this party politics. And also, our problem as Nigerians is the fact that we don't hold people accountable. If a particular government comes in and perform woefully, it should show in the polls. That is, they should lose woefully also, so that they will know, and the next people coming in will know that if they don't perform, they too will lose. Because the truth is, we can't say all these politicians from various parties are not smart. They are smart. They know the problems of Nigeria and they know how to solve the problem of Nigeria. It's just because of we Nigerians have not held them by the balls and tell them that, look, you must solve this problem of Nigeria or we X you. Simple as that. If somebody doesn't perform, move on to the next person. We should stop defending nonsense. You can see the way they were storming airports and all that. And we here will say, oh, probably is a northern thing, it's not a southern thing. But the truth is, outside Nigeria, they don't see us as northern and southern or Yoruba and Igbo. They see us as Nigerians. So anything that happens in Nigeria, that is the narrative that is going to go outside. And we that are outside Nigeria are also feeling it to a certain extent if we are truthful. So the thing is, we should reward bad governance with low voting. That is, we should not vote for bad governance. Anybody that comes to power and he messes up, he should lose the next election. That is it for me today. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ete. So that was Ete substituted for the mighty Ajanle Koko, and he did excellently well by my reckoning. So that was Ete. Thank you very much, and thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, one and all, and thank you everybody as well that participated via the comment section. So, in the absence of Ajanle Koko, let me follow in his tradition and acknowledge the people who have been commenting, because that space is the whole of the entirety is the platform, not just the talking heads on the screens. So we have Kachi Achem, who is a regular contributor to the platform. He never holds back on his thoughts. We have Ishmael Bolaji, a regular person too that we see fairly often. So this name I'm not so familiar with. Rafiu Tonji. Rafiu Tonji, we see you. Thomas, you know. Babati, you are getting to know more and more. Let's see. So Mike Olawale, I mean, who doesn't know Mike on this platform? So that's Mike there, keeping the rebel rousing to the comment section this time around. Bonsma, so the pretty lady that supervises the comment section. Jay and Ken, so Jane, gender ambiguous. We don't know if Jay is male or female. Fatai Suberu, what a name, quite a name, Suberu. That's certainly, I like to imagine that's an Oyo person, because the only Oyo people that have all those conk names. Jaja of Opobo, or where? Or is it Ja of the Bob Marley fame, of the Bob Marley fame? Truth hurts, where it always does, but nevertheless, a dish that must be served to everyone. So that's Truth hurts. So Vin Michael still celebrating Ghana knocking Nigeria out of the World Cup. So maybe we'll ban him. I don't know. The audacity of Ghana knocking Nigeria out, but just of course. David Tunde Abe, we see you. So good to have you, David. Kayode Ola Dejo. So Kayode Ola Dejo, Sake. How far? So that's Sake right there. So names repeating somewhat. Let's see who else. The G, this one that was calling me senseless. I don't know, man. The youths of these days, you don't know. But good to see you, the G. World view. So that's a global stance right there. So the world coming to our own little platform to come interact with us. Ahizon, our man from the creeks. So that is Izon right there. Anytime it comes on the screens, we have to get our dictionaries out. There's just no two ways about it. Keeping the Facebook space honest, that's Edo Tony. Edo Tony, of course, he comes on the screens. He goes by the name World Peace when he's on the screens. Lord Michael, of course, waiting there happen to get Bele. Alexander Akashe, I mean, who else? The Mites, that is Alexander Akashe. So we see you, Alexander. So on and on it goes. Marcus the Great. So that's Marcus the Great. But what makes Marcus great? Maybe one of these days he'll come on the screen and explain exactly why to us. Also, DOG, the original gangster, except of course, is an mommy really. Mike Ajayi. So we see you, Mikey. So how far? Wagwan, as they say in South London. What Agua? So what Agua to Mike? Accomplished tutor. So accomplished tutors. So is there more than one of you watching? Is the question. Accomplished tutors. Nordic Coin Media, of course, you know, has rational mind. So you heard him on the screen earlier on. Let's just see, is there any other name that? So Ola, of course, a staple of the platform. Ola has been with the platform, man and boy. Lead vlog Igwe. We call him Charlie Boy here. Charles, I see you. Ernest, otherwise known as Ego. You know, always, you know, the 3-3 and the cigarettes are to hand. He comes on the screen to come and dabaru the whole space. So we all know Ego. No, who doesn't know Ego in this place? Flash Mankind, but don't go flashing in France, so because flashing him is a different thing in the UK. But Flash, we see you. Always a pleasure in your company. So names repeat the usual commentators. We just see if we have just one. Here's Peter Mann. So this is a name that I've not yet seen, but perhaps he's been around and I've not yet. So this one, so we see you, Peter. Good to have you, Peter. So this one, I've always struggled to how exactly it's pronounced. For many or Photomani, I don't know quite. Maybe somebody can help me out in the next session how exactly that is meant to be pronounced. But we do see you. So this is a different Ola, of course, not from our own Ola, our own Ola we know, but this is Ola Joe. So Ola Joe, we see you. So thank you, Ola Joe, and on it goes. So thank you, one and all. Boluwaga Laditi. So that one, a regular name that spends time when he can. So just the usual names: Alexander Alexander Gomez, of course, who is inviting Ajan Lekoko to come and join his campaign for his brother, who is going to be the next governor of Lagos State. So that is Alexander, the only person that knows the function of the super chat button. The rest of my audience, sadly, poverty stricken. Ask Google. So ask Google, but what are we asking Google is the question. Good always to have you ask Google. So that is Ask Google right there. This is another name that I've never seen before. Roblox Queen. So what is a Roblox? We know what a queen is, but what is a Roblox? So that's probably one of these days we get to find out. So it's just new and dynamic names. And this is, you say, when we're encouraging you to click on the subscribe button and the like button, it is really for this purpose of having these new names now to conjure with. Otumahana. So that is I wonder, that doesn't especially sound Nigerian. And if it's Nigerian, then where from? So a name that intrigues, Otumahana. So Otumahana, we see you. We just look for one final one and we leave it there. And here he is right there. God's win, age of 4. So God's win, age of 4, and God has won. The session has come and gone, but it doesn't end there, as you know. Conversations continue in the comment section, where I invite you to come and carry on. The things that you wish you had said, but you did not get the chance to say, come tell me all about it in the comment section, where I will engage you. So I'll leave it there. Carry conversation within the comment section, but here I say peace.